Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, you remember when you used to be a, what was it, a lady?
A lady? Wasn't it the Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Smith away from second, Hine from first. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Was set by Abreu. Here comes the pitch. He struck him out swinging, and the ball game's over. Got him on a slider off the plate outside, and the Astros hang on, win it by the score of 6-5.
Good morning, Metroplex. That is the way we start the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. That means we are your official home of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers. And things got interesting late if you turn this thing off, because the 4th inning was reason enough to shut it down when it was 6-0 Houston. Rangers score 4 in the 8th. They try to threaten again. After that, ultimately, they end up losing. You heard the call from the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel. And Choppy, I think this morning you are going to sound like me yesterday, starting off the program, saying, nice, fun finish, but over.
Yeah, I do believe yesterday, and the last 2 days may have done it. It's just the reality of it that they have found themselves losers. And when you lose to a team that you're directly chasing, obviously it kind of counts as 2. If you're down 2, you could be down 1 or 3. It's like it's a 2-game swing, and that just kind of stinks. And that teams, ahead of you in the wild card that you've been chasing, like at one point Seattle who has kept winning, Boston, who had kept winning until yesterday, and then the Yankees had gotten back on the winning track yesterday. So you're not. Oh, Cleveland, by the way, too. Forgot about them.
5 straight.
So and they had won like 9 of 10 going into yesterday. So it's just kind of the wrong time to lose back-to-back games.
Seattle's won 10 in a row. They're a half a game up on the Astros, and you've run out of time. That's it. You have 10 games left.
Yes, and you're 3.5 back of the wild card, and you still have Cleveland in front of you too. So it's not like it's just you and Boston, or you and Houston, or you and the Yankees. It's you and them plus Cleveland.
Yeah, it's a bad time for Merrill Kelly to give up the most earned runs he's given up in a game since the first week of April. That's not great. In fact, since Evaldi went out with the injury, DeGrom's ERA is like a run higher than it had been. Merrill Kelly's ERA since Evaldi went on the IL is 5.32. And it's like, man, that was not the time where we needed you guys to become human. But I mean, like they rallied. It felt like there for a second. It was like, all right, here we go. This is it. You get the big hit from Heim, and then Young scoring, and then you get into the 9th inning. You got 2 on, and it's like, all right, Higashioka's been pretty steady for you throughout the year, and then you just get the ending that you did. But yeah, this is a pretty demoralizing way to end it, because you felt like, all right, here's the 3-game stretch where you're going to be able to really impact things on your own. You can you can ensure that you're getting all the losses that you need while also picking up victories, and to drop the first 2, it's tough.
Did you stick around last night, and were you thinking, okay, Adolis Garcia, here we go again?
Yeah.
Torturing the armpit?
No doubt. And he kind of did, right? I mean, he did get a single. And that's not what Adolis is up to. He's not trying to punch one through the right side, but I mean, that's what, you get on how you get on. I was seconds from turning this game off. It was 6-1 in the 8th. I am seconds away. And then they start, there's a Jonah Heim home run. Okay. All right. Now it's a ball game. Brand new game. So, and I think a lot of people were in the same kind of mode.
I mean, it wasn't just, it's 6-1. It's 6-1 in the 8th with 2 outs.
2 outs,
nobody on.
Yeah.
And then it was Rowdy Tellez walking. Good to see some cardio there. And so you get Rowdy Tellez walking, and then you get the Heim home run, and
the earthquake.
From there, you thought you had a shit. It really felt like, all right, this is going to be like the signature victory for this team in their run to the postseason, and then it falls short.
Pepe, you waving the white flag for the 3rd time during this run?
I don't know. I've been blasted on Twitter for the last 2 weeks because I did it early on. Yeah, I got this Tolo. Every time the Rangers had to win the last couple weeks, it's like, oh, you waved the white flag. Don't we celebrate now? And so it's like, I'm not going to wave it. Technically, I guess mathematically we still have a chance, but yeah, when Merrill Kelly gives up 600 runs, I mean, the offense doesn't come alive till later on. I mean, you have DeGrom tonight, and that's your savior right there. You lose tonight, it'll be officially over.
Let's check out the rest of the sport just to see what we're looking at heading into the postseason. Toronto is up 5 in the American League East. All the noise always about the Yankees, about the Red Sox. Are the Rays going to go ahead and have another sneaky season? It's Toronto commanding that division. The Tigers are going to win the Central, I think by, a decent amount, but who knows with Cleveland. They're up 5.5 on the Guardians. The Mariners we told you about. The Phillies have wrapped up the East. They're up 12.5 on the Mets. We got a 5-game difference as well in the Central. Milwaukee running that show. And then the Dodgers are up 2 on the Padres. So really, the only races left are in both West divisions.
Yeah, so if today it'd be in the opening round, right? In that little 3-game wild cardy kind of thing. You're looking at right now, Seattle would be hosting Boston for the 3, and the Yankees would host Houston. Now, obviously, Houston and Boston are separated by half game. That could absolutely change. So you could get division matchups that would be in the wild card round. And I'm sure Major League Baseball would not love like Dodgers Mets in the wild card round. They wouldn't love Red Sox Yankees in a 3-game wild card round. They'll take the 3 games. They hope it goes 3, but they'd probably rather those things move on.
Bruce Bochy on losing to the Astros again.
tremendous fight. Had the winning run on there, the 8th and 9th. They battled hard. Got off to a rough start there, but got down 5 runs, and bullpen did a great job. And man, they were fighting to get back in it, and they did. And just missing that one more hit, obviously. But you got to love how they just kept going against some tough pitching too. So keep doing this. This is what we have to do to get to where we want to go.
Yeah. Feels like it's over. 6:30 pregame tonight, 7 o'clock first pitch with Jacob deGrom on the mound.
Man, actually, if you look at these, what the wild card would be, you have Cubs, Padres. That's fun. That series. Dodgers, Mets would be fun. And then either of the other two American League, whether it's Yankees, Red Sox, Yankees, Astros, that's would be fun. And then obviously getting Seattle thrown in there. If that's a division matchup with Houston, that could be fun too.
Let's go around the rest of the National Football League. In the last 48 hours, the NFL deleted a tweet that they sent saying Tom Brady works closely with Chip Kelly after the whole controversy. Biggest mistake Tom made, I guess, was being seen on television. Some people thought he was trying to duck down under the desk.
Oh, he was, for sure. The way he just kind of like,
yeah.
He definitely did kind of a lean back.
That he was lowering the chair like this chair that I sit in every single day. So the Raiders came out and said, no, that's a false report. Even though I think Chip Kelly told the announcers he talks to Tom 2 or 3 times a week. They're like, no. That's not the case. And then they filed a copyright claim on broadcast video showing the Eagles false starting on multiple tush pushes. Warren Sharp says, what is happening at the Shield? So Brady, the Eagles play, all that in the headlines.
Yeah, they're this is an instance of
because everyone posts NFL highlights and footage.
Right. The NFL, if you include NFL highlights in your videos, for instance, on YouTube, they won't take them down. They'll tell you you'll get a copyright notice, but the copyright notice is then you're now sharing your revenue from the video, or you can't get the revenue, they get all of it, whatever it is. But they'll let you keep the video in there. Flat out taking the videos down is like, okay, this does feel like you are doing everything you can to cover for this crappy play that no one thinks is a real play at this point.
Baseball did that for a while, where they wouldn't allow players to post the highlights of themselves. But
that was consistent across the board. They would always take it down.
They would always take it down. Like, that's our proprietary. And then the players were like, guys, this is dumb. Like, marketing wise, it's dumb. So they allowed it. This is weird. Like, there's no reason why you would take this down from a copyright infringement. They've never done that. And I agree. It's like they're just trying to. And I support the tush push. I'm fine with it, right? It's to me, that is the ultimate football play. It's like the original football play.
Except you're literally not lined up correctly when you do it.
Well, that's a problem. Like, to me, it's.
Well, we've gone from 3 different things on it, which tells me, like, if I got 3 different problems with one thing, it's time to get rid of that thing.
Should be offsetting at that point. 3
right. Like, to me, it's like it's either a safety issue, which it probably is, or
we've done the safety issue. They've kind of ruled that out. The pushing from behind, that's kind of gone away, and now we're going to lining up.
Yeah, and that to me, that's reason enough to get rid of it. Like, if you're lining up illegally every play, or false starting every play, or it's a safety issue, then we can have a discussion about changing it.
Dan Patrick on his radio show thought that the opening actually happened on Sunday when the cursed Dean Blandino, who's doing the officiating reviews, Des Catch, of course, Dean Blandino just had enough during Eagles-Chiefs.
I am done with the tush push, guys. It's a hard play to officiate, like we've been talking about. So they either ruled progress or that Hurts was down. Really hard to see what's happening with the football. We're inside 2, so replay has looked at this, and they've determined that there was no fumble. So Dan just thought Dean's saying you can't officiate it. It's a play you cannot referee, that there's an opening right there. That the league is probably looking for. Bobby, you said multiple times throughout this saga that the league wants to get rid of it. So maybe I would predict it's not here next season.
I mean, it felt like it was out when they were meeting over this, and then Jason Kelsey gets flown in and walks in there and goes like, "My brother is marrying Taylor Swift," and I was like, "Oh my God, yeah, let's keep the play." That's a great point, Jason. And then that like he comes in there, he saves it, which is ridiculous. I don't understand why you're even letting a former player come in there and talk about it. He doesn't play anymore. He's not here. I understand he was involved in it, but he's not here anymore. And it shouldn't have been enough to flip it. And yet here they are, the worst organization in the National Football League.
As for the Brady thing, the league releases a statement that seems like it didn't actually hit the mark and address the issue.
Yeah, this was something that Florio wrote about yesterday. What were we all talking about was weird yesterday with Brady. He's on the headset. If he's supposed to be in these production meetings, if he's supposed to be, called it, should he really be that involved with things? So this was the NFL statement on the Brady issue. There are no policies that prohibit an owner from sitting in the coach's booth or wearing a headset during a game. Brady was sitting in the booth in his capacity as a limited partner. All personnel sitting in the booth must abide by policies that prohibit the use of electronic devices other than league-issued equipment, such as Microsoft Surface tablet for the sideline viewing system. And Floor has read about it like, no one was asking if he was using the correct headset, NFL.
Yeah.
Like, nobody cares.
Yeah.
The issue is, what is he doing during the week, and how does that impact what he's doing in the booth with the Raiders?
So I'm going to kind of defend Tom here, take the opposite approach, and you guys shout me down where you see fit. The league did come out and reiterate he's not allowed. I don't have any problem whatsoever. Jerry Jones can be on a headset. I have zero problem whatsoever with Tom Brady being on a headset in a booth.
Irsay's daughter is.
Exactly.
Every game, taking notes.
But the league reiterated Tom is prohibited from going to a team facility for practices or production meetings. So when we have Mike Tirico on, when we have, Chris Collinsworth, whoever it is, and they're like, the day before sit down, 2 days before sit down, Tom is not allowed to be in that meeting. And then he's not allowed to go to practice.
Right.
So
what's the issue?
I think it's fine because of that.
Right. So all right, let's just say Tom was in that booth the other day on Monday with no headset on. No one has a problem with it. Who cares? What's the difference?
Yeah, if he was sitting next to Mark Davis,
which is his business partner.
Yeah.
To me, there's no issue with that.
Yeah.
That people have a problem with the headset. I don't think the headset does anything. I mean, you can. He's an NFL football player.
No, again, it's not the headset. It's the headset shows exactly how involved he is when the league tries to say he's not that involved. He's very clearly involved in the organization.
I mean, he might be. Yes, you're right. He also could have just gone to the game and said, I'll put the headset.
No, not might be. He's 100% involved. They're talking about he's talking to Kelly 3 times a week. He's involved in draft meetings.
But he should be.
100%.
Yeah.
But then he shouldn't be an announcer. If Jerry Jones, because if Fox hires Jerry Jones to be one of their analysts, everybody's going, what the hell are we doing here? He's allowed to sit in remote meetings with players and personnel.
He's not.
No, he is. He's not allowed to be on site. He can talk remotely to everybody. He can talk to them outside the building. Yeah. He cannot sit in their facility. But outside of that, that's it. He can.
I'm still fine with that.
Nobody's fine with it if it's Jerry.
But
because they go, well, Jerry's not a former player. But everyone would freak out if this exact scenario was Jerry's hired to be an analyst.
But are other teams doing Tom the favor of having these remote production meetings and setting up these Zoom calls? Because I don't think the teams should or will cooperate.
No, they're supposed to cooperate with Fox and give him stuff. It said it's just up to the players at that point what they say in those sessions. That's what the NFL says. The NFL says you are supposed to cooperate with them.
He may attend production meetings remotely, but may not attend in person at the team facility or hotel. He may also conduct an interview off-site with a player like he did last year a couple of times, including the Super Bowl. Of course, as with any production meeting with broadcast teams, it's up to the club, coach, or players to determine what they say in those sessions.
Right, but it is mandated that they do speak with them.
Okay,
You're supposed to speak with the broadcast.
Well, I have a problem with that. The teams, they should let the teams say we're not talking to Tom Brady the week leading up to the game. Period.
Yeah.
And that to me doesn't cost Tom
anything. You think Don Meredith is sitting here having production meetings with Chuck Knoll?
I mean, he was.
I don't know that they did that back then.
They did.
I really don't.
I'm telling you, they did. It was a thing.
Neither one of us were alive. We have no idea.
I literally was just watching a documentary on Howard Cosell, the Monday Night Football broadcast. They had production meetings the Friday before.
Either way, he could have done the same job without that. Same job.
We'll get to it later on. We're
already
running out of time. Let's go inside the star. What position were the Cowboys trying out yesterday? Where are they needing the most help right now? We'll take you inside the star here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But first,
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee! Calvin Watkins reports that the Cowboys tried out a pair of centers, Jacob Bayer and Wesley French. Guard Thomas Perry also worked out with Cooper Beebe going on IR return. The Cowboys looking for a little bit of depth.
Those do sound like fake names when you read them.
Yeah.
But no, this is this is you're trying to look for guys you can add to the roster and have a little rotation. Because right now, if something were to happen to Brock Hoffman, obviously you would being a little bit of a pinch, and he's somebody who can play some center, some guard for you, do a little bit of everything. So, it makes sense that they'd want to bring guys in here to work out and try out some different spots, especially starting experience. But, this is ultimately, I think, the job for Brock Hoffman for the next 6 to 8 weeks, and this is all just about filling out the roster.
So, of course, it's going to be the Bears on Sunday right here on this station. Tom Brady is going to have the call of that game, along with Aaron Andrews and Kevin Burkhardt. And yesterday, there seemed to be a little disagreement over the spread. Tommy Yarish was way off. RJ Choppy was surprised by it. And Bobby, I know this will be kind of me versus you leading up to this pick and prediction, as the Bears were one of these teams we argued about throughout the offseason as to whether they were better with the Cowboys or not. So the spread, as of yesterday, was Chicago by 1.5. And you were very confused.
I was a little bit confused. I just didn't know what Chicago has done to deserve being the favorite in this game. They looked really, really awful defensively last week. Now, maybe that was...
So do we.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it may be as much about what Dallas has done to earn Chicago be the favorite.
I could see the over being like 60.
Here's the way I'll elementary break it down, and then you correct me as the expert degenerate that you are. Both defenses suck. Both offenses may be able to score. I got a quarterback advantage with the Cowboys, but I got home field advantage with the Bears. So I think maybe that 1.5 is only coming because of the home field advantage, even though the Cowboys have the quarterback advantage and no one has a defensive advantage.
That's true.
And the Bears are desperate. Like,
they are.
They're going to... I mean, this theoretically is the game in which, you give everything you have because your season may already be done.
It's a 1.5. It's basically a pick 'em. There's nothing about that is like, hey, this is a crazy line. Like, one team was crazy favored over the other.
Have you hopped on Dallas already then, since you're surprised by it?
I've not. I want to see what moves. I want to see how it goes, because there's a chance that some Chicago money comes in. Chicago loves to bet. So it might get a 2.5 or 3.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what I was kind of waiting on.
What's the, do you have the over-under in front of you? Is it, what, so if it's 1.5, what, 55 and a half?
54.5. I would think 51. Usually the NFL likes to be in the mid-40s, 44 to 48. It's kind of like the meat. This would not stun me.
49.5.
Oh, over.
Over, baby. Let's
take
go.
the over.
Let's go.
49.5. As to who's favored, Bob, you kind of see what they're doing. Do you have any major disagreement with it? If you were setting the line?
Look, I mean, I'm guessing...
You bump it up more for Chicago.
I'm guessing I'm going to pick Dallas this week. I don't know yet. Their defense has been terrible, Chicago. But Dallas's defense has been terrible, and I think Rome Odunze is going to absolutely cook them. It's just a matter of how comfortable does Caleb Williams look when I watch tape this week of him. If I look at it and I go like, oh, that's a dude who's clearly still not comfortable doing what Ben Johnson wants him to do, I'll probably pick the Cowboys. But if he's starting to settle in at all, if he's starting to see, all right, this is what we can do, then yeah, I think this will be a shootout and a close game.
So we have a case of 0-2. The updated number is, since 2000... 11% of the teams in the league make the postseason after starting 0-2, and that leads to RJ Choppy.
All right, so 0-2, 2-0. I'm going to throw you the teams, right? Okay, I'm going to give you the teams. These are 2-0. Are they really 2-0, or are they kind of like 2-0? Kind of give me a break. They're not really 2-0. Like, we're not buying into them.
I like the name of the segment, 2-0. Give me a break.
Oh, give me a break. There we go.
Make an intro, Peyton.
Philadelphia, 2-0, wins over the Cowboys and Chiefs by a combined 7 points.
They're really 2-0, but Jalen Hurts has not thrown a touchdown. Again, this is going to come down to, all right, if you're in a shoot, it's the old Lamar question. If you're in a shootout, if Jalen has to throw to win, I feel like we're back here at this point. So they're legitimate with the wins. All right, they're legit 2-0. But I'm not terrified of them right now.
No, you got to think, that was a Dallas team that just let Russell Wilson throw 600 yards on him, and Jalen Hurts had one completion over 10 yards.
Yeah.
So they're legit. They're a legit team, but yeah, it's hard to understand what their passing game is capable of right now, especially with a new offensive coordinator.
Yeah, legit, but this has not been the most impressive. They could have very easily, had Kelsey not bobbled that ball at the goal line. Did they lose that game against Kansas City? They could have lost to us. They could be 0-2. I mean, so it's not 2-0. Give me a break, but it's not like holy cow. Next one, Green Bay.
Legit.
I mean, it's
the best team in football.
Dude, they beat the Commanders and Lions by 2 scores each.
I will say, just to try to give me a little bit of hope, it feels like in the 2 games, Green Bay should have pulled away by more. Like the offense stalled out. I don't know whether they just took the foot off the gas, but I was like, oh, they should be up by way more against the Commanders. So because they didn't beat the Commanders down in an embarrassing way, I'll hold out a little bit of hope, but no, it's legit. How many points? How many points did the Packers scored?
27.
27, I think, in both games, right?
Yep. Yeah. But
okay, so 54 total.
But I mean, it's like Choppy was saying when he came in here on Monday. He's like, Detroit putting up 52 on Chicago just makes me think Green Bay is really good.
or Chicago's really that bad, which they might be.
Legit.
Yeah. All right, Buffalo. I mean, you could say they should be 1-1. A great comeback, and they destroyed the Jets.
Legit.
Yeah, it's a legit team.
Right, absolutely. All right, let's get to the real ones. Cincinnati. 2 wins, 1 score each. Didn't look tremendous.
And no longer legit.
And then now they don't have Joe Burrow for 3 months.
No longer legit. Who did they go and sign up yesterday? We were trying to get them Kirk Cousins.
Mike White and Sean Clifford.
Ugh.
Again, just sound like fake names. That's 2-0 brother or whatever we're saying here.
If Burrow was still there, how would you have said it?
Even with Burrow playing there, they did not look particularly impressive.
Right.
So, no, I'm going to say that right now, especially without him not there, that's well.
There's some Cowboy fans already looking at Trey Hendrickson because 1-year deal.
Yeah.
Cincinnati, do you sell off? Have them go back there again? What are they going to be at the deadline? So just some future fun.
All right, here's an interesting one. Indy. They're averaging 31 a game.
Yes.
They beat a good Denver team. People are high on. Both games are at home. Their next 6 games.
Controversial finish.
Yep, their next 6 games. They get the Titans twice, Raiders, Cardinals, Rams, Chargers. It's not a daunting schedule ahead.
Yeah, this is the fascinating one. This is the one to where it's easy to cop out and say, no, 2-0, whatever we're calling it. But
they could look up and be 6-2 with the schedule.
They are 2-0, and they haven't even gotten to start playing their crappy division yet.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that might be, especially for their division, that might be a legit 2-0.
I'll lean towards legit right now. I want to circle back around however many years Daniel Jones has been in the league and not ultimately be dead wrong about him. Maybe but again, you asked the question a couple weeks ago, is this the next Sam Darnold? Is this the next Baker Mayfield?
Gino?
We may have to be talking about Shane Steichen a little bit more, but I will lean towards legit.
Every year we've gotten somebody like that. Like Darnold, you mentioned Darnold, Baker, Ryan Tannehill was kind of the first one that did that.
Yeah.
Where you get these guys every year who seem like they're just, reclamation projects, and it works out. But yeah, this is also, they very well could be, like we've seen in the past. New Orleans, after 2 weeks last year, looked like, oh my gosh, New Orleans might have figured it out. They might be a 13-win team.
Right.
I'll lean towards legit. I'm not going to dismiss them.
I'm not going to dismiss them. This is a situation where this is like a manufactured NFL playoff team. Like they're not really a threat to win the Super Bowl, but they'll wind up making the postseason. You get hot in a couple of games, pull some upsets, then you take care of a favorable schedule. The Rams 2-0 beat Houston and then a bad Tennessee team. The defense has only allowed 28 points through 2 games.
The thorn in Bobby's side.
How are they?
The meniscus.
The meniscus.
In Sean McVay's leg.
Plantar fasciitis.
Yeah, it's the plantar fasciitis.
What did he do?
He tore his plantar fascia. Which actually, they say once you tear it,
better.
Yeah, the pain's a little better.
I want you to rip it right off.
Yeah, once it tears, they can find. They're the Rams like they are every year to me. I don't know. They're fine. They're just not. They don't strike me as. They're irritating and they're good. That's not like a team to me that I think will contend for Super Bowl. So just from the perspective of, are they a playoff type team? Yes, they are.
They have the Eagles, Colts, 49ers, Ravens coming up. Eagles, Colts, 49ers, Ravens.
Yikes.
I'll lean towards exactly that. Your 10-7 wild card playoff.
I do think they'll win the West.
Okay.
I think they're better than we don't know how long Purdy's going to be out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're about to name two more NFC West teams, though.
I am. Next one is San Fran. They won week 2 without Purdy. Maybe Mac Jones is the next Sam Darnold.
Ooh.
But, they do host Jacksonville and Arizona in the next 2 weeks. I could easily see them winning both of those games. I could see them splitting. I could probably see them losing both of them without Brock Purdy.
NFC West is 7-0 playing outside their division the first 2 weeks.
Yikes.
I'm going to lean 2-0. What is
Give me a break.
Oh, give me a break.
Yeah. I am too.
I'm not looking at this like, oh my gosh, when they get Purdy back, they're going to be a juggernaut, and you better get them now. I'm not viewing them like that. So I'm not. I don't have that usual fear of San Fran.
Yeah, it's not the same San Francisco from previous years that has you worried. Now, I mean, I will say they've already won 2 games.
Who did they beat week 1?
Seattle.
Yeah, that was.
They've won
BS.
they've won 2 games on the road, 1 in the division. So I mean, the more you stack up and look ahead and go, okay, if you assume they're going to be typically what they are at home, then they're already kind of locked in for minimum 8 wins.
Last one. I'm with you. I think San Fran is kind of like, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, they're back. Just treading water till Purdy comes back. I don't think he's going to cut it. Arizona. They beat the Saints and the Panthers. Those 2 teams are 0-4. They kind of got a bad break on their schedule for a last place for a team that was in last place. They kind of caught a bad break.
I'm going to throw them into the Rams category. I'm not writing them off. I'm going to keep them around as legitimately interesting.
Here's their schedule: Titans, Colts, Packers, Cowboys, Seahawks, Niners, Jags, Bucks road, Rams, Texans, Falcons, Bengals, Rams. I mean, that's not the easiest schedule.
They're interesting, but they're 2-0. Hell no.
I agree.
I don't think they're real.
We have the text messages that everyone is waiting for, and is Bobby's favorite commissioner busted. That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Angel Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweet Curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The G-Bag Nation will be in Argyle this afternoon, supporting some awesome Tolos at Argyle's Fine Wine and Spirits. Head on out for the food trucks and live music, prizes, wine, and bourbon tastings. Plus, all Tolo customers get a $25 gift card. That's G-Bag Live from Argyle. Fine Wine and Spirits this afternoon off $3.77. Bobby, did your favorite sports commissioner get busted yesterday, caught in a lie?
He did, and I don't know what fallout there is from it. Because technically everything related to Adam Silver, Commissioner 2.5, as I like to call him, because he'll always count 1, 2, 2.5, and never get to 3 with any of these players or anybody else. He has made this claim.
It's funny.
This is a couple weeks back that throughout these Pablo Torre investigations, who has become like the Grim Reaper of professional sports.
He's Bernstein. He's sports Bernstein now.
Whenever we talked about how when Don Van Natta comes into town to cover something, I was like,
boy.
oh, there's a chill.
Oh,
like
no.
Pablo Torre is becoming that guy. Whenever he comes through, there's a chill. So he's had this report out there about aspiration and this deal that the Clippers allegedly made to circumvent the salary cap by giving Kawhi Leonard a bunch of money to do nothing. And we're not just talking about his contract where he doesn't play ever. We're talking about like he doesn't have to, it's basically a shell company used to like pay him out extra money under the salary cap. Well, a couple weeks ago, Adam Silver made this claim when speaking to reporters.
When the podcast came out, it was news to me. I'd frankly never heard of the company Aspiration before, and I'd never heard a whiff of anything around an endorsement deal with Kawhi or anything around engagement with the Los Angeles Clippers. So it was all new to me. I heard it. I saw some of the follow-up information.
That is very clear what he's saying, right? Never heard of the company, never heard of a deal the Clippers had with Kawhi, never heard of any of this. It's all news. Like you couldn't be any clearer about what you were aware of before this happened. Well, Pablo Torre yesterday came out with news that, I've got evidence that Adam Silver absolutely knew who Aspiration was. There's no doubt about it. So yesterday, Sports Business Journal was having a sit down. They were having their annual conference that they're doing, and Adam Silver sat down for it, and he started getting asked about this question, and all of a sudden there was a little bit of a course correction from Adam Silver.
Pablo, just to be clear, I'm not sure if I said if I said I never heard of it, I meant in the context of the accusations here. I mean, I certainly was aware of the brand, but I didn't know anything about it.
Got it.
He's a liar, is what he is. He is busted, and sorry, misspoke. No, you didn't. You said each individual fact you had never heard of, and now you're going, well, of course I knew who Aspiration was. Who doesn't? It's like saying you don't know Nike.
Let me hear the first clip one more time.
When the podcast came out, it was news to me. I'd frankly never heard of the company Aspiration before, and I'd never heard a whiff of anything around an endorsement deal with Kawhi or anything around engagement with the Los Angeles Clippers. So it was all new to me. I heard it. I saw some of the follow-up information.
Yeah, that's
he's a liar.
That's a lie.
And
never heard of the company before.
And what are the problem is I guess technically none of this, that's not illegal to lie about that. The only thing is like
but it makes the heat get turned up more to figure. Pablo Torre is going to be like, I got you, and now I'm going to keep digging. I keep though going back to the silence from other owners.
Oh yeah.
Why haven't more spoken out? Why haven't there been more leaked articles? Why is everyone else kind of just going in hiding?
It's the same reason why. It's not always a good idea to sue, because the moment you sue, like
your skeletons,
they can just do discovery on you too.
This is one of you guys wrote it the other night. This may be the honor amongst thieves.
Yeah, I mean, really, it might be. It's like hey, we're not going to stop them because we do the same thing. And for Adam Silver, like there's a plausible deniability in everything, but this company had like a $300 million deal. You don't know somebody who's giving you $250 million to the league?
Yeah. No, but he clearly did know. He told you.
Right.
I don't think I said that. If I did, that's certainly not what I meant. Really, because you went down the list of all the things of like, nope, don't know who they are, don't know about a deal, didn't know about this. Like that was the problem. He was a dummy and made too many. But here's the thing. If they're all doing this and there's a wink deal that Adam Silver's aware of, and ultimately you expose that and say the commissioner and everyone else has agreed to ignore the salary cap, what is the fallout for that? None of the owners are going to try to fire him because they've all benefited from it. Adam Silver's not doing anything illegal, so it's not like, I guess we have seen before congressional involvement for things that aren't illegal technically, but don't follow the rules, and just to see like, are you guys doing everything on the up and up? But man, this feels like they are getting a big time reputation hit off of this, I think.
And then the Clippers are tracking fans at games.
Yeah, this is another ridiculous thing that they're doing. Steve Ballmer was talking to Sports Business Journal also yesterday and just talking about, hey, we're confident in what we've done. We haven't broken the rules. No concerns with that, and covering all those bases. Well, the other quote he gave to them was he was talking about the things that they're doing that are different at the Intuit Dome. And we've talked about the wall of fans and different things like that. He gave this quote, though. He said, "We know 100% of the people in the building because you must log in when you enter the arena, giving us your name and address. We can also track whether you're in your seat, your proximity, and even how loud you are."
How loud?
What the hell are they doing in the Intuit? And this is right on the heels of that clip I sent you over the weekend of the Tennessee Volunteers, who this girl's talking about on TikTok. Yeah, I couldn't get tickets to the football game today. And they're like, why? And she's like, well, because they track how many games you buy tickets for and stay at for other Volunteers games. And if you aren't participating in enough of the other sports, you can't buy tickets to the football game. I don't know that I love this. Organizations and sports teams like overly tracking. How involved are you? Are you buying tickets? Are you staying?
What am I getting?
You cheering?
Am I getting free tickets to a future game if my decibels are loud enough? You track
I don't know what they're doing there.
Mike McCarthy GPS.
Like I know, like
the GPS data.
The tickets are free in college. At least they used to be.
Right, but you can't get the tickets unless you're participating and going to softball and other things.
Hey, I support that. Okay, because you don't want these amateurs going to these big games. Right, you don't want people who just stop cheering when it's a little bit of they're there for a photo. So I support that.
Over to Hollywood and courtroom reporter RJ Choppy.
You want Luigi or you want the Charlie Kirk killer update?
Kirk.
All right.
With this entertainment tonight.
Guys, let me tell you something. This is in 50 years, if they have history books, in the history book is going to say that a femboy, meme lord, trans max, Chad. They're going to have all these terms in there that people are going to be like, what? This is going to be in the history book.
They're not going to say what. They're going to go, yeah, I know what that means.
Yeah, no. People were trying to speculate yesterday, is this guy right or left? And they're like, no, he's not. He's a meme lord. And that apparently is an entirely different side of the political spectrum. It's a horseshoe. It's not a right or left. Built in a horseshoe. I went down a rabbit hole last night, and I'm like, I did not know this side of the internet existed. I wish I'd never found out about this side of the internet. This is wild to me. But they did have his arraignment yesterday. He was not in the courtroom. It was over WebEx, Zoom, or whatever. And they read online the governor of Utah, saying notices bulge ooh woo on his press conference is an actual quote, because that's what it said on one of the bullets. An ooh woo or oh whoa, depending on how you say it. One is like eyes wide popping, and the other one is like, not, but eyes closed.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Dude, that's exactly what I'm saying.
I have no idea.
That's the whole point.
What you're talking about.
But they read his transcript of his text messages with his roommate, who's also his romantic partner.
A literal transcript.
And Tyler said, drop what you're doing, look under my keyboard. So the roommate goes, looks under the keyboard. And he's like, what? You're joking, right? And Tyler, I am still okay, my love, but I am stuck in Orem for a little while longer. Shouldn't be long. But I got to grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. And they're like, you weren't the one that did it, were you? And he's like, yes, I am. And they said, why? Well, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen. And then it goes into this long diatribe about how this is his grandfather's 100-year-old rifle. And they showed the grandpa saw the photo of the rifle on TV and called the dad immediately. He was like, bro. I didn't say bro, he's grandpa. Where's my rifle?
Where's my rifle?
And the dad texts him and says, give me a picture of your rifle. Grandpa wants to know where it's at. Yeah. And he didn't answer the phone. The mom saw the photo of him on the surveillance footage and was like, holy crap. And that's how this whole thing started. And he apparently copped to the roommate that he did it, that he left the rifle. He was meaning to go back and get the rifle, but there were too many police. Yeah. And now Bobby is saying that there's a side of the internet that's like, okay, these are a little bit too written out.
It's too clean. The internet, there's a lot of people on the internet yesterday who went, okay, so this dude who did all these things as careful as he could all of a sudden went, so wait, you did it? Yes, I did it. here was my motive for why I did it. Here's every step of how I did it. And I'm going to put all this in text messages that I know they can see, including I'm going to wait here. The cop car is out front guarding where my gun is, and I can't wait. As soon as he leaves,
what are we trying to say?
I'm not trying to say anything. The internet has tried to say that they believe that this is a patsy. That they don't think that he's that's the new. This is the new Oswald is set up kind of argument that you're getting.
There's a lot of people saying that they're speculating whether he had help from certain groups. There are certain groups that have taken down their social media in the wake of this, and then they're wondering, how did he plan this?
The conspiracy I saw was that the texts were being set up to get the roommate off of any blame. That's the conspiracies I saw, because that certain groups were waiting for the transgender roommate to be guilty and plotting the murder as well, so that we can all just talk about transgenders nonstop. And then again, this is what is so... I hate myself for following the coverage, because no matter what update and story comes out, the opposite side will go, well, no, it's actually this and this. There's two other conspiracy theories to follow up. You can never take anything for what it actually is.
214 says that those texts sound like the King of Arabia asking me to send him money to get out of jail.
And then Luigi, real quick.
Luigi had his terrorism charges dropped. He's only going to get a second-degree murder charge here.
Second degree?
Now, in New York, he still faces a federal crime, obviously federal murder, but the death penalty right now, it looks like would be off the table, although there's not one in New York, but parole is now on the table. So he was going to be 25 to life with no parole. Now he's 25 to life with parole if he gets convicted.
Why are we saying RIP to Pony Up? What's going on at SMU? The college football kegger and our ultimate Cowboy fan hang giveaway is at 7:20. Stick around. Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Just getting started on Sean and RJ 105.3.
very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
radio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
What is going on at SMU? Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. Our ultimate Cowboy fan giveaway is coming up at 7:20 this morning. I'm putting it right on the dot, 7:20. You're going to go to the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. You're going to watch a Cowboy game in the official film room with the Cowboy cheerleaders and a former player of VIP experience. And just wait till you hear what's coming up next week. For turning it on, leaving it on, we're trying to find every single way in the building to thank you for being a Tolo. SMU.
Change is sometimes a good thing, and sometimes it's a really hard thing. And this one from SMU is getting received with some negative pushback here. So we all know that when we talk about SMU, the term is pony up. And that's been the term for, I would have thought it was longer. It's only been since 2007 they've really used it. But pony up has been kind of their go-to phrase since 2007. SMU, according to the Dallas Morning News, their trustees chair, David Miller, made a bold statement to the arena full of SMU fans on Friday night. He said, quote, "Pony up has died a natural death," he said at a private screening at Moody Coliseum of Thunder On, Resurgence of the SMU Mustangs, the new ESPN documentary. For months, SMU has been phasing out the Pony Up slogan on its social media platforms. The SMU Athletics flagship Twitter account hasn't used hashtag Pony Up in a post since May. New athletic director Damon Evans used the hashtag frequently in his first few weeks on the job, but hasn't since April 13th. After this statement on Friday, SMU fans started freaking out on social media. We're very upset by it. Miller said, "I'm surprised by the negative reaction to it." And the guy to blame, apparently, or credit, depending on how you feel about it, is none other than one of our favorite interviews on the show, friend of the show, Rhett Lashley, the SMU football coach. Great coach, great interview. He and some of the other coaches had communicated to the university, apparently, hey, when we're out there trying to recruit kids and try and really convince them of this program, we don't know how much we want to say, come be a pony and pony up.
No.
We want the hard-charging Mustang. That's what we want.
Oh.
And so they're trying to phase out the pony up imagery and the pony, like calling them the ponies. I guess they don't want to do that as much. They want to be the Mustangs. Masculine, toxic masculinity here. But SMU, is this...
This is like wizards and bullets.
Like Seinfeld. Nobody likes anybody that ever had a pony.
I don't know if that's true. Oh, I guess you'd think of a little spoiled girl, maybe.
Spoiled brat, right? Yeah, having a pony. Man, I mean, it's just
they're trying to recruit
name.
football players, not furries.
But
okay?
What other schools go and sit down and drop the school slogan in the recruiting pitch that really gets the kid fired up? Give me some other schools.
I think it's more just like if you're out there, like when you're posting the recruiting photo or you're hanging out with them, and then it's like, here we go, hashtag pony
Guns up.
Yeah. Guns up. Yeah.
Guns up.
You're not changing that
Hook 'em.
one.
That's
exactly.
cool. Okay, I get it. Pony up. But man.
But then there are a lot of mascot names where if you just say the name, you don't really know. Like, what is a Crimson Tide?
Right.
Well, here's what Rhett Lashley said. He said we love our fans and we love passionate fans. And if you say pony up to me, I'm gonna freaking say pony up back. Is what Rhett Lashley said. He said, and if you say go Mustangs, I'm gonna say go Mustangs. And if you say kick 'em Stangs, I'm gonna kick something. He goes, there's room, and then Damon Evans said, there's room for everyone here on the hilltop. Some love pony up, some love go Mustangs. We're going to embrace the strength and boldness of the Mustangs because that's who we are, and pony up will remain the rallying cry for many of our fans.
I guess I shouldn't. Have you ever had a Mustangs fan say it and you're like, oh, you guys have a soft slogan?
Nope, never thought anything. I like the slogan.
I like it too. I think it's pretty good.
I like calling them the ponies. I don't think anything of like it's soft. I think of it as like just a shorthand for the Mustangs.
I guess I shouldn't roll my eyes at something this small because of what happened yesterday with Bill Belichick.
Okay, so this is interesting because Belichick obviously, does his press conference where he says nothing. Because he doesn't ever want to step in it, in part. Doesn't want to give anything away, doesn't want to give them bulletin board material, doesn't want to step in it. Well, here's an example of him maybe stepping in it. They are playing UCF this weekend. That is the University of Central Florida. They just go by UCF. They're also the Knights. They used to go by the Knights of Pegasus. Then they went by the Golden Knights.
Peg up.
Right. And now they just go by the Knights.
Peg them.
The UCF Knights. The UCF Knights and Bill Belichick.
This is their slogan like this. It's hook 'em
Turn
or
those bullhorns down a little.
no. Turn them parallel.
There we go. So here's Belichick talking about the game against UCF.
We'll just go through the preparations for Central, and it's another good football team. I know Scott does a good job down there, but we'll have to, gear up for what they do, and they've got a lot of skilled athletes. They get the ball in space a lot, and defensively they got some explosive guys we're gonna have to handle. So, we'll find out.
Go big game against Central. He just called it Central. He's got no idea. He has no idea who's in the league. He doesn't know who's playing. This is
they're up in arms over this,
and the UCF fans are like, hey, that's how we go by UCF. TCU was like, they had a point where they were like, hey, we're gonna just go by TCU.
I saw someone tweet, I was indifferent to Belichick before this, but now I hate him.
Yeah, now it's like, all right, he's calling the teams by the wrong name. He's just stepping in it. But yeah, this is Belichick. The players probably don't care. The players are mercenaries at this point. They don't care. They don't even know. They don't even know the history. I'm
Central.
Yeah, but if you were to, I'm sure it's something you could get them fired up about. It. Just like, listen to this, you're getting disrespected. He doesn't even know who you are.
College football kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. Dabo Swinney met the media. Now, Dabo has been known this year especially to go on the 7, 8, 9-minute answer session diatribes. He will just... His opening statement will be 3 minutes, then he'll have a 7-minute answer to a question.
He did this preseason sit-down with Belichick for, ESPN, and it was like Dabo was the greatest coach of all time. It was like Belichick was interviewing Dabo versus Dabo being like, let me try to get something out of Bill. Let me learn from him.
Right.
No, it was Dabo doing all the talking.
So here's the crew neck basically daring Clemson and the fans to get rid of him.
If they want me gone, if they tired of winning, they can send me on their way because that's all we've done is win. So if they tired of winning, we've won this league 8 out of the last 10 years. Is that not good? I'm just asking. Is that good? I don't know if that's good or not. To win your league 8 out of 10 years, to go to the playoffs 7 out of 10 years, to be in 4 national championships, win it twice. Yeah, we're a little down right now. Take your shots, but I got a long memory in case y'all don't know. We'll be all right. We'll bounce back. This is a program built to last. Always has been. Always will be. And I would just say if you give up on us if you don't believe in us because we've lost 2 games down to the last straight and we're one, you didn't believe in us anyway, so it don't matter. You wasn't all in anyway. If you're all in, you burn the ships, man. There ain't no exit strategy. You're freaking all in. And hey, listen, if Clemson's tired of winning, they send me on my way, but I'm gonna go somewhere else and coach. I ain't going to the beach. Hell, I'm 55. I got a long way to go. Y'all gonna have to deal with me for a while. I got a long way to go. I'm just getting going. I'm just now good enough to be a head coach.
Just now good enough to be a head coach. Forget what I was winning.
These college
I hate him and I love him at the same time. I don't know why.
I was just about to say the same thing. I love listening to his accent. I love listening to him speak, but I can't stand him and what he says.
Hey, son, you want to jump off this wagon? You jump right off. I'm going to keep driving this wagon as fast as this thing can go. Knock all these wheels off.
It's like Rob Wright. I'll have a job in 5 minutes.
He's lost more games in the last 2 years and 3 games than he lost in the 7 years from 2015 to 2021. This is not the same Clemson program he had at the back end of the decade.
Definitely not. And look, none of the programs are the same, right? They're not able to hoard talent. Clemson was always top in recruiting. And then the NIL changed a little bit of things, and you get other teams that could step in. But here's the thing about Clemson: what was Clemson before Dabo?
Nothing.
Yeah, Dabo's a legend for what he built at Clemson. There's no doubt. But
they're saying the same thing. At least Mike Gundy's son is saying the same thing about Oak State. What does that buy you?
Right. It shouldn't,
for how long?
It shouldn't buy you anything because the era has changed so much, and he hasn't changed with it, and that's a problem.
The difference is Oak State. Dabo took Clemson to levels Oak State never dreamed of.
Gundy.
But, I'm sorry.
Gundy took Oak State to levels?
No. Dabo took Clemson to levels that Oklahoma State has not come close, right?
Yes.
So, yes, while Gundy has a leash, Dabo's got a lifeline, but that does come with an expiration date. If you're not going to do things the way that you need to do things to win nowadays.
And what is he not doing just to reset?
Well, he didn't embrace the transfer portal early. I mean, and look, there's
still really hasn't.
He really hasn't. But there's pride in that. Like, hey, look, we get guys in here.
Yeah.
We want them here 4 years. They graduate. Look, that's an honorable thing, right? You're not looking for mercenaries. You're looking to build things what you perceive to be the right way. But it's just
But did he reject NIL and paying?
Yes, he has not wanted to embrace that the same way as he said, we're about NIL here. We build in God's name, image, and likeness was the exact quote he gave us. And he last year, he's so funny. Last year he got like into the playoffs. He's like, we're going to be in the playoffs. He's like, well, how fun would that be? You know how mad everybody would be? Everybody's mad that we're in there with 3 losses. How funny would it be if we won the first title with 3 losses?
Yeah, I want him. He has to be in the sport. I just don't want him coaching my team.
Gosh, when he's out of coaching, I will love him on the desk job.
Yes.
He will be great on there. But he is irritating in a lot of ways.
Real quick, the college football fans are coming after College Game Day a little bit because now College Game Day, when they do their pick segment, they're giving the spread, and they're talking about the game against the spread now.
Mm-hmm.
And College Football Fan.
Nice little sponsor that goes along with that.
Yep. But College Football Fan is not thrilled with that. They're like, just give it the picks. They don't want the against the spread picks. They don't care about the against the spread picks.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that's part of it now, right? Like, is gambling not so intertwined?
Yeah. I really do hate desk, like when they have like desk analysts throwing against the spread. That does annoy me.
So when it's like Herb Street or whatever.
That I don't need. Like whenever they have Bradshaw or Howie Long on the NFL coverage with their spread picks, I'm like, just tell me who you think's going to. I don't care about that. Let the gambling experts have somebody who's even a gambling expert, but don't make them do it.
Yeah, I can see it where you get the what's the guy, the Bear?
Yeah.
Get him doing the against the spread stuff. So there's that. And I saw this nice little article on Josh Hoover over at TCU that he is shooting up draft boards, Bob.
Is he? I hadn't asked about him yet.
They're shooting up. There's a couple of guys that are trending up. He's a redshirt junior. He was a 3-star player. Apparently, obviously Mateer has been shooting up draft boards, and then Carson Beck is another one. And Beck and Mateer are now like your Heisman favorites. But Carson went to Miami, and nobody. I mean, how many people thought he was like a true pro prospect? And
there was some split. Yeah, there were split opinions on
and
that.
now they are really looking at him like, okay, we could see this guy going much higher than we thought.
The College Football Kegger with Ralph James Choppy here on Sean and RJ. We have Chopping It Up at 7:40. We have Power Rankings Week 2 edition at 8 o'clock. But next, I told you, get ready, 7:20, the Ultimate Cowboys Fan Hang Giveaway. And NFL overreactions or not, the Giants are actually better than we think. And Brandon Aubrey can make the Hall of Fame without a ring. NFL overreactions or not, Cowboys Ultimate Fan Hang Giveaway. We go commercial free with the Expressway right after.
And it's brought to you by the on-time experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. All right, Tolos, here's your chance to win a one-of-a-kind experience. 877-881-1053, caller number 10. Here's your chance to attend the Ultimate Cowboys Fan Hang presented by our friends at Whataburger. You and a guest will enjoy game day inside the Star on the very seats where the team breaks down plays and talks strategy. You'll be joined by the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, and a former Cowboys player will be hanging out with you to talk football as well and give you an insider's perspective. Plus, you'll be enjoying a delicious Whataburger lunch with some exclusive goodies to take home. Be caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 to win. And if you don't win this time, don't worry, your next chance to win will be at 10:45 with the KNC Masterpiece right here on The Fan.
All right, we are commercial free in the Expressway. We're going to chop it up at 7:40. Week 2 of the Power Rankings at 8 o'clock. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. And we have NFL overreactions or not.
All right, so let's that we're more than 24 hours past the game. We're 48 hours past the game now. Is there any chance the Giants are better than we think?
Go on before Bobby starts laughing too much.
Like, the short answer is no, they're not, right?
Nope, they're not.
But, if Russ and Neighbors have this connection going, and Neighbors is really good.
Yeah.
Really, really good. And Robinson kind of steps up a little bit. Like, they're going to steal some wins against a playoff team, are they not?
Here's the thing. How many times on Sunday were we like, what a play by Neighbors? Or what versus, why is no one standing there? Why is no one guarding the spot that they're supposed to go? If they played the Cowboys against that coverage every week, yes, they would break all the records. Malik Neighbors would go for 3,000 yards. It'd be incredible. No, they're not. They're not as good.
The answer is no, but here's what I will say about the Giants. They should have enough first round, second round, high draft pick talent stocked up.
Yeah.
To do things like this here and there.
Here and there.
Give me the draft round status of the guys I'm about to name.
Okay.
Malik.
He was first.
He torched you. Wandale.
He was a second.
He torched you. We know Brian Burns with this offensive line.
First round pick.
They traded a first.
Right.
Well, he was a first round pick, and they traded first, and Kayvon Thibodeau was a first round pick. And yeah, they've got guys that missed the capital. Evan Neal and Andrew Thomas on the offensive line, first round picks.
Like if you look
top
at
10 picks.
Top 10 picks.
Yeah, these have been high. They should be good by now.
So from that standpoint, I think about it for a half second, but no, the answer is no.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson can't be. We had the Giants guy on a preview, and he's like, we saw what Russ was, and he's like recalling like 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And we had 4 years of in-between time,
right?
And the Cowboys sit there and make him look like a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I mean, they made him look like vintage prime Russ and beat better than that, really.
Yeah, better than that.
He laughed, too, when we said, though, like, hey, so if Andrew Thomas can't play, who's out there? He's like, they're not going to be able to block. Like, what are you going to ask? They can't stop anybody if he's not out there.
Jerry coming on here yesterday, and it's one of the best. That was his selling point to make us try not to feel as devastated over the defensive performance. This is one of the greatest deep ball throwers of all time. Well, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and if you don't cover the deep, then he can throw a deep ball against no coverage, which is what happened.
This is a guy who's had a great, successful career. Yeah, that was 4 years ago, maybe longer. So, no, I would say overreaction to the Giants. I hope it's true. Make me feel better. Make me feel better. Bargaining, I think that's called 5 stages, but no.
If they go and if they're 0-, I don't think they're going to be 0-6 in the division. If they steal a game at home against the Cowboys, that's not going to surprise me.
I mean, it's the very last game of the year, too. So, I mean, who knows how everybody.
Tell me how many wins they get with this upcoming schedule. This is the Giants. Both at home coming up. Chiefs, Chargers.
No. Well, there's one win this week.
At the Saints. I mean, that's going to be
maybe. You might be able to win that.
Eagles at home.
I would think not.
At Denver. At Philly.
No.
San Fran at home.
Ooh. That's tough.
Yeah, I mean, they might be.
And that's why I didn't think
they'll be 2-7.
And that start is why I was like, man, there's not a window for Jackson Dart here. Where's the window for him to start? You want to have generally, if you're not going to start him just from the beginning and just let him go, you're looking for a soft landing spot.
Yeah.
Where's the soft landing? At New Orleans? Since when is playing in the Superdome?
You generally don't like debuting somebody on the road.
Right. So, especially in New Orleans, right? You would not do that. So, what are you going to do? You're going to debut him at home against Philly?
It'll be December 1st at New England.
And then you mentioned all the way up to San Francisco, but even after that, at the Bears, at home against the Packers, at the Lions, at the Patriots, and then you finally get a bye week, week 14. Maybe coming out of the bye.
Yeah, December.
Washington at home, Minnesota at home. You finished with 3 out of 4 at home. Maybe that's it.
Like otherwise, there's no window to put this poor guy out there.
Yeah, at Patriots, Commanders, Vikings, Raiders, Cowboys to end the season. That can be your Jackson Dart time.
There you go. Overreaction or not, Brandon Aubrey can make the Hall of Fame without a ring.
Not an overreaction. If he continues to do what he does 50 plus and everyone else doesn't catch up with it, Bobby's going to have more on this at 8:40.
Well,
the tease here was how juiced are Brandon Aubrey's balls.
Whoa.
So I have to read that at 8:40.
It's a real question. Mike Sando wrote about his balls and how juiced they are.
Yeah.
And how juiced everybody's balls are.
But no, I do not think it's an overreaction.
No.
If he continues with a very similar pace.
He is. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say right now everything we've seen, even though it's very, very short, he's the greatest kicker I've ever seen. Like I don't think that's an overreaction. It's like how 3 years after Patrick Mahomes started, people were like, yeah, that's that's like the greatest dude I've ever seen.
Will also depend how long he hangs on.
Right, because he can't play 3 more years.
Yeah, people thought Dan Bailey initially was going to be most accurate forever and ever, and then he just fell off.
And Vinatieri towards the end were like, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's like the baseball player who holds on for 2 or 3 more years to drag down their average.
Yeah. Now the thing with Vinatieri is like, he had so many big moments. I don't know that his legacy was ever going to change.
Right.
But, you got to look at Justin Tucker.
Justin Tucker
is, he's the best kicker of all time at the moment. But what's that going to do for the future with Brandon Aubrey if he keeps doing this? Because remember, he did have he had a 66-yard field goal to win it a couple years ago. Tucker did in Detroit.
If you, Justin Tucker is a free agent right now. But I don't think he's technically retired. So if you consider that, the 7 most accurate kickers in the history of the NFL are all playing right now. And Aubrey doesn't count as one of them because he doesn't have enough kicks. Otherwise, he would be the top 8.
Wow. Do you think it's an overreaction? And why did you throw the ring into it?
Because
did the Hall of Fame do that with kickers?
Well, 70% of all players in the Hall have a ring. But the only kickers in the Hall, there's very few kickers in the Hall. I think the for them, for kickers, it's not about making kicks; it's about making big kicks, right? Yeah. Memorable moments. Adam Vinatieri, if you go look at his numbers, they don't pop.
Right.
Morton Anderson. I don't remember any big Morton Anderson kicks.
I don't either,
and he's in the Hall of Fame. But it's because he led the NFL in scoring or whatever he did.
Yeah, he did it for years. Overreaction or not, Patrick Mahomes cannot catch Tom Brady if he misses the playoffs.
Overreaction. It's still going to end up with the amount of rings that he has. But for the first time, I've bumped Mahomes down the top quarterback list. Josh Allen's a better quarterback right now because you can't even make a weapons argument. Oh, Josh has this and that. No. I would even say Mahomes has... I wouldn't even say. It's a fact. Mahomes has more well-known names around him, even though
it's older.
You're Rashee Rice and you're Xavier Worthy.
Free four.
What's that?
That's the shirts they were wearing. Free 4.
Yeah, the free Rashee Rice shirts because the Chiefs think that's who cares that he's a felon and he sent 2 people to the hospital? Britt Reed sent people to the hospital too. We didn't care about that. Why would we care?
Free 4?
Yeah, they're idiots. They were wearing them as warm-up shirts against the Eagles the other day.
Yeah, that's pretty stupid. But no, it's an overreaction if they miss the postseason.
Yeah, if they miss the postseason, I don't think it's he can't catch him. It's just a matter of the question is, does he have the capacity at all over the next decade to catch? I don't know. Because, he's not, if you look at over the last...
Because no one's going to remember, I think, one non-playoff season.
I don't think so either.
You usually stick to that.
Because to me, the mark of, the elite quarterbacks, they always kind of wake up and win 10, 11, 12 games. They always get you to the playoffs. And what happens there is a little bit of luck that gets thrown in. But because we've never seen an elite, the quarterbacks that he's compared to, the Bradys, the Montanas, the Mannings. Like once they get going, they never really miss the playoffs.
He is over his last 32 games, 48 touchdowns, 28 turnovers, and he's averaging 6.8 yards per attempt. He's just the last 2 years he's had a lot of trouble.
I'm getting ready to start Caleb Williams over him in fantasy this week.
Oh boy,
do it.
Well,
Do
this
it.
week. This week.
This
baby.
week.
Yeah,
See
this
ya,
week, Mike.
Dallas
Absolutely.
D.
Overreaction or not, the Lions are still a title contender.
Not an overreaction.
Even without the coordinators.
Yeah,
Not
they
an
just dropped
overreaction.
50.
They did.
We got to stop. I'm sorry. We got to stop pretending like Aaron Glenn had made them the top defense of the. He was not. They have a lot of talent on that Lions defense, and they were not good enough.
Yeah.
So I don't know why everybody's like falling in love with Aaron Glenn. Is like, gosh, what are they going to do without him?
He had great PR. Somehow he had great PR.
Yeah, he has Sean
Payton's PR guy.
PR team. That's right.
Ben Johnson was really good for them, and I guess remains to be seen how much he impacts them. But they whooped up on him. So no, not an overreaction.
I agree. The NFL has become more predictable than the other sports from a who can win the title perspective.
Do you have some teams?
So, for example,
data?
like this year, like if you were asked who can win the title, I think most people would say Bills, Eagles, Ravens,
Packers.
Maybe one or two other teams.
And everyone's been saying they're tired of Chiefs-Eagles.
They're tired of
Seems
Chiefs-Eagles.
like we're just getting Chiefs-Eagles.
Whereas in baseball, you could probably say I could see 8 different teams winning the title this year.
The question here is against the NBA. With
Right.
the change we've kind of had to where NBA teams can surprise you now.
Right.
That used to feel like the most locked
You used to
in.
have to be top 4. Like
Yeah.
nobody ever really pulled upsets in the playoffs, like outside of the top 4.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, it's not an overreaction in the sense that we think it was the Patriots pretty consistently, and now lately it's been the Chiefs and the 49ers. It's been Chiefs, 49ers, Eagles. So I guess not an overreaction.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I mean college football. I still feel like every year you kind of know exactly who's got a chance to win it.
I like this year. I think we're week 3, and we could tell. There's not really a title contender out of the SEC.
That's so weird because they're so great, and it's like a
They're very
different level
deep.
of football.
They're very deep. They don't have a title contender though.
Buccaneers were a surprise over the course of the past 5 years. The Brady year.
Yep. No, for sure. Yeah.
Everyone thought Tom was done, and not trying to sign him up. But I would say not an overreaction. I'd like to see some different teams.
Some different teams. I would too.
Dallas.
Overreaction or not, Daniel Jones is the new Baker, the new Geno, the new Darnold.
It's an overreaction. I'm not. I liked Daniel Jones and his
Tried to pick him in
toughness.
fantasy. Did I get him? Did I get him?
What's that?
I said I tried to pick him up in fantasy.
It's been nice to see him have success. I kind of root for him a little bit because I do like how tough he was, and he dealt with a lot of, I felt like, unfair work that he had to create during those years that he was in New York. But no, I think that ultimately, no, he's not going to have a revival here.
Guess his QBR.
68.
66.
81.
Oh
no,
an 80.8.
That's really good.
3 rushing touchdowns, threw for 272 and 316. 316 against Denver.
It's pretty good.
Like that wasn't a 16. No, it's very good. It wasn't a 16-13 game.
Right.
This was 29-28.
Yeah, 20.
Yeah. What's your answer to it?
I'm not ready to say he's the next one of them. Okay, he's been tremendous this year. I'm going to call that an overreaction, but I will be probably.
And who's he throwing to? Every year it's just Michael Pittman. That's the only Colts receiver I can name. They got Warren now.
Alec Pierce is really good. Alec Pierce was one of the guys I think the Cowboys were looking at when they went and got Pickens.
I'm waiting for Carson Wentz to be the next Sam Darnold if he does with what Kevin O'Connell hopes he can.
Yeah. No, I'll say overreaction, though. I think that ultimately we've seen enough of Daniel Jones to know who Daniel Jones is.
Next one, overreaction or not. Indy is the best team in the AFC South.
Not an overreaction.
What did you write about Trevor yesterday?
Gosh, there was this article over at Bleacher Report or SB Nation that was just destroying Trevor Lawrence because it said Trevor Lawrence simply isn't who he thought he was. He's generationally average. And that's a gross, but like I was wondering when you look at a guy like Trevor Lawrence, if is he a bigger bust than somebody like Tim Couch, who Tim Couch was a worse player, but the expectations were so much higher for Lawrence. So the idea being, are you a bust relative to your expectations or based on how good were you?
How long was Tim Couch in the league?
4 or 5 years.
Yeah. So Tim Couch he was in the league for 5 years. He's a bigger bust than Trevor.
Yeah, I see what Bobby's saying. Like, if you count the expectations, because, like, I look at that like, was Jeff George had a lot of expectations on him.
Yeah.
And that was, he played 15 years.
The most ignorant statement at the end of that article, though, was they said, on the bright side, Jags fans, take solace knowing you're paying $5 million less per season than the Cowboys are to Dak Prescott.
Ouch!
It's like, I would rather... people don't want to pay Dak 60. That's fine. Dak at 60 is a better value than Trevor Lawrence at 55.
It is not an overreaction that the Colts are the best team in the AFC South.
I agree. I don't think they're going to win it. I'm not buying that. But, they're right now, nobody has come close to playing like they have.
Houston's such a mess.
Houston's a mess. Jacksonville, nobody trusts.
Dude, Houston had the head coach quarterback combo.
Yeah, I thought they were going to be in the Super Bowl last year at the start of the season. They've been a complete disappointment.
Here's the schedule, by the way, for the Colts coming up. At the Titans, at the Rams, Raiders, Cardinals, at Chargers, Titans again at home, Steelers, Falcons.
You can see them being 6-2.
Titans 3-0. Let's just say Rams 3-1. Raiders 4-1. Cardinals 5-1. 5-2 you lose at LA, and then there you go, 6-2.
But Delta Burke calling plays too. I mean, it's going to be.
Wow.
She could be like.
Stop,
they could be 10.
Holy
What?
cow.
What's the reference?
It's
Delta Burke. She's an
Ursay's daughter. Ursay's daughter on the
I'll show you
headset.
what she looks like. You've seen Ursay's daughter, right?
Yeah, I've seen her. I just don't know the name that you're
That's
saying.
Delta Burke. She's an actress.
From like the 80s and 90s. Overreaction or not, Cleveland should let one of the kids start. Gabriel, Shador.
Oh, they got stomped by Baltimore, right? There's a lot of noise surrounding that game too, with the Browns' anniversary. Jerry Jeudy was saying there's no one that can cover me. Shots fired from Cleveland.
Yeah, they had the Browns playing the Ravens on the anniversary of Baltimore moving there 30 years ago. And it was like, or I guess the anniversary of their first game there. And it's like, boy, that's low. That's really, really low. I know the NFL is trying to create a rivalry here. You don't need to try with that too. That the Browns can't stand the Ravens. That's low. You honor their 30th anniversary there with the oh God, it's disgusting.
It's an overreaction. One of the kids starts this October 19th against Miami. You do not throw them out there with this schedule coming up of Green Bay, Detroit, Minnesota, Pittsburgh. We'll start it off against the AFC East. We'll go Miami, New England, Jets, Ravens, Raiders. That's where throw out Dylan Gabriel. As also another Browns-Ravens note was Shador telling Baltimore, don't pick me in the fifth because Lamar, I'm not going to get any playing time.
That feels like piling on to me from Adam Schefter. Schefter had the report this week that the Ravens were about to take Shador Sanders in the 5th round, and that it was communicated, it was made clear that Shador Sanders did not want to go to Baltimore and back up Lamar Jackson, which whether that's true or not, and if it's true, he's being a baby, fine, whatever else. But it seems it's week 2. Where was your story in April? Where was your story in May? Like, I understand it's Ravens-Browns week now, but you drop it kickoff before in week 2. It's like, okay, now you're just piling on. Like, if you had this note and didn't want to say it back in April, don't say it now. Now it seems over the top.
Being a baby or smart competitive move?
No, because I think behind Lamar, there's clearly been stability in being Lamar's backup. Like, people have had success doing that and having to step in. Lamar has gotten hurt at different points and needed to step in.
I get not wanting to be a backup. Like, I there's a respect that I have for that. Like, he wants to play. He doesn't want to be a backup. There are certainly worse. The Ravens are a good, well-run organization, and Lamar ain't playing forever. I mean, he looks like he's going to, but he won't.
By the way, back on the Browns really quickly, Dylan Gabriel's going to be 25 in 2 months already.
Wow.
He's so much older. So you can't call him one of the kids because he's already a senior citizen.
NFL overreactions or not with RJ Choppy. Week 2 power rankings, 1 through 5 or 5 through 1. Did the Cowboys have any movement? We'll do that at 8 o'clock on your official home of the Cowboys and Rangers. We'll have some Diamond Calves at 8:20 along with the random Wednesday wheel spin on this hump day. Expressway commercial-free hump day means this.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
They are coming for your battery reduction and your cell phone. That's what they're coming for. 2 things here happened. One, we got some complaints about the new iOS. But Uber, I don't like this, and you're an Uber guy.
Yes.
You use Uber a lot.
Racked them up on Saturday.
But according to some internet sleuths, Uber is using a secret way into pressuring you to pay surge pricing. So what they're noticing is that if your battery is low...
How can they notice that? How can they know what my cell phone battery is?
The app sharing. So basically the settings on your app, the information that your phone allows the app to see, it'll... You know how when you open an app for the first time, it'll say, give your permission for this, your permission for this. It's one of the default settings of permissions that your app has.
What the hell? That's so useless.
This is probably a Steve Ballmer idea.
Yeah, so when your battery is dying, Uber AI knows you're less likely to wait for surge prices to drop or shop around for alternatives.
Dude.
So they keep the surge pricing high for longer on your phone. So if you're sitting there after a Cowboy game, you got 12% battery, and I'm after a Cowboy game and I got 93% battery, right? And we're gonna get like an hour and a half after the game. I look on my Uber app and it's like, hey, $12, and then you look on yours and it's $38 because they kept the surge pricing high for you because they know you're not going to wait because you can't.
This is the equivalent of hotels charging you $600 a night during a winter freeze.
Yeah,
that's what I think. This is low. This is disgusting and low. I hate this.
Now they say it's false. Uber has said this is 100% false.
Of course, we're not spying on you.
We don't use any information about a cell phone battery level in setting prices, and we never have. However, there are plenty of people who have said no. I can attest to this. Me and my friend, they were sitting right next to each other. One at a low battery, high battery, and that happens. But Snopes says this is unproven.
Who?
Snopes. Snopes is a fact-checking.
Yeah, they were so back in the day whenever there was like, is this a true story? And you were trying to figure out if somebody had
it's like 83%
died
true.
or if then you would look it up on Snopes and they'd tell you if this is actually true or not or verified. And then people started saying, nope, it's a political organization and we don't believe it anymore.
More cell phone battery issues. iPhone users raging over the new update. This is the update, the 26 or whatever it is. They're claiming it drains the batteries faster than ever. And this is on the heels because I think, is it Friday, Peyton, the new one comes out?
Yep, and I believe I'll be getting it. So there you go.
Well. They are very upset with what they call the ugly design. They're calling it an ugly design.
Why are you doing this with Bobby sitting right here?
There have been so many posts.
Blowing his head
I saw some TikTok recently where this girl was like, one of the reasons why I'll never switch, when y'all's phones break, like, where do you go to get them fixed if you guys don't have Apple stores or blah, blah, blah? And then everybody in the comments are like, my phone's literally never broken. And she's like, what do you mean your phone's never broken? And they couldn't even... The back button alone is the reason to keep the Android or the reason to switch to the Android. You don't even have a back button on the iPhone.
Listen.
It's a superior piece of technology. And when people do the broke boy thing where they're like, oh, you just broke? You got the cheap little Android? Y'all know these phones are more expensive than the iPhones a lot of times, right?
Look, I have an iPhone. I'm fully on your side. I understand.
Had both.
Yeah, I've had both. The iPhone is a lesser phone. It's just also...
It's a social status. That's the only reason anybody has it.
It's easier to be a human with an iPhone because it's easier to have friends. You get kicked out of every group chat.
Great. Love it. Love being kicked out of group chats.
I would prefer that. No, Bobby, you love group chats. You're so annoying.
I do not. I love trolling you. That's a difference.
Yeah. It's just now it is easier with the videos now, but that was the main reason why I got the iPhone. I'm gonna get one this weekend, I think, but not the new one. I'm gonna get the 16. You're
gonna get the older version when the newer one's out.
Yeah, Yeah.
Can you
I don't know if that's
remember
ever been done.
Can you remember a time?
Right.
It seems like so long ago when he didn't have access to the reactions, the text reactions. The RJ laughed at this or like emphasized this. That became his favorite. As soon as he switched to that, he's not switching back just because he'd lose the reactions to the text.
Damn right I would. I love those reactions. Speaking of, great segue there, Bobby Belt.
That's what I do.
Gen Z is coming after the double exclamation mark. All right, that's called the emphasize. I don't know why they say emphasize. That's a dumb thing. It's exclamation mark, right? So that is one of the reactions that you can do, obviously.
I use that one all the time.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't ever know what it means. Yeah, what do you mean when you use it?
Because I think everyone's definition is different.
Sometimes I think when Sean uses it, he's using it like "holy cow," and then other times he's using it as like "yes, that." But I can't tell totally.
Both.
Okay.
Both.
All right.
But normally like a holy cow thing.
Yeah, that's mine. It's like I agree exactly with what you're saying. That's how I use it.
Or you say something shocking, and I'm like, whoa.
Yeah. Okay. So this is this kid did this TikTok where he was trying to explain to his parents, this is the proper way to use this. Okay. And he is saying, before you're about to hit the double exclamation mark, stop and ask yourself, 1, do I agree with what they're saying? 2, am I in the same situation? 3, are they ignoring me and I want attention? Right? Some people will do that.
I put the question mark on that.
You'll send a text, then you'll respond to your own text, with a question mark. And they said, outside of those things applying, a simple thumbs up will suffice, which is contradictory because I thought the thumbs up was
agree.
Well, it is agree, but there are also some that think the thumbs up is like
passive aggressive.
Passive aggressive. Like, hey, all right,
yeah,
gotcha, man.
I do get that. I do get the thumbs up. I remember when we first said that, I was like, I don't think so. And then ever since I heard that, there are times where I get, I'm like, maybe that is.
Well, if you do it in person, like, yeah, man.
Yeah, like, sure, buddy.
Yeah, then in person, it's definitely passive aggressive.
So people are saying like,
otherwise, it's gotcha. Okay, good.
Yeah.
We're good to go.
Because people are saying like that older folks are saying like, I thought the emphasize was the same as saying like OMG.
Could be.
Right? Or I agree. Or whatever.
This is like Twitter. Okay, this is like liking things on Twitter or retweeting. There can be 10 different explanations for it. I can like something on Twitter because I like it. I could like something on Twitter because I appreciate you just writing to me, period. So, like, thank you for the message. I could like something to go back and remember it.
That's why I was glad when Twitter introduced bookmarks. Because then stuff I didn't necessarily agree with, but I wanted to remember, I would bookmark. And the person who it's their tweet, when you bookmark their tweet, they don't get a notification that you did.
Yeah, I sometimes I'll just like, if I'm in a mood, I'll just like people, like what they say, just for responding to me.
So I was wondering, if I wake up from a nap and you guys are 14 deep in the messages in the group chat, and am I limited in the number of symbols I can use? Is that lazy?
I try to limit.
Because I'll wake up sometimes, or I'll catch up on a text chat, and I'll boom, 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 hit you with like 4 or 5. 3 thumbs up here, 2 exclamations here. Is that lazy?
It's a lot on my end as the Android.
What do you mean?
Because
he doesn't see the heart.
Do you know how it shows up on my phone?
It spells it out like love.
It's spelled not only just that, it'll spell out. I'll show you exactly what it'll do. What it does is, for instance, see this? Sean Sharif laughed at, and then it puts the whole tweet in quotation marks. So when you do that, it'll look like 8 essays were just sent. I'm like, the hell is? And it's it's just reaction.
Yeah. Now I'm going to do that every damn day. Every day.
So the longest text in there, if you react to them, it'll resend that long text to me again.
Okay.
Sean and RJ here, 105 through the fan. It is chopping it up. This is interesting. This is a new hire who was fired on the hire date for not showing up to work.
Must be friends with Peyton.
Absolutely.
After yesterday.
So this person this new hire got an email saying, this email is to inform you their employment has been terminated effective immediately for not reporting to work on your first day. If you have questions, please reply, yada, yada, yada. The shocked new hire goes to Reddit to share the grievances. Because what they're saying is that they didn't know this was the start date. That the way the offer letter wrote is the proposed start date. They thought it was the 22nd of the month and not the 2nd of the month. And they're like, what? You told me to show up on the 22nd. but the start date was on the 2nd. So now this new hire is trying to go through some kind of a lawsuit here. That seems like a quick trigger.
Yeah. You're telling me that the person didn't show up for the first day and the job fired them? I don't even really believe that.
I've heard of people getting fired, no call, no show day one, but this is like the Jimmy and Jerry thing with the contract on the draft room cameras and everything else, where it's like, this seems like a pretty easy way to determine who's wrong here. It's like, if the offer letter does say, or whatever the letter is, if you can produce it and it shows the 22nd, that sounds like, that's wrongful termination. Give them the job back.
Well, let's just say we had a miscommunication for one day.
Right.
Come to work.
It can happen.
One day you meant, okay.
Yeah.
I've been dealing without the job being filled for whatever amount of time. You messed up. Let's not have it happen again.
So
or someone messed up. Come to work.
So you missed Monday. Yeah, big deal.
So what?
Yeah, and this was also like, I think this was the day after Labor Day. This original story happened, and then this thing kind of took up some steam over the past couple of days. So that's a strange one. I don't understand that at all.
Did it say what the job was?
It didn't say. It didn't say what the company was or what the job was. Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. This engineering firm have designed a system that is going to cover airplanes with airbags.
Cover airplanes.
So the plane's going down.
Yeah.
Airbag deploys and it's a shell around the plane. You think I'm like, this is never going to happen.
Around the plane.
Around the plane. So when it hits the ground at 500 miles an hour,
it'll bounce.
Well, apparently, I mean, you can just jump out of the plane while it's crashing, and there's no problem if you believe those lies coming out of.
How do we test this? Does this get tested? Do we sacrifice a plane?
It would have to get tabbed.
Is it like a car crash dummy?
Things,
You
right?
don't have to sacrifice a plane. Just throw them on a Boeing, and you'll find out pretty quickly if you do it or not.
I just think this will never. I mean, like these airlines are taking out. They're so worried about weight. They're taking out blankets. They're going to throw airbags in there. They're going to just carry on airbags.
Can't we put just like 500 parachutes on the top?
That's what you should do. Just throw some parachutes up there.
You know,
Isn't the design of the plane specifically so it's supposed to kind of glide down anyway?
I don't know.
Yeah, if the engine fails, should be able to just glide down. You would think.
Yeah. We'll just ask the Wright brothers. Which are who, Peyton?
The Wright brothers, they invented the plane.
They did. All right. What was where?
Wasn't like Connecticut or something?
Yep, got it.
Oh,
Just like the pizza.
Carolina.
Peyton Phillip Russell chopping it up. Commercial free Expressway Hump Day edition on DFW Sports Station. 1 through 5 or 5 through 1. How did you do last week? We're keeping score on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. And did the Cowboys have any movement in the Week 2 power rankings? Next on.
I got to remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What is it? Cinnamon sister?
Is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
It is time for the Week 2 Hump Day edition of the NFL Power Rankings on Sean, RJ, Bobby, Pepe, and Aiden, whatever long name Corey Majors wants to make fun of, on your official home of the Cowboys and Rangers. It's the DFW Sports Station with some Diamond Calves and the Random Wednesday Wheel Spin coming up at 8:20. Below
Sports match.
Below the belt coming up at 8:40, and then Nick Eatman and Brett Boone. Maybe for the final time, Brett Boone this season on the home of the Texas Rangers. 1 through 5, 5 through 1. Get in your list. On the Franklin & Franco Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, and let's grade last week.
All right, last week, Sean, you had Baltimore 1.
Buckets.
Buffalo 2.
Dominant.
Philly 3.
Amazing.
Green Bay 4.
Genius.
Chargers 5.
5-0.
5-0.
Well done.
Bye.
Robert,
Yep.
you had Green Bay.
Got it.
Philly.
Buckets.
Buffalo.
Swish.
Chargers.
Yep.
Baltimore.
Perfect.
Peyton. Buffalo. Baltimore. Green Bay.
Easy.
Philly.
Yep.
Washington.
That counts because I had Green Bay over Washington, so that's
Yep,
5-0.
it does.
That's true. And I had Green
That's
Bay.
4-0-1.
Whoa, now we're changing
No,
it.
that's how we called it last year. We called it 4-0-1.
He knows.
I had Green Bay, Buffalo, Baltimore, Philly, Chargers. So we're all 5-0 except for Peyton.
Yeah, and you should be 4-1, but we pressured you out of Kansas City, so you're lucky that we made you smarter.
Fair. He would have had Philly above Kansas City, I would guess. But I don't
Shut
know.
up.
I would have.
Shut up. Shut up. All right, where are the Cowboys after the win over the Giants?
So last week they were a little disrespected. We wondered if they performed well against Philadelphia and they were still averaging about 21st. That's about where they're at again this week, though. No real movement even after the victory. The one spot where they did move up, you had most people that either kept them right the same or moved them up a spot. So you had ESPN that went from 19 to 18, bumped them up just a roll. NFL went up a spot. The one that moved them a lot was Sports Illustrated, which we thought had them maybe a little low. They had them 24th last week, and they moved them up to 19. So generally, the average area right now where the Cowboys are at is about 20th on the NFL power rankings.
Preston Smith to the Commanders, by the way. So free agent pass rusher to D.C.
Former Dak Prescott teammate at Mississippi State.
Ooh,
Let's go 1 through 5 this week.
Okay.
Let's go 1 through 5. Ralph, start us off.
Number 1, it's the most dominant team in the league so far. And I think it was even kind of, what happened in the following week, beating Washington the way they did, and then Detroit beating Chicago really kind of showed how great this defense is. That is solidified for me. It is Green Bay at number 1.
Yeah, I've got I'm with you. I had Green Bay number 1 last week, and to me, they continued to look super impressive. I know it looked closer on the final scoreboard than it actually was. Through the first 3 quarters, I think Green Bay outgained Washington something like 310-98 or something. It was absurd. But to me, Green Bay is very easily and clearly right now the best team in football.
Number 1 in the AFC, I have the Buffalo Bills. Look, if James Cook can run the ball the way he did the first 2 games, the race is over in the AFC. Josh Allen did absolutely nothing Sunday, and they still won the game by 20. The defense can be really good. The offense can be great. So I have the Bills right now. I think they're the best team in the NFL. Bills number 1.
Baltimore, number 1. I'm seeing a Baltimore. What colors are the Super Bowl going to be? Can we see that?
That's a good one.
Does that hold true again?
I think it's blue and silver, actually, so that means the Cowboys.
Or the Lions.
Oh.
I am seeing the Packers in Baltimore in the Super Bowl from here right now. What is it?
There's some green and yellow in the logo, and then there is some pink and baby blue. So that would be Chargers, Packers.
Chargers. Could be Chargers, Packers. Could be purplish, pinkish.
Could be Vikings-ish there. See, that's the thing about
Ravens,
this logo thing.
Lions.
There's 8 colors in it, and so you're like, you can get half the league in there.
Yeah. Baltimore should have beaten Peyton's Bills. They were the better team, I believe, in week 1. They destroyed Cleveland, did not suffer the letdown. Green Bay, very close for me in terms of the consideration. Baltimore, 1 for me.
Okay, very good. Very good. So we got 2 Green Bays, a Buffalo, and a Baltimore.
Nobody moving off their first place team last week.
Right. I've got Buffalo at number 2. They did nothing to remove me from the thinking that they're that good. They are that good. I think their defense still has some work to do. Obviously, you give it 40 in the first week. That's not great. But they did do well last week. But that's against the Jets. So give me Buffalo.
I will be the first one to move a team.
Baltimore moving up?
No, Buffalo moving up to number 2. I got the Buffalo Bills number 2. Last week I had Philadelphia here. Philadelphia, after the Giants, we'll get into Philly more, I guess, a little bit later. But Buffalo right now, very impressive. I thought the Jets looked like they were going to be somewhat competitive after week 1, and Buffalo went into New York and beat the snot out of them. So I got Buffalo number 2.
I will keep Baltimore at number 2 for me. Look, Derrick Henry decided to take an off day Sunday. How many people lost their fantasy matchup because of Derrick Henry?
Dude.
Man.
What happened?
He had 2.6 points. He had 26 yards on the ground.
I still won. I still beat Wolchuk.
Nice.
What a loser.
But Lamar Jackson was incredible. Look, 40 points back-to-back weeks. I know it's a little sample size, but this offense can be fun down the stretch.
My number 2, this is I had a hard time with 1, 2, 3, but I'm going to have Buffalo barely over the Packers. I got to see this a little bit more. I've been more established with the Bills. I trust Josh Allen more than Jordan Love. Now, the difference defensively with Micah and the Packers defense against the Bills defense that RJ already mentioned, maybe that makes Green Bay just as good or better. But right now, I'll go Buffalo 2, Green Bay 3.
Green Bay 3.
Yeah.
Okay. I have Baltimore 3. This game this week is going to tell a lot. They've got the Lions. Now, it's at home.
Woo!
It's at home.
Is that Sunday or Monday night?
I think it's Monday. I think it's a Monday night game.
Oh, my.
And the Lions don't necessarily play well outdoors or on the road. This could be an early transitive property game from, them versus Green Bay on the pecking order, right? So if Baltimore beats the Lions by a bigger margin than Green Bay, do you jump them, right? Or less, or they don't beat them at all? What does that do? So I got Baltimore at number 3.
I have another shift, and I just made this shift 2 seconds ago, really thinking about it. I was uncertain, and I went ahead and just shifted it. I got Baltimore number 3.
Yeah, last week was your dumbest rank.
Look,
5. That was dumb.
Shut up, Peyton.
Come on.
Yeah, your little cough lap. I don't need to hear that.
Was the mic on?
Yeah, it was. Baltimore's number 3 on this one. Not particularly impressive to beat down Cleveland, but in general, that's still just a really good football team. As long as Lamar Jackson isn't getting taunted and drawn off sides by fans, then they're good to go. But this is also about who I had ahead of them last week as to why this has shifted a little bit. But I got Baltimore at number 3.
Oh, here we go. I know where that's going.
Number 3, I will keep the Packers there. My first 3, 1, 2, 3 are all the same from last week. Thought about moving them up to number 2, but I just don't think right now they're being the Ravens. I know the defense is scary for the Packers, but I don't think that offense can keep up with the Ravens offense right now, even though neutral field. But yeah, they're the team to beat in the NFC. Packers, number 3.
NFL Power Rankings 1 through 5 or 5 through 1. Get them in on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line at 877-881-1053. I will go with Filthy at 4.
Philly at 4.
Jordan Mulatto went on our sister station WIP, and I agree with what he said. He said, I understand all the complaining and crying about the tush push. I understand all the talk, but you're disrespecting our defense and our special teams and the other things that we are using to get these wins. And I agree with him. I think he's, perfectly summarized it. He understands the tush push stuff. Dean Blandino, maybe with the final nail in the rear or in the coffin. Push.
Yeah, I got it. The nail in the rear, yeah.
By saying it's just too difficult to officiate, I think that will finally end this stupid play. But I at no point in that game thought Kansas City and Pat Mahomes was going to light them up. So Philly still there at 4 with Jalen Hurts not throwing any touchdown passes.
I have Philly at 4. I thought about moving them down, but I honestly just didn't have anyone to move in. It was more about a lack of teams to move in than it was about Philadelphia. They won this week. I don't think that was a super inspiring performance. I don't know what to make of Kansas City today. You should never play a football game in the year of our Lord 2025 where your quarterback counts for 116 yards and you win. That should not happen. But absent of another team, I've got to put them at 4.
Number 4. Last week I had the Eagles at number 2. And then, of course, I've already bumped up Buffalo and Baltimore of them. Number 4 this week is my number 4 last week. It's the Los Angeles Chargers. They are number 4. They were good against the Raiders. They were not super impressive. I thought the week 1 is a really strong victory for them. I really believe in Justin Herbert. To me, that's the MVP of the NFL through 2 weeks. So I'm going the Los Angeles Chargers at number 4, and the NFL is always so much more fun when you got Jim Harbaugh in it.
So you're docking the Eagles for beating the Chiefs at Arrowhead?
No. I'm not docking them for winning. That'd be silly.
Sounds good.
No. I'm docking them for a lot of things, which we can get into when I get to number 5.
I have the Eagles at number 4. Back-to-back
He's
weeks.
He's going to bump Philly out of the whole top 5. Here we go.
Back-to-back weeks of barely sneaking out a win. Look, last year we had the whole thing with the Chiefs. They were winning one-possession games, barely winning. They didn't look dominant as they did the year before when they won the Super Bowl, and I think that's what the Eagles are going to be this year. I think the Eagles are going to still be able to find a way to win 13, 14, maybe 15 games, but then they're going to, find themselves getting beat up sooner or later in the playoffs. So I have the Eagles at number 4.
My number 5 was a 2-team race. I would love to see these two on the field tomorrow. I am moving the Chargers out of my number 5 spot. I needed to see just some life that they still had it. It wasn't a case of the coordinators, and they put it on the Cowboys' next opponent. I got the Detroit Lions back into my power rankings at number 5. The way I decided it, if the Lions and Chargers played tomorrow on a neutral field, I just don't think the Chargers would score enough points. I would trust Detroit scoring more points over Bobby's overhyped MVP, Justin Herbert. Mm-hmm. Lions are 5.
Very disappointed in you.
Oh, no.
Very disappointed.
Why?
Because I thought I was the only one that had this take. But 15 years, our minds kind of mesh.
That's right.
The Chargers, they stink. I mean, a sign of a good team a sign of a good team.
Save all this, please, for receipts at the end of the year.
A sign of a good team is one that dominates an average or bad team. They kind of barely beat the Raiders. The Raiders stink. The Lions, they dismantled. They dismantled Chicago. Now, I am saying this, and I'm putting the Lions here because I know they're going to lose by 30 this week. They're going to lose by 30 at Baltimore.
Oh,
the Lions.
I don't know about that.
The Lions are going to lose by 30 at Baltimore. It'll be like 36-6. That's the score of this week's game.
It won't cost us because we have Baltimore higher.
And it won't cost us at all.
Half a point, Sean. We get half a point, Doc.
But I will take Detroit as my number 5 team as well.
There
I
it
agree.
is.
Neutral field, I either beat the Chargers.
I'm very disappointed in both of you. or more disappointed in myself, because apparently we all have the same thought. Number 5 is the Detroit Lions. Jake Reitma's Detroit Lions are number 5 in this, and Philly has been dropped out completely. They did not get dinged for beating the Chiefs at Arrowhead. What they get dinged for is a quarterback who clearly can't do anything to push the ball downfield or have any success. We saw how rough the Cowboys secondary was. It makes me ask. There are a lot of things that make me ask a lot of questions. One, Green Bay being as impressive as they are through 2 weeks makes me go, okay, Detroit having to go into Green Bay. New offensive coordinator. Maybe I shouldn't have dinged them so much, because then they go against Chicago and they absolutely destroy them. Philadelphia, I see them win and I go, maybe Dallas is better than I thought. And then I see what Dallas did and I went, nope, Philadelphia may just not be as tough of a competitor as we thought. And we know Kansas City is not the same team anymore. And so I don't think that it's any sort of like massive, impressive victory. That, like Chris Jones said, you don't even have 100 yards, bro. You don't even have 100 yards. What are you going to do? One completion over 10 yards through the air for Jalen Hurts through 2 weeks. The Detroit Lions are number 5.
Well, I am disappointed in all three of you, because I also have... No, I did not. I have the Chargers at number 5. They finally sneaked in. I dropped the Commanders out. Chargers, and look, I'm buying them. I'm buying them this year. I know they weren't impressive really Monday night against the Raiders, because it's the Raiders, but look, I don't know if Justin Herbert is just doing well because he's dating Madison Beer. I mean, I'd be doing well if I was dating Madison Beer and I was single. But look, the AFC West is theirs. Is there? Well, I said if I was single. If I was single, the AFC is already theirs. The AFC West is already theirs. You know, it's already the Chargers, so I'm buying Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers here. Chargers at 5.
1 through 5 or 5 through 1, get them in. NFL Power Rankings every hump day at this time. We also do the same thing at this time as well. It's the wheel spin.
Are we getting sports match again?
Sports match?
Hello.
No, we're getting what are you sick of?
Yeah, right. One of our original segments back in the day that many people have stolen. It can be sports. It can be life. Let's just try to not make it politics. What's irking you? What do you have to get off your chest? What are you sick of? Text it in 877-881-1053. What are you sick of right now in this moment? And was last night the end of the Texas Rangers season? Next on 105.3 The
Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Free club?
No.
Nutmeg maybe.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron's World?
get something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
For an out-of-pocket cost, they only get paid when you win. Frank on Frankel, the go-to car and Trek attorneys in Dallas.
Kelly in some scalding hot water right now. And a 1-2 pitch swung on, and there's a line drive through the draw and an infield, a base hit. That will score 2 runs. 5-0 Houston on a single by Sanchez.
Rangers came back, but they still lose 6-5, 4.5 back in the division, 3.5 back in the wild card, 10 games left. Is it over, RJ Choppy?
I do believe it's over. That's a lot to come back from in 10 games. Look, there's no doubt. I mean, if you win today, the only thing you get
DeGrom today. DeGrom day.
So you do pick up a game on Houston. Obviously, if you win today, but you also win the season series, which if you tie, there is no tiebreaker, and there's no game 163 anymore.
Oh, I thought you were like getting hyped up over the silver boot.
No. So if you do wind up tying them, right, you get the playoff spot, right? You don't have to worry about. There is no it used to be where you just play game 163. It's a single game playoff. That's not the case anymore. They automatically get it. If they lose today and they wind up tying Houston automatically gets it. So that's what you have to win today. But yeah, it's a moot. It's a moot point.
The silver moot.
The silver moot.
Bobby, know that you thought that they were done with the trade deadline deals. They obviously made this interesting, but do you think last night was the final nail?
Yeah, probably. I mean, you needed to win 2 out of 3 in this one. It would have been great to get a sweep, but yeah, I mean, this is...
Now you get Miami, Minnesota, and Cleveland. So Miami is 9 games under. Minnesota's awful. They're 19 games under. And then you get the Guardians.
The problem is...
And the Guardians are red hot.
Yes.
The problem is this was your window to affect what was ahead of you, and you blew it. And so, I mean, we've seen their playoff odds at the start of the series were 32%. According to ESPN, they're 13% after these 2 games. So, I mean, this was your chance to kind of jockey for position and affect what was ahead of you. So,
and people
the fact
were
that
talking about yesterday, who brought up Bochy maybe being manager of the year if they get
Ken Rosenthal. Ken Rosenthal, who notorious jerk Ken Rosenthal has said that he said if they could sneak into the playoffs that this would be manager of the year contention, which I understand. I
understand
that. It's the most ridiculous. I thought it was nuts to hear what he said. He said it'd be the first time he won the award since 1996. Like 30 years, he's been to the World Series 5 times and a bunch of like.
Why would he deserve? I totally disagree with.
Yeah, it'd be the injuries, the lack of.
Yeah, the way he had Du Bois, the Rascals playing and going.
No, ridiculous take. He must have been the one who fell down and bumped his head after he bowled over that reporter. Bruce, manager of the year for not getting in with the greatest pitching staff that you ever had?
No, like that if they got into the playoffs, they would.
Yeah, they would have to get into the postseason.
I don't care. I don't care if they snuck in as the wild card. Like manager of the year, no. I don't.
I could understand it because the injuries play. The injuries play. That's a major to be able to keep this team into the postseason with the injuries and the lack of offense.
Yeah, they had
he made the Brett Boone hire.
They had a fun 2-week run.
Yeah.
They had a fun 2-week run with the Rascals.
Mm-hmm.
So if they would have gotten into the playoffs, that would have been like a month run, and it would have been completely. Nobody would have seen it coming.
Brett Boone, 1 hour from now at 9:20. Nick Eatman, Ford Center at the Star in Frisco at 9 on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. The random Wednesday wheel spin landed on an old segment we had back in the day.
And I'm so sick of people saying that love is just all a woman is fit for. I'm so sick of it.
This is what he's sick of. Your chance to vent. It can be a sports topic. It can be a life topic. I think we've talked enough about politics here over the past 2 weeks. And crosstalk with K and C, RJ Choppy doing some type of dance. Oh, man. I'm worried for you.
Why?
The shoulder, I don't know if that's voluntary movement.
Oh, yeah, I was just
with these
trying to be, do my shoulder dance. I'm a good shoulder dancer.
And what are you doing?
I'm Shazamming the beat. I like it.
Oh, all right.
Well.
What are you sick of? Get it off your chest. Get it off your phone, really, with the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Peyton Phillip, let's start with you.
Look, and I might be on the wrong side here, but I am sick of people who don't pay their league fees before the draft or right around the draft in fantasy football or any fantasy sports. I'm tired of it. I'm going to go to fantasy baseball right now. I hope I got a bunch of people in there that listen to the show, listen to the station, so I hope you guys hear it.
Yep.
We have 3 people who have refused to pay. Because I'm the guy that collects the money there. No one wants to do it. No one wants to hold on to the money. I was like, you know what? Give it to me. That's, $500 I get to put in my bank account for, 6-7 months until I have to pay out. And, I'm getting close to the championship. We're in the semifinals right now, and we have 3 or 4 people that have not paid. Of course, they're eliminated. They don't care anymore. And I'm like, I've texted
losers.
I've texted multiple times, guys, you want to pay your $40 fee? And they'll reply back, no, I'll wait, or they'll just say no. And it happens in fantasy football every single year. And I've, done in some leagues, I've done well, but I've lost out on money because people don't pay their league fees.
Are you the commissioner?
I am not, but the commissioners don't want to hold it. They'll say, who do you want to hold the money? I was like, well, I'll take it. I mean, it's, $500-$600 to hold on to for, X amount of months. Now I have to
spend it.
I know.
Right,
I get the interest.
But,
it's a very RJ Choppy take. I just want it in my account.
You go
6
invest
months.
it. You go
6
invest
months,
it.
put it in a CD.
Exactly. You go invest it. You got to send it out. And if you win, you're not paying out as much. But yeah, I'm sick and tired of those losers out there who don't pay.
I love it. Is it too harsh if you're the commissioner that if they don't pay, their roster's frozen until they do?
Oh, I think they should start. Freezing your roster, or you get a loss on the week, you lose players.
Loss might be harsh, but
pay up.
You can't make changes.
No.
You can't add. You can't subtract. You can't adjust.
Which that wouldn't do anything for me. I don't.
That's right.
Once that draft's over, I'm done.
That's right.
I'm done.
All right, who's paid in our football fantasy station league? I've paid.
Oh, geez, I've paid.
That'd be hilarious if you didn't pay after that whole rant.
I have not paid yet.
No,
Okay.
I think
I trust you.
I've been given no communication on who to pay, how much to pay.
I thought Carter sent it out. I Venmo'd him as soon as he sent a message, I believe.
Yeah, he put his Venmo out there and said pay up.
I haven't seen. I've gotten no communication on this league.
I guarantee you it's in your phone. Carter, send a screenshot.
Did you send it to my work email? Because I don't check that.
No, I think
it was a text. It was a group message. Because it had the payout and everything in there. $50 if you score the most points. Everything was laid out.
Carter's not going to hold your hand. All right, you just need to go ahead and do it. All right,
yeah, he's going to send me a Venmo request.
Some of the answers on the fan text really quickly. 682 Jeff and Keller, sick of Chop saying my Lions are going to lose by 30 this week. 904 I'm sick of Bobby's anti-SEC BS. We got that one. I'm sick of concerts on the weekdays, says the 512.
Oh.
Yeah, that one's, I don't like that one. 325. I'm sick of y'all always telling us to text in, but then you never read them. We got a lot of texts.
Listen,
325.
That's Peyton's job.
I read them all. I read them all.
I'm sick of
We need
Dallas
to read
sports.
a relay.
I'm sick of Dallas sports. It's like a swollen prostate. A whole lot of trying and build up, not a whole lot of success at the end. I'll tell you what I'm sick of. I'm sick of athletes being friends with each other and being mentors to each other. Josh Allen last week told BuffaloBills.com, he was getting interviewed, he was doing a sit down, they were asking about Drake May. And he said, man, I got to spend a lot of time with him this offseason. He's an unbelievable kid. He's a bright kid. He can spin the heck out of the ball. He moves well. Says he has now taken him under his wing and they formed a friendship. You are in the division with Drake May.
Yes.
That is one of your division rivals. That is a New England team that beat the hell out of your organization for years, and you are now trying to foster the next generation of Patriots quarterbacks. I hate this from Josh Allen. I hate this from athletes in general.
Totally agree.
Where's if Dak did this with the Eagles quarterback, the next one,
Jackson Dart.
We would destroy him for this.
Do it with Jackson Dart.
Oh, this is. I hate the friendly athlete. I want the hatred. I want athletic hatred.
Is
again.
it fine in basketball where we don't care about the divisions? You know, like Kobe mentors someone, or they work in the summer together, working on moves. Everyone worked on moves with Elijah. Now Hakeem was retired.
You feel like you need to do that a little bit now just because you need the connection for the free agency meetups in the future.
Yeah.
But I miss Michael Jordan hating everybody. Like, forget just divisions. He wasn't about.
Yeah, but he went to dinner with Charles and Patrick and Oakley, but there was no mercy on the. A lot of people accused him of buttering them up to beat them.
Yeah, like there was. I mean, Brady and Manning had a good relationship. Like they would work out together in the offseason. Like that's.
But Brady said that
odd.
Brady said that relationship did not really get good until they retired. That
I never really heard about
nasty towards each other.
I never heard about them being really tight when they were both in the prime.
They there was, I think it was on the NFL 100 where Belichick was there in the set, and they talked about how like they were working out together, and Manning was like showing him this one route. That was the route they ran to Gronk all the time. And it was like, well, dude, what happened here? Look, this is going straight at the sports media. Now, every year I have a problem with this. Every year this happens. What do? They always try to anoint too soon.
Too
They did what they did
soon.
with Julio. They could not wait to get Mike Trout off number one. Every year it was like, hey, we got to get rid of him. Well, this year, right now, there was a late push for Kyle Schwarber and Cal Raleigh to win the MVPs over Shohei and over Aaron Judge. And it is absurd. I mean, those two are not even on the same class as the other two. Shohei's got a 40-point batting average better. He's a 60-point OPS. His OPS plus is 33 points higher. His WAR is a full game and a half higher. And he's only got 3 home run difference. And he's pitching like crazy, right? He just 5 shutout innings last night. And if you go to the other side on Cal Raleigh, if you take 180 points off of Aaron Judge's OPS, he's Cal Raleigh. If you take 180 off Cal Raleigh, he's league average. We are not even talking about it being a contest. Yet these idiots, and it's Greg Amsinger, okay? Greg Amsinger is this year's Keith Jackson. Keith Jackson started the whole Charles Woodson for Heisman nonsense. And everybody else, all the sycophants, all the little Keith Jackson wannabes followed suit. And now they're going to do the same thing with Greg Amsinger. And Kyle Schwarber is going to steal another MVP that should go to Shohei. He should have won like 5 in a row. And Cal Raleigh's going to wind up stealing Aaron Judge's. And that's garbage. It's fatigue. It's Shohei fatigue. It's Judge fatigue. Stop it.
Speaking of baseball, 510. Boy, this is a sports stat if you've ever heard one. I'm sick of my son's select baseball team shortstop's noodle arm.
Is his dad the coach?
It says #daddyball.
Yep, there you go.
Mine has to do with the way things are made nowadays, and it doesn't make any sense. My sliding door in my living room, I have to lock it every single time I close it. If I don't lock it, it bounces back about a half an inch.
I told Kristen this when she was at your party. She kept just closing the door, and I was like, "You've got to." I was like, "That thing is like popping open and letting bugs in."
It pops back open, and I had someone come over to fix it, and they're like, "It's the way they're designed nowadays." I said, "What? But what? What do you? Huh? What do you mean it's the way it's designed?" When I close the effing door, I want the effing door to stay effing closed. Not bounce back open to where if I forget and I leave the house for a week and it's winter time, I'm going to come back to a snowstorm in the house or freezing temperatures or bugs or, I don't know, my 1.5-year-old waddling on outside by the swimming pool.
Yeah.
When I close the heavy-ass door, I want the heavy-ass door closed.
Was it always like that?
Always.
From the start?
From the
so
start.
It's not a settlingness. Like sometimes your door will be off a little bit because it settles.
Yeah, foundation and stuff.
I don't know. Maybe it has adjusted to that. But for the longest time, it pops back open. My wife's SUV the other day, She's like, well, the brakes are squeaking. So we go to get it checked out. Guy goes, there's nothing we can do about that. It's just the material that they make the brakes with nowadays. What? What do you mean the material? The brakes squeak to me means the brakes are about to go out. So now I have to sit there and pull up the stop signs with the brakes squeaking because of whatever material they're using nowadays that has the brakes squeaking. It makes zero sense. Well, the car's got to go in a shop. It's a year old because of software. Well, my mom's 1990 tank Suburban wasn't worrying about software issues because I didn't get the latest video game download that makes the thing think it's got fuel injection problems.
Build
it the way it was.
Yeah.
Build it.
Build back better.
For the 901, there's no money in making quality products anymore. Then you're not a repeat customer.
That's right.
You gotta go back.
What are you sick of? The random Wednesday wheel spin here on Sean and RJ, your home of the Texas Rangers and the Cowboys. This is Bobby's tease, not mine. I just have to read it. How juiced are Brandon Aubrey's balls? That's next. And below, right here on 105.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
How juicing is actually inflating balls this time. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. We all marvel at Brandon Aubrey and how fantastic he is. And
you want to reset what Jerry told us yesterday about him?
Yeah, he said that he was talking about how great he was, and then he circled back and said, "I think we've had some." We asked about an extension. He said, "I think we've had some communication even since that kick," which is good. I know there's been some people concerned that the Todd France connection with Brandon Aubrey was going to make things difficult, and that people wondered, all right, is this going to be a problem? But we just saw Tyler Smith's deal get done, and Todd France was the co-agent on that. Now, they may have dealt mainly with Joe Panos, who had been out at Oxnard training camp, but either way, it's a positive development that apparently they're having some discussions. And Jerry didn't make it sound like he had talked directly to the player. It sounded like maybe they would have communicated with the agent in that instance. Who knows?
You know, one of the things I thought about asking Jerry yesterday, throwing him a bone, was should we, be highlighting when they do get Tyler Smith done?
Yeah.
We always complain and bitch about Dak and Lamb and Micah. The Tyler Smith thing went the way that it was supposed to, in the time and manner, right? Mm-hmm. Deron Bland?
Yeah, that's that you wanted those done.
We only focus on the negatives.
Right. Yeah, it makes sense. And Tyler Smith is specifically unique because this is an instance of, with Bland, it's the last year of his deal. They've gotten deals done when it's the last year of somebody's deal. With Tyler Smith, you had 2 years left. And so you got way ahead of this one. This is similar to like when you got the deal done in advance for Zach Martin or got the deal done in advance for, Ezekiel Elliott or somebody like that.
When they should have gotten it done for Micah. Micah's side would say the Cowboys couldn't because they were dealing with Lamb and others. The Cowboys would say, no, Micah's side wanted to wait until the market kept going up.
He said, she said. It'll be like that. Just like how they couldn't come to an agreement of who actually suggested this meeting and who in the meeting knew that it was a negotiation and who didn't. It's always going to be a little foggy. So over at The Athletic, this is an article written by Mike Sando, who I think is really good. He does the quarterbacks list every year for The Athletic, solicits opinion from around the NFL, gets the thoughts of different people, stacks the quarterback tiers list. He's really good about kind of getting together a lot of information, putting stuff out there. He had an article that I didn't love. It's interesting. It's an interesting perspective, but I think it naturally downplays just how amazing Brandon Aubrey is. So over there, I saw this photo over on The Athletic, and it was Brandon Aubrey, and it says, "Are juiced footballs under new NFL rules already changing game strategy?" And he said, "Were you really shocked when Dallas's Brandon Aubrey drilled that 64-yard field goal to force overtime against the Giants? Teams have made 5 kicks longer than 55 yards in each of the first 2 weeks of this season. That figure ranks tied for second out of 431 weeks since 2000. Only week 4 of 2024 had more, which was 6. That figure is in danger with 2 games on Monday night yet to play." That was this past Monday when this was written. He said, "Kickers were already becoming more effective in recent seasons, but there were only 2 weeks last season in which kickers made 5 tries from longer than 55. And the reason for this is the footballs are juiced, figuratively speaking. Before this season, teams used special kicking footballs that players did not have access to until game day. So in the past, when you'd get the K-ball, as they've talked about before in Seattle, they say that's why Romo fumbled. He had the slippery football. They wouldn't get access to the footballs until the day of the game. Each team would realistically have 30 minutes to brush, massage, and otherwise break in 3 footballs. In 2020, that time increased to 1 hour. Under rules adopted this season, teams received 60 footballs for the entire year before the start of training camp. Kickers can now work those footballs into the shape they want, learning exactly how they will respond throughout the practice week, everything else, and those footballs are definitely responding. One coach said the fact you get to kick with the ball in practice is a huge difference. You are not supposed to use pressure or stand on the ball or put it in a clothes dryer, but how can they tell what you're doing when you get the balls at your own facility?" Wow. And so now some people are questioning, all right, are we going to start seeing more made kicks? Are we going to see longer kicks and different things like that? Because you're able to manipulate that specific football exactly the way you want to and know exactly how it's going to play from throughout the practice week.
So I don't love that we're getting all these longer kicks. I don't hate it, but I also don't love it. Like in golf, as the technology grew and it outgrew these golf courses, they had to kind of tiger-proof the courses, right? So they lengthened them. And now, like, the pros are supposed to be kind of just, it's a ball, the golf ball rollback. Because when you get the ball at the 30, it shouldn't just be get 20 yards and now you're in field goal range.
Yeah.
That's beyond.
The Cowboys can kick it from, like, their own 48.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, look, that's an advantage to have because you have the player.
Yep.
But every single kicker around the league can make that distance. Whether they get the accuracy or not, they can make that distance. And I just went back, and obviously, like you said, Bobby, it's like they only do 50-plus, which is crazy. But last year, the average NFL team made over 70% of their 50-plus kicks. In 2019, it was just 58%. So in 5 years, we've gone from 58% to 70%. And if you go back to 2010, it was 53%. And in 2007, it was 46% of 50-yard field goals. Like, that's almost too easy. That, you know, you should not be making 7 out of 10 from 50 yards plus. It should be 50-50. That's you know, like, we're getting too good. So, narrow the goalposts.
Narrow the goalposts.
After Aubrey retires.
If you narrow the goalposts, are you going to do the AFL rule?
Which is?
The old Arena Football League. They cut them in half, and they would put up netting on the outsides of them. And if it would hit off the net, you could have somebody standing in the end zone for a miss, and they could catch the ball off the net, the bounce, and they could return it.
That's a little gimmicky. Now, all things
is narrowing the goalposts. After you're literally moving the goalposts, which has become an idiom that you don't do that.
I mean, that's, you know,
Look, I'll be the boring one here, but as usual, the most correct one. It's perfect the way it is.
Yeah.
The big question here is the long field goal turned into the three-point shot? That's what I equate this to. The three-pointer in the NBA is not exciting anymore. It's a problem for the sport. Shaquille O'Neal, everyone else has talked about it, right? So is there the home run in baseball? Is there any thrill to the 60-yard field goal? To me, there absolutely is. And you can numbers check me and everything because I could be wrong. But in watching the red zone the first 2 weeks, I still feel like there is a large amount of missed kicks throughout the league. Jake Moody in San Francisco, he's gone. Matt Prater in Buffalo. Why is the old man still going there to kick? Because someone else couldn't get the job done. The 60-yard field goal to me is still really exciting. I don't mind a few more points being scored. We're not having 50-40 games, although this whole Cowboys season will be that. and enough people are still missing. So all these components, I think we have it perfect right here where it is. When someone makes a 62-yard field goal, 60-yard field goal, I still think of it as exciting, not, all right, this is an automatic given.
I still expected the other day Aubrey to miss that. As great as he is, I still didn't think this is definitely going in from 60 yards. I was like, it's still far.
Yeah.
And especially when it started hooking at first, I was like, all right, there you go. He missed. He's human, but then he showed he wasn't human. They've got the numbers since 2016. This is through the first 2 weeks of the season. Field goals that are 56 plus. 2016, 1 for 5. 2017, 3 for 4. 2018, 1 for 1. 19, 2 for 6. 2020, 3 for 6. 21, 3 for 4. Now you start seeing a jump. 2022, 6 for 8. 2023, 4 for 9. 2024, 8 for 10. And then this year, 10 for 13 on 56 plus. Now, one of the points they make here, a coach says it's changed the way you play defense. They say the lines you have to defend are new. If you're the Giants, you can't play that soft and let the passes get that far. They say in the past, you used to defend about the 35. You're defending 35, about 52-yard range. You're not going to push it. He said now you're talking about defending the 42. And now that's a big jump. It's 7 yards. It doesn't sound like that much, but it changes the way you play defense completely.
Are we just assuming that the percentages of 40-yard kicks and 50-yard kicks have all gone up? Is there any? Because if you're giving me 10 out of 13 from 60, but 50 and 40 have stayed the same or declined, I think that's a good balance.
Yeah, I mean, if you take Aubrey as like he doesn't have enough to qualify, but if you took his numbers as he qualified for the kicking records all time, the career field goal percentage, it would be the top 8 most accurate kickers in the history of the NFL are all active right now. And that speaks a little bit towards, all right, things are like we thought of Vinatieri as a guy who was super accurate, and
he really wasn't.
He was accurate first time.
Yes.
His accuracy now, he is the 35th most accurate kicker in NFL history by the time he retired. So, I mean, it's changed accuracy. I would assume some of that stuff has, even the 30s and 40s, those things have shifted. But, yeah, it doesn't feel, like I feel like the Scott Norwood kick today, back then I was like, well, that's kind of a big ask. It's 48 yards. Nowadays, if you missed that, I would feel like my team blew the Super Bowl.
Has the field goal become the 3-point shot, or the Georgia game? Has the field goal become the 3-point shot to the Tolos?
Guys, the 601 on the fan text says make the goalpost move side to side. They want to have a little game with it. 214 says let people go over the center to block a kick from now on. 817 says do not move the goalpost at all.
You know, if you move them, if you narrow them a little bit, the unintended consequence you might have is more punts, and that's not good.
Yeah, and
you don't want that.
I don't know. I kind of want to ask Schottenheimer if he ever has to guard against. We can ask this Friday if he ever has to guard against being conservative, like with somebody like Aubrey. Like, does that make him a little more? One more quick note here as we wrap this up, and want to put this in there. Zadarius Smith told reporters last week the reason why he ended up joining the Eagles after Week 1. He said in part it was because of Big Dom. That he loves Big Dom, and that is the reason. So now we got Big Dom not only making the difference on game days, he's now a recruiter as well.
B-Lo.
B-Belt.
Hump Day edition here
Hump Day.
On your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone, maybe for the final time. If last night unofficially ended things, Brett Boone will join us at 9:20. But let's head on over Ford Center at the Star in Frisco with Nick Eatman, Cowboys insider, joins us now.
very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Right, but I feel like this is your hair. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Aiden getting it, Peyton getting it, Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, and I'm Sean Sharif. Final hour hump day edition with Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone scheduled to join us at 9:20. We'll crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece at 9:40. Let's start previewing the Chicago Bears with Cowboys insider Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Nicholas. How are you?
I'm doing great. What's up, guys?
Does this game feel like a straight toss-up, 50-50 toss-up?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, part of me looks at it and says, yeah, I think the Cowboys have a good chance to win this game. Then again, that dangerous 0-2 team that's playing at home, desperation is going to be at its finest for them, trying to give Ben Johnson his first win. So they might have a little bit of an edge, but talent-wise, players-wise, I think the Cowboys should be better. That doesn't always mean you win, but yeah, I mean, I guess more as I talk that answer out, it probably does sound more 50-50.
Which defense is worse?
Wow. I haven't watched all of their games, obviously. I saw the Minnesota game. I think Chicago's defense has got to be worse. I don't you think? I mean,
I don't know. I'm just saying.
One did it against Detroit. One did it against the Giants.
Yeah. Is Nahshon Wright starting at corner for them? I mean, if he's still starting at corner, man, I love the guy.
Got pick six.
Did you see that pick six?
Oh, yeah.
Larry Brown. That was a Larry Brown special. It was right to him, and of course he had to catch it and run. And I mean, Nahshon Wright is about 6'6", so it took him 12 steps. Give him credit for making the play, but I'll give I think against CD and Pickens, I'll take my chances with him. And I can't remember the other guy over there. The other corner. Let me come up with his name here just for a second. Tyreek Stevenson. You know what he's famous for, right?
Yeah, pumping up the crowd.
Right. He was the cheerleader before the Hail Mary. So he awareness maybe isn't always the best. That's what I like about corners from the other side. So it's close, guys, but I'd like to think the Cowboys might be a little bit better. Who knows if Clowney can come in and help? But I mean, that's going to be a toss-up. But I'll say this: as close as that is, I don't think the offense is are as close on the other side. I think that's where the Cowboys might differ here. I think the passing game and what they've got going on offense, I think the Cowboys are probably a little bit ahead.
The full preview is up. Big picture, 10 storylines for Cowboys and Bears by Nick Eatman on DallasCowboys.com. We know the Cowboys' defensive problems with running quarterbacks. Are they trying to get Caleb on the move more this year?
I think that was a big plan for them, and one of the big things they had to do was beef up their offensive line. So they've done that. They've added some veterans in there. But I think just getting him, he's an athletic guy. He ran some at USC, so he can do that. And I think he didn't get a rushing touchdown at all last year. I thought the very first drive of the season the other night against Minnesota, he scores. So I think that they were trying to set the tone there. But we saw it. I mean, Russell's not trying to go run, but he can, and Hurts. I think you could even say the same thing. I don't even think of those plays against the Cowboys. I don't know if he was even trying to run. That's what was there. So if that opens up for Caleb Williams, I mean, that's something certainly to watch out for.
Do you think the fact that Ben Johnson's played this team 2 years in a row, like, can you take anything from that, or because it's a completely new team, new quarterback, different players, doesn't matter?
I think you can almost take the fact that he's played Eberflus 4 times. So a combination of that. I mean, and that's what does he like to do? What do the Cowboys do? This is some of the personnel that I remember from the games against the Cowboys. This is some of the schemes I remember from playing him, and vice versa. I mean, I guess Eberflus could do the same. I don't know how much stock to put into that, but yeah, I think it's from a style standpoint of what they're trying to do. But I think both teams are going to have to try something different. I mean, the Cowboys cannot go out there and say we're going to play the same way we played against against the Giants. Played against the Bears that way. It's got to be different. I would like to think you have to play some man-to-man, and maybe they'll implement some of that this week.
Nick, did you ever in a million years think we'd be talking after week 2 and saying, boy, these Cowboys defensive tackles playing really strong, and that run defense is great. If only these edge rushers could actually rush the passer.
No, great point. Nope, never thought that. I mean, Solomon Thomas has been freaking good, like really good. This isn't just a cool story about the kid from Capel whose arms are bigger than everyone's thighs. I mean, we're talking about a guy that's playing well in the middle there, and that's been a really nice addition. And then of course Kenny Clark as well, but who are we going to do this all year? Like, yep. I mean,
yep.
Micah has 1.5 sacks. Clark has 1. I mean,
well, not with sacks, but impact.
Impact, sure. But if the sacks is close, I can tell you who won the trade. Okay, so the sacks can't be close, and they won't be. You see, we're seeing how that guy's playing over there. Now, will it last? Who knows? But man, he's playing well. I mean, that's part of it. But no, Kenny Clark inside and Solomon Thomas and Osa. I mean, let's not forget the guy makes $20 million a year out there. I think that's a good group. We'll see. I mean, I'm not expecting a lot from Clowney as far as just a huge difference maker, but I do think he'll bring a little bit consistency there and a guy that can do both. You don't just have he's good at stopping the run and this guy will rush the passer. I think he's a guy you can have out there that can handle both.
Nick Eatman, D&M Leasing Hotline from DallasCowboys.com here on The Fan. Rank the order of play between Sam Williams, Ezeraku, Fowler, and Nealand. If they're grading out.
Wow.
You don't have to grade them, but just 1 through 4 or 4 through 1.
Yeah, 1 through 4. Whoa. And hold on. Y'all have the grades right in front of you? Do you guys have?
You want the PFF grades in front of you?
Oh no, I'm just asking.
No, I know who I think is the best of those 4. I think it's Nealand, but Nealand wasn't great last week.
Nealand, yeah, was really good against. I would say, I would go Nealand, Sam, Fowler, and then Ezeraku. And the only reason I will say Sam Williams over Fowler is because I think in that first game he was pretty active. Well, I think Fowler, and I could be wrong, I think he's just kind of been the same. Mm-hmm. Hasn't been terrible, hasn't been great. I've seen a little bit more flashes out of Nealand and Sam Williams. and I've yet to see a lot out of Ezeraku yet. I don't know what y'all think about that. That would be my 4. I'll say this. Number 1 hasn't been good enough.
There you
Whoever it is that's ranked number 1, that hasn't been good enough. If it was, Jerry's not getting on the phone in the middle of the game. I mean, how does that work? I mean, has anyone ever thought about that? Like, how did that situation? Like, was there a play that he was like, "Damn it, get his agent on the phone. Let's just do this."
I think Clowney said it was done before the game, not to mess up the story.
Yeah, well, maybe. I mean, but it certainly happened in the game, and it certainly. My point is that if any of those 4 guys were looking like Micah Parsons, at all, then that wouldn't be the case. And we know that they're not, but you just gotta throw. I mean, but honestly, the funny thing is the guy you left out would be number 1, right? You conveniently left out Houston. Houston's been the guy that's been better than all of them. He hasn't played as much, but he's made a play in each of the games. He's had a sack, he's had a tackle for loss, and he's done it in a very low percentage of snaps. So, the play per snap ratio, I don't know if anyone's done it better than James Houston on the entire team, probably.
Nick, as we look at the defense, and Reddy Stewart had a really nice game the other day for them, is he auditioning with Kaiir Elam's struggles? Is he auditioning for that starting nickel role when Deron Bland gets back?
Possibly. I mean, I still think, what was funny about Elam is I had a good conversation with him in the locker room about playing in this scheme and how much he absolutely loves this scheme over the Bill scheme because they let these guys just to go and cover. These cornerbacks get to go cover their guy. And then it hasn't been that. And so Elam, and we saw a little bit more of that in practice, he seems more comfortable. I don't think this scheme fits his style or Diggs' style very well. And so if they're playing like this, then maybe Reddy Stewart is a better option there. But I think when Bland gets back, and they're all covering the way that we've seen them cover mainly at training camp and all that. And then you throw Diggs in there. He wasn't at camp, but you get all those guys doing what they do best. I think those are your 3 best guys. I just think that they need to be playing with their eyes. I mean, we're covering the guys, not so much looking at the quarterback. I think this is more of a man-to-man team because of the lack of pressure, because of those 4 guys that you named. None of them is going to setting the world on fire.
Yeah, Nick, what further explanation did you get or hear for the defensive breakdowns against the Giants?
Honestly, I think it's when you talk to people in the building, they all say the same thing. It's the pass rush. It's the lack of pass rush. So sure, communication. I mean, put it on the. I think I put it on the safety. I put it on the corner. I put it on the combination of the safety corner because you have to communicate. Certainly, let's throw the coaching in here as well. They weren't prepared. They weren't ready. And also, you see these things happen, and it happens in Friday Night Football, Saturday, Sunday. First drive of the game, a team goes down, scores a touchdown. Second drive, maybe the same thing. But what tends to happen is you see these adjustments made, and then they kind of shore that up. Well, that never happened in this game. You know what I mean? Like you knew they were going deep to Neighbors. That was the only way they were going to win the game. And they threw it deep to Neighbors, and he still makes the play. And so I put that on the coaching too. So, but I still think at the end of the day, if they don't have a pass rush, then that's the stuff that's going to happen. Probably if you're playing man or zone.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry told us yesterday, Turpin, possible, Bland, doubtful. That's what he meant to say. But what's the update on Overshown? I saw some headlines coming out on him yesterday.
Yeah, he did an event here at the Star, and he talked about how things are going well. But he also said, before Thanksgiving, which is probably not what most fans are hoping for. Like that's not the holiday they were thinking. Maybe Halloween, before Halloween, or I guess that's probably the next one. But I don't know, Columbus Day. One of the two, though. I mean, he can come back for the Jets game, and I know Jerry did say that he thought Revel would be back for that game, after week 4. But I don't know if that's. I mean, doesn't sound like that's where the same timetable for Overshown is. So. Thanksgiving's 10 weeks away. He can't come back for at least 2, and I think everyone was sort of hoping for more. And I'm not saying there's a setback. He could have been very vague in his answer. It just he didn't give a very much clarity there. It just things are going well, looking good, but we haven't seen him doing a lot of straight line running yet. Doesn't mean they don't do it in a spot where we don't see it, but that's not some of the stuff that we've seen yet.
Nick, we got Cowboys crosstalk tonight. Kenny Gant, the Shark.
Dude, make him do the dance. And actually, I want you to do the dance. Can you do it?
I can do it. I'm not doing the Shark on camera though. That's for sure.
It's awesome. We got a chance to talk to him for our Joe Avanzano piece, and he just absolutely. You know what's funny? I'll tell you this, Bobby. This is a little bit of a heads up. He told me that he did not want any questions ahead of time. Don't give me any questions. I don't want them. Because he said this, you're not going to get my best answer. You're going to get my best answer when I'm more authentic. I haven't prepared for anything. It's just, boom, what I'm thinking about. Now, not a lot of guys can do that.
Yeah.
A lot of guys want the answer, but he's like, I think it's a much better conversation if you just ask me and I just answer. So that's not that I don't think you were going to email him to, the Shark, Kenny the Gant. Shark at AOL or anything like that. Yeah, he's probably got a better email address than that.
Nick, great stuff, man. We appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good one.
All right. See you guys.
The great Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. A lot of Ranger fans are not happy with Bruce Bochy overplaying the vets over the kids. Let's talk about it with Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone. He joins us from the armpit now.
Levy Personal Injury Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Smith away from second, Hine from first. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Was set by Abreu. Here comes the pitch. He struck him out swinging, and the ball game's over. Got him on a slider off the plate outside, and the Astros hang on, win it by the score of 6-5.
If you stuck around, maybe you thought some Adolis magic, some little rascal magic was going to happen. They fall down big, but ultimately lose another one to the Astros, 6-5. We're going to talk about it with Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone every hump day at this time here on Sean and RJ. That's Bobby late as usual here on DFW Sports Station. We'll crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. Man, you guys have been in a phenomenal mood this week. It was you the first 2 days, just outright giddy. This kid has been chuckling so much today.
Yes.
Hey, you guys have been in a fantastic mood this week. I don't know what it is.
It's La Nina.
Huh?
And I'm
La
unmedicated.
Nina. You what?
And I'm unmedicated.
Unmedicated. Yeah, it's a good time of year, man. It's hot and dry. We're not going to see rain for like 2 weeks.
That sucks.
Yeah, why are you happy about that?
I'm fine.
It has been raining too much, though, I feel like, over the summer.
I need to hang on to summer. You know, I think I saw this article yesterday. We disrespect summer so much. The fact that Christmas stuff is out, we are we have a month of summer left. Don't disrespect summer. I'm getting the pool this weekend.
You're getting in?
I think so. Yeah, I thought I was going to be out of it because it was getting chilly, but I'm getting in. I had to, you know, I got to go buy some shock. I got to buy some shock for the pool.
Brett Boone set to join us. Brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. And Brett Boone is joining us now on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Brett, did you feel like you guys were going to pull that out last night at the end?
Oh goodness, yeah, I did. When you you're by the 5th, 6th when you're down 5, it's kind of you're still hoping, but. Once that 8th inning hit, I thought, yeah. And the 9th, Smitty bleeds off of that base hit. And I thought, we're going to pull this thing out. And just came up a little short.
When you're looking at the standings now, game to game, with 10 left, do emotions go game to game too? With guys saying, oh, man, like this is a big hill to climb? Or the other way, as you go game to game and scoreboard watching and everything that goes involved down the stretch?
Well, I think the player's completely different than the staff. As a staff, yeah, we are really grinded, and we're very aware of how well we have to do in these next 10 games to put ourselves in position to go to the postseason. I think the players they're different. They're kind of sheltered from that. And they're programmed to come up, get up every day and go play a baseball game and try to win a baseball game. So it's a little, and I'm learning that as I go. You know, it's a little different from player to staff member. But yeah, I think as an organization, we're very well aware of the position we've kind of put ourselves in. You know, we've been in this position coming out of the break. Guys responded. Then we had a lull for 2 weeks. We got to a point where, we got to start winning now or the season's over. They responded well to that and rattled off 16 out of 20. Now with this little skid we had, we put ourselves in that position again where, well, you need to start winning now if you're going to make the postseason, and win now and win often.
Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone joining us here, 105.3 The Fan. Take us through the decisions when guys who are coming off the injured list or vets versus the hot hand. Take us through the decision-making process on, putting someone back in the lineup after they come off the injured list when you have somebody or somebodies who have been red hot.
I look at it when the season comes down to this, and it's nitty-gritty time at the end. This is where the manager really earns his money, his salary, because these are not easy choices. You've got a group. Our particular group this year, especially the last month or so, has been missing the big stars, the Seekers, the Simeons, the Garcias, the Evan Carter. We missed Haggerty. Obviously, everybody knows about Nate Eovaldi going down. And now, all of a sudden, you've got the Adolis situation where last night he wasn't in the lineup. He's still not 100%. They were giving him another day. He ends up getting a huge pinch hit. But it comes down to, if there's one guy that has the experience, has been around, been there, done that, has won 4 World Series, it's Bruce Bochy. And a lot of times when he's talking, we'll go back and forth, and, he talks to a lot of staff members. At the end of the day, Boch is going to make the decision. But sometimes I think, wow, if anybody's got that gut and has been here, pretty much any scenario you can draw up, it's him. So and sometimes I tell him, he asks me, I said, Coach, trust your gut on this one. So there is a process, but at the end of the day, it's what gives us the best chance to win a game tonight. And I don't know what the lineup's going to be today. So it'll probably be a little different, similar to yesterday, but a little different, a tweak here and a tweak there. We'll find out as the morning progresses.
So, last night, Adolis has the single through the right side, the good team at bat, right? I mean, he wasn't trying to, he could have tried to just, yank one out of the park. But,
right.
You still obviously have, a chance to make the postseason. Do you worry as, after that game and now the percentage chance goes way down that you might not have guys take a team at bats? They might just be more stat padding?
No, actually quite the contrary. I don't think we're at that point. It could be doom and gloom. I've been in clubhouse where it's doom and gloom, and we're looking at each other like it's over. That was not the case last night. These guys know that they can still make a run. It's a significant run we got to make. We're not kidding ourselves and sitting there going, no, we're okay. It's like, no, we've got to win. We got to start winning now and win for a while and a lot in a row. There's not much room for error at this stage in the season, but by no means was it doom and gloom last night. I was pretty fired up at how these guys fought back and got to within one. And that base hit by Jonah Heim in right field, he dives for it. I can't believe it came up with a clean, and he came up with a clean on the dive. If that kicks off his glove, we're tied right there. So, you can sit there and nitpick. I can't say if this would have happened, if that would have happened. But, we put ourselves behind the 8 ball early. We came back, came up a little short. But that locker room after, you can kind of tell, at the end of the season when guys are done and beat, and that clubhouse was far from that vibe last night.
Brett, this is obviously your first year being the Rangers hitting coach, jumping on in the middle of the season. When you reflect back on that first week where you were here all the way up till now when you guys are in the middle of a playoff chase, how do you feel like the job has changed for you, or what you've learned in approach and how to deal with these hitters?
I definitely learned a lot. I learned personalities. I learned that sometimes it's my job is to get out of my hitter's way in particular situations. When they got it, let them go. Less is more. I've learned a lot of things. I've learned a lot of things, what it's like being on this side of the ledger, going through a big league schedule, not being a player, being a staff member. It's completely different. And, the guys about a month ago when I forget where we were, but I was just kind of looking around like, wow, this is, and they said, it's a lot different, isn't it? And they said, we all kind of knew when you came into that clubhouse in Boston that you had no idea what you were in for, and they were right. I didn't. It's been a big time learning experience. I'm still learning. I'm really fascinated with watching the game and the strategic side of it with lineups and flips and lefties and the bullpen and the matchups. That's been fascinating for me because I've always looked at it from more of just who do I put in the lineup, who do I play, how do I line my guys up to beat another team. And now I'm looking at the little strategies that are done for the lefty-righty matchups, and that's interesting for me. So I've learned in that capacity. But for the most part, just living with these guys and really not having control for the first time over what over anything and anything that has to do with the result, but more just doing the best job I can behind the scenes to put the hitters in the best mind frame to go out there and compete. It's been a different animal, but it's been something that's been a challenge and really rewarding when it works, and really tough when it doesn't. But it's a constant process.
Is this something where the coaching bug has bitten you enough that you'd want to come back and do it again?
And we'll see. We'll see what the circumstances are. Once this finishes this season, whatever that may be, I'll assess a lot of different things. But I definitely, I look at my life, and baseball's been my life from my childhood to growing up with my dad and my grandpa to my career, and watching my kids grow up and play. Baseball's all I've ever known, so I would assume that baseball is something that I'm going to continue to do. But it's definitely something at the end of the year I'll sit down and assess and see where everything is and see who's where and what we're doing. But yeah, I'm definitely going to say that I'm going to stay in the game at this point.
Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach, joined us here on 105 through the Fan. Brett, I'm curious, we've watched this year and seen Wyatt Langford have, stretches where he looks really, really good. Other stretches where it's clear he's having some struggles and people are wondering, all right, maybe he's pressing a little bit. Do you think the big thing for Wyatt Langford, for him to really just break out, is the only thing is just about consistency and getting more time on the plate and understanding his rhythm?
Wyatt Langford is going to be a star player, a real star. I've kind of watched him this year grow up in front of my eyes. I mean, when we first got here, Wyatt's very raw, very talented. That's obvious. He's got a skill set that's a superstar skill set. But he's 23 years old and he's kind of learning on the job. And it's been really fascinating to watch Wyatt go through a transition. He's a tinkerer. That's how we all learn. I think back, how did I learn this game? I have a father that played for a long time.
Put him on hold and tell him that our phones are messing up here on our end. Apologies to Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach here on 105.3 The Fan. Brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. He sounds like he wants to coach again.
He does, which that should surprise nobody. That is a family that has to be in the sport. I don't think that is a baseball family that could just kind of sit by.
I'm not just saying this because he's on air with us. I mean, it's nice to have on air with us. I love how much he clearly loves the game of baseball and is open to new things, but also has like an old school view and understands personal connection, things like that. I think it's really important that he's back here next year.
I also think it's good for the game when you any sport, like you need to have like a Lombardi needs to be in football, right? Just there needs to be a Lombardi always in football. Schottenheimer, we have a family lineage, and I think in baseball, you got to have the Boone family in it.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But
low-fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's cross over the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan.
Man, big shout out to Lucid Private Offices for keeping us a lot of us in business.
The internet in my life has just been awful.
Did you have Frontier?
No.
I do. Why?
Because they had a big outage in our neighborhood. And they're like, yeah, we'll be there in 8 days.
Dude, every time Frontier has a problem, if I tweet about it, immediately they're all over it.
When did this happen to you?
What?
Yeah.
It happened on Friday when I was in Vegas. My wife told me about it.
Oh, this was, you remember we were
Do I kinda
last
think she
year.
did something? Yeah.
Last year I had gotten Frontier, and the internet, like right after that, there were a lot of problems and we couldn't log in and there's something weird, and I was like, this is the way a company acts like when there's ransomware. And then it was like 2 days later we got the report, they're like, yeah, there was a ransomware attack on Frontier. I was like, called it. But they were offline for like 8 days.
I'm in the middle of watching a show and I'm streaming TV, all shows, because it happens this often. Games, huge moments in big games, and all of a sudden we've like lost internet connection. Or
Does that make you nervous about like the future?
No,
of TV
it makes me pissed off about the present. Okay. I don't care about the future.
Wow, I want future shots.
I want the game in the moment.
You're like the Dave Dombrowski of life. I only care about today. I don't care about the prospects.
And so then I have to go. I have to go and unplug and reset and this, and then it doesn't connect to my Sonos at the house, and I'm going on, with Chicago radio.
Wow. Talking Jack Sanborn.
And I'm getting, I get disconnected. It's embarrassing.
This is every morning the internet here for the last 3 weeks has disconnected from my laptop about 5-6 times during the show.
The internet here sucks.
What happened to our phones then with Boone? What happened?
It's a network thing. They call it a network thing. Too many times people are all on the same network at the same time, and it's an Odyssey thing too. It's not just our phones.
Odyssey. Nobody else want to do it? Okay.
That's what it take those people's court in Vegas.
Too many people on the network. On what network?
It's like the Netflix.
The phone network.
The phone network. There's too many people on the phone network.
Feels
It's
unlikely.
It's like a party line. Like only so many people can be on there.
That's the emails I've gotten back from engineers. I'm just
It
relaying
used
the
to be
message.
we took calls at 6, it'd be crystal clear at 5, but if we took calls at 8,
yeah,
no, buckle
Too
up.
many people making phone calls otherwise.
I mean, you know how many people are just like on the landline all day and just blowing it up.
That lady downstairs just must be just with all those little jacks, just trying to push all the.
KL5. Where can I direct your phone?
That's where TJ went. TJ's working the phones now.
Why did they do that?
I don't know.
My dad texted me this random phone number the other day. I'm like, I have your phone number. He goes, this is my landline. And I just want to know how many other people in the world have gotten that text message in the past 3 years.
I have not gotten that text message, but it's because
you don't have
it's not a
mom
new
to text
one.
you.
Exactly, it's a new one. It's not a new one. My dad's landline is still the same one that was there when we were kids. It's the same phone number.
And how many old people think it's a landline?
No one. My dad doesn't even have text. My dad doesn't even have texting on his phone.
Backhand, Corey. My dad's like, because of the technology and what we're talking about right here, you can always have that landline. It'll be there just in case.
I mean, that's a point. But
Yeah.
it's just
it's like I never should have switched maybe to streaming television versus just having the dish, which was more reliable day to day. It was just so much cheaper for me to.
Where you're at, you should have the dish because you're a little more like you're still in an area that's developing.
Yeah.
Anybody else in like a normal area that's like really populated, been developed for a while, it's not going to be as much of a problem to do the streaming stuff.
I've not had any problem with the stream. I love the DirecTV stream.
I was gonna say, mine's never disconnected.
The outages that you get with the dish from the storms really was annoying.
They did eventually kind of address that where they were like, if you just switch to standard, you can watch.
What's coming up on the show?
Guys, we got Bruce Bochy joining us at 12:30 today.
Whoa!
It's sad time.
We feel like last night ended it. Do you agree?
No, but I'll agree if it happens again tonight. I understand because you really needed to win this series. Now that is an impossibility. If they lose tonight, then I'll concede.
You'll concede that last night was the end, or you're saying that tonight is the end?
I guess I'll concede that tonight is the end. But I like that question. That is intriguing.
I'll
think about that.
August 16th was the end. That's when I officially raised my white flag.
No, you didn't.
That was the last
he did. On the air, he did. On the air, he did.
Yeah, he said it on air.
And you never reverse course?
I've not. I've been. Hey, thumbs up. I hope the best for them, but I just don't. I got to the point where I just couldn't continue to think, okay, this is it. Finally, this is it. Now, I did tweet the other night. I was like, I think I can believe in this team again.
I think I can.
But Toronto, the
That's where my head
Toronto
went,
series, when they went on the road, I told Kevin, I was like, Kevin, this series is make or break, and they broke me.
And that was the last time they lost 3 in a row.
Well, they lost to New York, Houston, and Houston. That's 3 in a row.
That's what I'm saying. Since right now.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I had no clue what you were talking about.
Here's the problem now.
I better fix it soon.
Moving forward, and I always worry about that with teams in this position. What are you going to remember about your year to factor into the offseason planning?
Right.
Is Chris Young going to say, hey, look at the development of the Rascals, and all we got to do is just have them. The pieces are here. Or is it, okay, throughout the majority and basically the entire season, we did not have enough offense. We need big-time offensive acquisitions. I know we're talking like it's over,
right?
But that's what I worry about with teams when they have these type of late runs and what you should really factor in.
Sure, it gives you a false sense of hope. Like,
Yes.
This pitching staff was amazing this year.
The best in Rangers history.
I mean, can we really go into the offseason and say, hey, man, we're going to get 30 starts for Jake DeGrom next year?
But don't you think that's what they're going to argue is then they're going to say, and if Eovaldi stays fully healthy, Leiter continues to progress. We were without Cody Bradford.
You can see Leiter.
They're
fine if you don't touch the staff.
They're going to make that argument. You just don't have money for those big, bad acquisitions. Because what are you going to do? Move off of Adolis when he's even cheaper next year? And then you can't do anything with Jock Peterson because, unfortunately, he'll opt into his player option unless
he won't be as bad as the first half.
Yeah, because he's the worst player in modern Major League history, and that's a fact. And if you look at the numbers. And
Rowdy won't be insulted by the afternoon show, so he'll have a better first half. His mindset will be better.
Don't you really want to hear that round two? Don't you want to hear how that interview would go?
Yes,
I want to hear the nosebleeds go into the clubhouse and do their version.
Okay,
there it is.
That's what I'm hoping.
Don't call it round two. Round is offensive to Rowdy. Call it interview two.
Hey, that's
my fantasy name.
Do you think they say where they're from at first, and he's like, no? Or do you think they just do a regular interview, and he's like, oh yeah, that was great. Hey, guess what?
Yeah,
from that jerk show.
Got you good.
Do it at the end?
Yeah.
My favorite part about that interview still is Dawson at the end going, we look forward to talking to you in surprise next year. And he goes, yeah. Like, sure, buddy.
It was right before that when he goes, oh, were you going to be in ministry if you weren't a baseball player? And he goes, oh, I'm surprised he didn't say food taster or something. I thought that was a great line.
It was good. It was funny. Up until then after that where he goes, you look fat, AJ Przinsky, and Jock's fat. But that was me when they joked about it to me.
What happened yesterday with Broadus and his neighbor?
Oh, man. It's glorious. Evidently, he lives above a lady. And the lady...
Hey, now.
They have each other's phone numbers.
And he says, look, I put rugs down so that whenever I walk, it doesn't make so much noise. Now, my son's a loud walker. I can hear him all over the house.
He's got huge feet.
Yeah. Or he just walks heavy. I don't know.
Heel first.
Yeah, he's a heel. Lucy, she's a ninja. Surprises me all the time. But yeah, so evidently the lady downstairs is just like,
what are y'all laughing at?
Bobby is an asshat.
But you entertain it.
No, because he just looks at me, and unfortunately, I've spent way too much time with him now that I know more or less what he's thinking.
He's correct.
So Broadus evidently,
without the crack,
the lady texted and said, "Hey,
all about the tuna.
You got to stop walking so damn loud." Basically.
Now, how does she have his number?
Broadus replied, "They're like a community group chat or something."
I think he might live upstairs, maybe in the same house kind of deal, but it's like a separate, a guest house or something. That's what I took from that.
Was this Mike Leslie?
He replied. He replied
this is
back
a condo
to her
or something.
Yeah, I think so.
Dale Hansen.
And he said,
"Brought a credit where he lives, though.
I get up early in the morning. You're very loud at nighttime doing your bedroom things, basically."
Because she was like, "I have a house guest. You keep waking up," and he's like, "Well, you know what? When you have those house guests, maybe you could keep it down as well."
Whoa!
And as of yesterday's crosstalk, he had not gotten a response from that gal.
Damn right he didn't.
Do we know how old this lady is?
Somewhere in her 40s, yeah. So,
would you rather the noise bother you at 5 a.m. or 9 p.m?
Oh my God, 9 p.m, a million times over.
Kristen,
you'd rather 9 p.m?
Yeah.
Kristen, there's somebody.
Oh yeah, you guys are sleeping. I guess
somebody upstairs from us for forever. Their kids would run and crash around. It's like 11 o'clock at night. You could hear it. They moved out. Right when they moved out, somebody else moved in next door. They've been blaring a speaker at 10 o'clock at night, and Kristen is about to lose her mind on them.
She needs to get a sound machine.
Sound machines. We have sound machine on. She's like, it doesn't matter when they're playing the music that loud. It's like vibrations and stuff. The girls hear it in their room. It's not good.
John showed him the pain, didn't you? Didn't you go over there and knock? And, and you just showed
I got
him
rid of them.
Look at this, guys.
Yeah, but they were homeowners. We're apartment people. You don't know how apartment people were going to react to the knock on the door.
Well, I had definitely drug dealers next to me.
Oh,
Amanda's like, you're gonna get shot
in Sunnyvale.
No,
No,
previous
this
neighborhood.
is over when he.
This is by the beheading.
Yeah, it's where the beheading happened.
I wasn't
little East Dallas area.
right there at the beheading. It was like a couple streets over.
We did a remote once within a week at a place where somebody got murdered. And I really, in the tease, I wanted to be
Boss
like,
man
it's going to
fat,
be
bro.
a killer show. And
Yeah, we couldn't say shots fired for like a couple weeks.
Well, remember we always used to have station events at that tavern where the Kelvin thing happened? Is that what you're referencing? Have you had any more issues with your neighbor who told you to trim the bushes?
I have not seen him yet. He might not be with us anymore because of Bobby. So I don't know. I haven't seen him yet.
Don't you put a hit out?
Well, he might have moved. I don't know. He might have moved.
You incriminated
I found,
Bobby.
I found out everything I needed to find out about
You
that guy.
haven't seen him next door? You haven't seen him driving the truck? Did you?
Well, he's not really next door. He's like diagonal from me behind. So I see his truck, but I've never seen him walk out there since then.
I'll tell you what. I found out what party he was registered to. He ended up getting a lot of text messages from the other one the day after.
I like that. I'm actually okay with that.
Have you touched the pathway to maintain sense?
No. I'm letting it grow out.
All right.
I'm gonna add sod actually to the actual road, and then we'll be playing that.
You're gonna add sod to the road?
Yeah.
Kevin, what is the? He's gonna turf it. He's gonna spend
the alleyway.
Spend the money to turf it. What is the last neighbor issue that you were involved in?
yeah, believe it or not really. I've never had a close relationship with a neighbor. The one I can think of,
The girl you kicked out for her car inspection?
she lived in my apartment. Is the day I got married.
Is your license up to date? Has your passport been renewed?
The day
It's over.
The day I got married, the person who lived next to me has this kind of stone wall built up, and
The wall.
it fell over.
Is it a big, beautiful
No,
You lived in Germany.
Does it have a door? It has a door.
It's the Berlin Wall.
it had fallen over, so I had to knock on his door, and we had never chatted. And I go, "Hey, it's nice to meet you. Your wall fell over," and I had to go. I just wanted to tell him that
Your wall fell over?
Yeah.
What was the length of the wall?
I mean, it was across all of their house, but only the portion by the garage. It's not like a
Was it a
wall.
fence?
It's not like a 10-foot tall wall. It was
going
like
on here?
It was like a 3-foot aesthetic stone kind of wall.
I had a
My
neighbor.
mom's getting a new wall in the backyard. You know she's
Oh, damn right. Yeah,
She's gonna build
painting
that.
it black.
she's just trying to
Paint it black.
Yeah. So did the wall fall towards your property? That's why you said something?
Yeah.
And did it fall
wall
towards
fell
theirs
over.
when you said anything?
I mean, I don't know, but it did fall and a couple of the stones were on the driveway, but luckily they didn't hit Brandon's car or anything. But I just wanted him to know, hey, your wall fell over.
We're back tomorrow with the Thursday edition. It's the KNC Masterpiece next on One.
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, Corey Majors. And of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, normally I welcome you to the show, but instead we're going to ask the questions that matter from the mind of Corey Majors. Do you ever think that you type in the right password and the computer is just messing with you? Because my answer immediately was yes.
Yeah, I haven't been able to type my password in correctly this morning. It's a long password, lots of caps. I use caps lock instead of shift. How many other people out there do use caps locks instead of shift? I would like to know. I also am one, so that's two. But sometimes I think that the computer, you go to type your password in and it's like, that was the right one. But we're just going to F you just a little bit.
Look.
Just to see how nuts we can drive
I
you.
think that computer goes, hey, 00110, watch this. And it just laughs at you because you put in the right password, but it's not going to help you out.
They're sitting there making bets with other computers, and they're like, I will give you some Bitcoin. You can have more Bitcoin today.
Exactly.
Computers.
Alec, do you prefer this brand of humor today or the Flintstones joke that I told you?
No. That's all I got to say. No.
Okay, fine. Would you rather talk about the Rangers game?
Well, I'm trying to avoid all of this, Kevin.
Yeah.
It's all negative to me.
It's not my fault we didn't complete the comeback. We're getting that hole to begin with.
For the people that that texted in during crosstalk and said, wait, it's not landline? Yeah, it's local area network, so it's just LAN. So that is something that, and wide area network for WAN, which is Wi-Fi, essentially.
What was that other one?
WAN, LAN and WAN.
Huh. Okay. Well, we did our best, but unfortunately, we have to talk about it.
Dude.
Do you want me to play a positive highlight to pretend like maybe we won the game? All right, here's the comeback. Go ahead and give me cut number 5. Let's pretend like this comeback continued.
The pitch to Adolis. Swung on, ground ball right side. It's a base hit. Josh Young will score. It's 6-5. Racing around to third is Osuna. And the Rangers have runners at the corners with 2 outs, down by 1. And Cody Freeman coming to the plate.
Now, this game was pretty wild, and I really thought that you were going to make the comeback all the way back. And the fact that I'm pretty sure you did all of that with 2 outs.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
That was a 2-out rally, Actually, it looked like it was going to be a 1-2-3 inning.
Yes, and it's terribly impressive, and it kind of goes along with the idea that prior to this Astros series, we talked about what an incredible 20-game stretch the Rangers had been on. And in that 20 games, you had seen 5 games from Corey Seager, 0 appearances from Marcus Semien, 10 from Adolis Garcia, 0 from Evan Carter, 0 from Nathan Eovaldi, and they just kept punching back. And I know, like, during crosstalk, Bobby asked the question, Sean asked the question, was last night the end of the road? I'm not going to say it was the end of the road, because one good thing about all of this along the way is that because you surged and won so many games, you put yourself in a position where you weren't only tailing after the Astros and the Mariners. And in fact, now the Red Sox are the one who have the last wild card. But the fact that this is the first time in the past month that you've lost 3 in a row, Cleveland's been on fire. They have now passed you in the wild card. It does kind of feel like the walls are crumbling around the Rangers at a time when you were hoping that they were really going to take this thing over. I mean, look, it's impossible for me to not think about it, and I know we're not there. If you would have won these 2 games against the Astros, y'all would be tied right now.
Yep.
And instead, you found yourself in a really tough situation. I'm going to go ahead and say tonight is the last stand, and you get your one more shot against the Astros, and if you end up getting swept, then I will concede that's probably the end. But last night's game was so painful most of the night because obviously you fell behind and then it just kept building. And I will admit, I thought 6-0 was an impossible deficit for this offense to come back from. And they almost did it, but that doesn't count.
Yeah, and the fact that the Mariners are on their torrential tear doesn't make me feel any better, Kevin, because you kept telling me to have faith that the Mariners would just fall apart. I do. I'll wait for it to all fall apart.
By the way, and we'll get to this Nuggets, last night the Mariners had a combination of unbelievable plays and statistics that I haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah, they might actually be contenders.
Well, they'll lose in the first round.
Yeah,
that will be the new version of it. But yeah, they're playing incredible right now.
And somebody said, I think Corey may have fibbed. He said he gave up on the 16th, but he talked about how close we were an awful lot. Or was I talking about how far away 1.5 games is? I think that's the reality. I wasn't talking about how close we were. I was talking about how the distance between us felt like an eternity. Now that we're 3.5 out, dude, we can make that up quick. It's just getting back to 1.5 is going to, once we get there, that's going to be the struggle to get over the top. Don't worry about that. It's a reality that you have to face. But last night, Kevin, I got home from my son's football game, and I was keeping track, and it was 6-0. You know, I was looking 1-0, 2-0, 3. Oh my gosh, dude, this is going to be a tough night for the Rangers again. And are they just swinging away at everything early again? And they
tough night for Merrill Kelly too.
And that's 2 now. This last start that he had, didn't he give up 2 leadoff home runs or a back-to-back leadoff home run? And then whenever I got home, I have to go pick up Carter from the school because they go drop him off at the school. Get in the car. Oh my gosh. We're mounting a comeback. I left, it was 6-1. I got home and it was 6-5. And I was like, do I stay in the car? No, I ran inside to watch what ultimately happened, Kevin. And then they couldn't get anything in the bottom of the ninth. Abreu was, or the top of the ninth, Abreu was fantastic against them.
It definitely felt like the previous surge was their last stand. And unfortunately, with Merrill Kelly, you had won his last 4 starts. And so there's a lot of confidence going into this game. You know, Dallas Morning News had kind of 3 bullet points that would decide if the Rangers would not stay in the playoff race, but actually make the playoffs. And one of them you see straight away. Can they handle their business? Now, this is not only about the Astros, although the answer to that would be no. But you've got the Marlins and the Twins, and I understand people are going to say if you can run the table against both of those, that could change a lot of things. And that's true. That could change a lot of things. But you have a head-to-head matchup right now with one of the teams that you were chasing, and you're falling behind. Now, I realize the Astros are going to play the Mariners, and if you can win, you can make up some ground there. But the fact that you have lost ground these last 2 days, not only to the Astros, but to the Guardians, and that's tough to overcome.
That, and Kevin, that could be the big factor here. Let's say you do have a couple of good moments against Miami and Minnesota. Finish off here against Houston. Let the Astros and the Mariners do their thing. Figure that out. That last series against Cleveland could be a playoff environment.
No, absolutely.
And maybe you don't get in, but you get that experience of it right there at the end, which is good for these young players. Like, it is good for those. Soon as, dude, he had some really nice moments last night, late in that game, where I was like, he had some pitches that he swung at that I was like, he's doing a great job battling up there. I really appreciated that. But that last series could be a playoff environment with both teams vying for that final spot, or something else, some other form of it, while all of baseball's benefiting. So, Kevin, here we are kind of stressing about it, and you still have this really good opportunity for intense baseball action at the end of September.
I can't rule that out with the way the Red Sox have been kind of puttering along. The Guardians, I guess outside of Seattle, have probably been the hottest team in baseball. And up until these 3 games, the Rangers were probably right there as the hottest team in baseball. So I would love a scenario where Boston continues to falter, or Houston goes back and falls, and it's Cleveland and Texas playing that last series to essentially decide who is going to go to the playoffs. But a couple of these other things of note. Can the star hitters for the Rangers perform like star hitters?
Who are the star hitters for the Rangers right now, Kevin?
Because, I think this article described it, and you can agree or disagree, because right now, obviously, I would be like, I don't know. I would probably say that Freeman and Hellman are your star hitters. But I realize they more appropriately mean probably Langford, I'm sure Peterson, and Adolis. So
when was the last time Wyatt had a home run?
I'm not sure. So for
September 1st.
Okay. And he had a big gap at another point not too long before that as well. And so for Adolis Garcia, he did not get the start. They went with Hellman, and then eventually Adolis Garcia came in. He got a pinch hit. Jock Peterson, he had a hit yesterday, but then Wyatt Langford, to your point, I know he got a walk, but also had a couple of strikeouts, a key strikeout along the way, and went 0 for 4. And I think they mean more long-term down the stretch, but those are the hitters that you're going to be looking at, because Josh Young has struggled as well, even with a clutch home run the other day. No Corey Seager, no Marcus Semien. Adolis Garcia came back and immediately went 0 for 8 before last night, and he got the pinch hit. Those are the people that you're going to need to step up. And then can the bullpen continue to hold up? I think if you are looking at it from this perspective, the bullpen held up just fine yesterday. Did they have more walks than you would hope? Probably. But they held up just fine. It's just, unfortunately, and I would not have anticipated this, Merrill Kelly got run, man. I know he pitched like technically 3 innings, but he was out there in the 4th inning, and it was just continually falling apart. I realize that the runner for Houston breaking from first moved the second baseman out of position at one point for a play that you would have hoped they would have made. And if that runner would not have been on a hit and run, that could have been a double play. But guess what? That's not what happened. And you ended up giving more runs. And that was the end of the day for Merrill Kelly.
In the last 2 games, he's given up 19 hits.
Oof. But like the last one you could live with, just because he didn't get torched for runs.
He went 5 2/3, gave up 3 runs.
Yeah.
But 19 hits, which that tells me that teams are seeing him better.
Yeah.
And like, again, he doesn't have dominant fastball stuff. Like, he's not that guy, but he pitches really smartly. and I know, we made trades for him because we were like, hey, our arms are worn out. Well, that dude's been pitching all season too.
Yeah.
Maybe he's at a point now, or maybe he just doesn't see this really has that chance, and he's like, okay, I'm going to go out there and do my job, but I'm not pitching at that same high level. I don't know exactly where it stands, or maybe Houston's just a bad matchup for him. Maybe that's the possibility. Milwaukee knew him, because they faced him plenty of times.
Look, you got 10 games left, and we're to the point in the season where I'm not going to give up just because you never know what could happen. But if they lose again tonight to Houston, I will understand, especially with DeGrom going out there, I will understand everyone's concern that it's over. I understand people's concern that it's already over. There's only 10 games left. Might as well just stick with it. But a loss tonight does really feel like it would be backbreaking.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's scout the Chicago Bears right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hey everybody, Corey Majors here from my friends at Best Buy Windows and Siding, and I want you to consider your windows like a great offensive line, just for your house. If they're leaky, you're getting sacked, and you don't want that to happen. Make sure you invest in guards that you can trust, and that's Best Buy Windows and Siding right there. Keep it simple, 10 single-hung windows for just $59.50. That's 0 down, 0% financing with approved credit. You can call 469-WINDOWS or visit bestbuywindowsandsiding.com today.
Listen up. Are you experiencing ED, weight gain, and fatigue? Get a P-shot, Botox, and stem cells to improve your blood flow. Lose weight with GLP-1s like semaglutide. Improve your energy with low T pellets and peptide therapy. See Dr. Mitchell in Southlake. Visit erectioncenter.com or call or text 972-355-3771. That's 972-355-3771. No more excuses. Start living your best life today. 972-355-3771.
It has been far from that, as he is hitting 180 with an OPS of 673. So when you talk about some of your star players needing to step up, I don't know if people consider him a star yet, but we all hope he's going to be a star. And so, yeah, Wyatt Langford is on that list of people who need to step up.
Still waiting for just, it's a different level of consistency at that.
I agree.
Stage. That's what, we know the flash of when he connects with one. Does it sound like the natural? Yeah. And when he connects with one, does it go far and hard? Yes. I need to see it more often, more consistently.
You know what? And when you say more consistently, one of the issues about that, and we can bring in the Cowboys since we're going to be previewing the Bears as well, is it's easy to look at like the overall stats and try to make some sort of bold statement that is maybe not reflective of what's actually happening in the game. So like right now, Wyatt Langford has a WAR of 5.2. I think going into the season, people would have been like, oh yeah, no,
I'll take 5.2.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I'll take it. But you're in the midst of a playoff race, and while he was one of the people that absolutely carried you into and brought you back into the playoff race in August, where has he been in September? It's the same thing. ESPN is like, oh, is maybe Dak Prescott playing the best football in the NFL? I think that's an absurd question. I realize that they have absurd Cowboys questions all over the time. But look back at the games. Don't look at the overall stats. How do you think he played in the second half against the Eagles? How do you think he played early in the game against the Giants? There's only been 2 games. And if you can find gaping holes in which he hasn't played really well, I'm not going to say that he's playing the best. Now, he totally did stuff to redeem a lot of that in the fourth quarter and overtime against the Giants. But I don't think you can go, well, if you take out the third and fourth quarters against the Eagles and the first quarter against the Giants, yeah, he's the best. There's only been 8.5 quarters.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Wow. What a surprise. Kevin hates Dak.
Okay. I don't understand why just saying things that are true equal that. But let's focus on the Bears. I'm going to tell you good news.
Which side of the ball for the Bears is the most important?
I mean, you got to think it's their defense, right? After what happened last week.
Their defense is 31st in the league.
That makes sense.
They are a bad defense. And obviously, Chicago or Detroit obliterating them.
Yes.
They had extra motivation. They wanted to stick it to Ben Johnson. I think that team, Dan Campbell, not friendly. Maybe hey, I like you, Ben, but I'm gonna torch you.
Well, and the other thing,
plus they had just lost, so they definitely wanted to torch their opponent.
And then for the Bears defense, they were in control of that Minnesota game, and then they made J.J. McCarthy look good when he's clearly not. We'll get to that later. Mm-hmm. I've got some numbers for you on that, but here's the good news for the Bears. And then there's a lot of other news. The Bears have scored a touchdown on their first possession in both games. Thus ends the positive portion of my discussion about the Bears that doesn't include Rome Odunze. Because if you want to talk about him, obviously he has been phenomenal to start the season. But the Bears have several other problems. You would like to start in the defense, yes?
Yeah, I think the defense is definitely the key for what this team is lacking at the moment. I think there's some offensive problems too, but their defense has gotten torched.
So I'm guessing
times.
This is not something we would have guessed at the beginning of the year. The Bears' lone turnover force thus far was courtesy of a pick six from Nashawn Wright.
Let's go.
He had a 74-yard return on the pick six. Other than that, the team has really struggled defensively. They had the fourth quarter collapse against Minnesota, and they haven't gotten a lot of pressure on the quarterback, specifically in like these last 5 quarters. They had 4 quarterback hits against Detroit, but no sacks, and the pressures they got realistically felt like it was when the game was over. And that's a tough thing about just looking at the numbers for the Bears in these first 2 games. Some of them are kind of stilted by the fact that that game pretty much felt like it was over.
They have the second lowest overall defensive grade in the NFL according to PFF.
Oof.
They have the lowest coverage grade by far. Like it's 10 points lower than anybody else when it comes to their coverage. Their pressure's moderate. It's fine. But they don't have anything that's green right now. Their special teams, their special teams is green, but it's not a dark green. You know, it's like a light green.
Believe it or not, I was prepared for this. Torrey Taylor has registered a 53-yard average with a 48.3 net average on punts. So you know what? That was unfair. That is another positive sign for the Bears.
Yeah, but their defense is in it's just on skates right now, man.
And I did, if you want to just look at the overall picture of the stats, Tremaine Edwards for the Bears, he had an 11-yard tackle for a loss. It got him up to 800 tackles for his career, one of just 12 active players with that many career tackles. So that is a positive. But then you immediately go over to the flip side. Cornerback Jalen Johnson is out with a groin injury. So at a time when the Bears defense has struggled a lot like the Cowboys defense, losing those key players for the Cowboys, whether it's Deron Bland, who Steven told us on Monday would be a long putt to play in this game. And then for the Bears, they've got Jalen Johnson, who's out with a groin injury. So if you are the respective quarterbacks, I would imagine you'd probably be kind of excited about this match.
Yeah, probably. It does seem like one that you feel like you can feast upon. But Kevin hasn't. It feels like the Cowboys are running the football effectively. It feels like they are committed to the run. You can see it. They don't just run for the sake of running. They're actually running with some purpose. It feels like that. But then you also feel like Dak is throwing the ball a lot. And that's they're saying, hey, we're putting the ball in his hands in big moments. He's the $60 million man. We rely on him to carry this thing. But doesn't it feel like that in this game, they're going to try to still go for balance in the offense, and not just because we see that matchup in the secondary, we still are going to run the ball. That's just what I feel with Schottenheimer's game. The way I've seen it being called so far is it feels pretty balanced.
From the 940, I have big concerns about Caleb Williams using his legs against us.
You should.
All right, so let's go to Caleb Williams. Once again, the overall stat picture might say that he's been meh. But Ben Johnson was quick to point out that he felt like Caleb Williams made a considerable improvement in game 2, especially going through his reads. Now, if you think this is just coach speak, I did appreciate what Ben Johnson added in there. And one of the things that he goes is there's still a handful of throws we would have wanted to have back. So it wasn't just like a glowing portrayal of, man, Caleb's the man. He was honest about it, and he saw progress in, ironically enough, Caleb's progressions.
That's good that he saw some progress in that. I think he's going to see more progress this week against the Cowboys. I just do.
That is tough to argue against.
Yeah, and was it Nick Eatman we heard this morning, and he said he thinks that Kyer Elam and Diggs, this defense doesn't suit them well, and we were both kind of like,
especially with Diggs. Yeah,
we both went, well, I mean, that's pretty obvious at this point. But what are you going to do? This is the personnel you have. and this is the coordinator they've hired to come fix the defense for the foreseeable future. I don't think this is a one-year stopgap. I just don't think that that's going to be the case. So what are you going to do there? I think Caleb Williams, Kevin, the talent, the arm talent's there, the decision-making, and how he goes about leading a team has always been the question. Even whenever he was at OU, that was part of the question.
Right.
And the way he left, I still hated too. Like I didn't love the way that him and his coach just bailed on a team like that. I didn't think it showed great leadership. And then from there on, it continued to build. But his arm talent's there. He just has to say, I don't always have to make the 60-yard big play. I have to learn how to make these other throws in order to set up for something like that. And that's not where he is yet mentally in the game.
Now, the good news is early on, it looks like he has a receiver that is really set to continue to stand out. And again, I know it's just been 2 games, but if you look at Odunze, he already has the same number of receiving touchdowns that he did last year. So clearly that is a potentially big step.
They didn't know how to use him last year. They had Keenan Allen. They tried to make DJ Moore the focal point. DeAndre Swift eventually picked it up, but they didn't know how to use Odunze last year. And I thought this year was going to be his breakout year simply because of the offensive coordinator. But I also thought DJ Moore was going to get more of a St. Brown usage.
Right.
And it looks like Odunze is getting the St. Brown usage right now.
And so the 3 touchdown catches through 2 games, that's the most a Bears receiver has had since Brandon Marshall in 2014. So we haven't seen this level of wide receiver production for the Bears in more than a decade. And I don't know if you like this website or not. At times it can be homer-ish per team, but Clutch Points says that they think Odunze is going to go off on the Cowboys as well, with Caleb throwing for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns, with one of those going to Rome. And if you just saw the secondary make Russell Wilson look like a no-brainer Hall of Famer once again, that does kind of feel like it's tough to argue against.
The Luther Burden experiment, I'm very interested to see that thing.
Man, I got a rookie card of him that's parallel numbered to like 20, so I'm also curious. But
3
I'm
targets.
guessing you are curious for different reasons.
3 targets, 2 receptions, 2 yards. And
yeah.
I'm thinking, Kevin, you want more out of that rookie card.
Yeah, no, I will wait for that to happen in future games. If we could continue that exact same lack of targets, lack of catches, and lack of yardage, I would be completely fine with that.
How have you felt then? Because I think that DeAndre Swift is a reasonable running back. Monogany is an interesting running back to have too. Having DeAndre Swift last year, I got the points I needed fantasy-wise out of him, and that was a thumbs up for me. But there were times when he was not effective at all. How do you feel the Cowboys' defensive front has done stopping the run, and do you feel like this is going to be one of those games where they just force them out of even thinking about running the ball?
I'm not trying to set people on fire, but I think the Cowboys' run defense has done shockingly well so far.
I'm sorry, what?
Shockingly well.
Just considering what we expected.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You always got to set the standard of what was your expectation first.
That's fair.
And that's why I'm
right,
shocked.
Then I'll set this really clearly. I had very low expectations for the Cowboys' run defense, and by golly, if I don't think they've been at least mediocre. All right, and so that, I hope, does that make sense, Alec? Like, you see what I'm saying, right?
I love it.
I'm baffled.
Okay, it's only been 2 games, but I believe their per carry average given up is down 0.7 yards. That is a huge drop. And again, you'll be like, it's 2 games, and so Swift goes off, and they really end up giving up a lot. Well, then those statistics can fall back to, unfortunately, right where some people thought they would be. But DeAndre Swift is a tricky one early this season because not particularly effective against Minnesota. But then you go back to the Detroit game. Guess what? If you're losing by 8,000 points, you're not really going to be running the ball a whole lot. So I think this will be a very interesting game to see how he continues to define himself for the season. And I'm sure we'll talk about this again, but you know that loss to the Lions is the biggest loss all season. And for people who are like, well, the Bears are going to want to be back out there and avenge it. Like, I get all of that, but this would be the second time in 3 years they've started out 0-3. So I don't want to pretend like this is already some foreign territory for the Bears. Unfortunately, they have been in this position before, and I will go in the rest of the week thinking that if you don't win this game, I don't think the Bears are as bad as the Giants by any stretch of the imagination, but the beginning of your schedule is soft. This is a game that the Cowboys need to win if you have honest-to-goodness hopes for them to do something this season.
Yeah, you're supposed to beat the bad teams, and this is one of those that you should be. Now, I don't care how you beat the bad teams because you're not a great team. I can't even say you're a good team right now. You are a developing team, is what they've said and what I will agree with based on what I'm watching. You have lots of players out there that are developmental, a lot of players out there that are still learning the system because Kevin, we were playing with a 7-iron during the preseason. So, what are we going to do? What could we have done to prepare for the first part of the season? So I think you're still a developing team, but I think you have the talent to be a really good team by the end of the season. So you need to be beating the bad teams during this stretch because later down the road, your tests are going to get a lot harder.
And I want to just circle back around because I've seen some people bring up the CeeDee Lamb drops in the game against the Eagles. I'm totally with you, and you were on pace to, at least score some points on that drive, but you did score 0 points in the second half. By no means did I say that Dak is not playing well this season. I told you for a bulk of the Giants game, I thought he played better in the Eagles game, but the idea that he's playing the best through 2 weeks, I think is silly.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Hey, guess what? The best players in the league are playing the best, but also your first chance of the day in our show to win the Cowboys Ultimate Fan Giveaway.
No way!
All of it next on The Fan.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
2-2 pitch. Swung on and a high drive well hit to left field. Going back is Sanchez. That ball is history. Cody Freeman puts one in the Crawford boxes, his third home run, and the Rangers are on the board. It's Houston 6 and Texas 1.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3.
Let's get something away! 877-881-1053. If that didn't scare you off, here's your chance to win a one-of-a-kind experience, the ultimate Cowboys fan hang presented by our friends at Whataburger. You and a guest are going to enjoy game day inside the Star on the very seats where the team breaks down plays and talks strategy. You're going to be joined by cheerleaders, former Cowboys player, Whataburger to eat. Caller number 10 right now, 877-881-1053. And if you don't win this time, don't worry. Your next chance to win will be between 1 and 1:15 today on our very show. Now, it's time, courtesy of Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement for some baseball nuggets.
Yeah, but I think we need to address something.
Oh, okay. It's about the Mariners.
I frequently observe, hey, YouTubers, I'm watching you. I just don't have a login, and therefore I don't respond a lot, but I do watch you. Okay?
Is that because you log in as Choppy and they don't believe it's
I'm
you?
logged in as Choppy on the Twitch. Because I don't remember my login for Twitch either. And every time I try and find it, it's like, never mind. It's a long story. But Troy Ferg 15 said, wait, is Bassick gone?
That was more than 6 months ago.
Troy Ferg also did add, sorry, I've been away for a bit. And which swaggy booties? Always an expert
Yes.
for the station. Yeah, Kevin fired Mike.
Not true.
Troy Ferg 15 then said, I knew it.
That is not true. I talk to Mike all the time. Why would he still talk to me if I fired him?
I mean, I'm sure you can fire somebody and they still would talk to you.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I feel like that's happened before.
You talk to the people that ever fired you? Did you ever get fired? I never talked to the Blockbuster people that fired me. Although I saw their point.
Nah, F them kids.
Okay. So, no, Mike did not get fired. He went to become the Rangers broadcaster. You could hear him on the TV call last night despairingly when the Rangers had fallen down 6-0.
He's doing a great job.
He really is.
He's doing a wonderful job. We're very proud of him. Basically, you can give all of the good work that he's doing on TV. You can give all the credit to us for training him.
Great.
To be correct, politically correct, not politics correct. But you know how he's walking a straight line for TV?
Mm-hmm.
Did he ever walk that straight line for us?
No.
Towards the end, he definitely did not.
All right.
But we still love
So
him.
the three probably standout players of the season so far, Aaron Judge, Cal Raleigh, and Shohei Ohtani. Does that feel like a fair breakdown?
Sure. Sounds good to me.
All right. So for Aaron Judge, yesterday played right field again. That's a significant development for the Yankees because that is the first time he has played consecutive nights in right field since he suffered that elbow flexor strain in July. So it's been almost 2 months. They're getting him back out on the field, obviously, to, well, make sure you lock up your playoff spot and continue to prep for the postseason. Another person I could probably throw in there
Kyle Schwarber
is, Kyle Schwarber is not in this conversation, but he's one of those people. Tarek Skubal. So Tarek Skubal is on track to start tomorrow. I know there was some concern after he felt tightness in his left side in his previous start, but he has been adamant that it was just a brief issue. He had his regular bullpen on Monday. He said no issues, so he should be good to go for Thursday. Now, let's get to the Mariners and to Shohei Ohtani. Who would you prefer first?
Let's go with the Mariners.
All right.
They're in the way.
Look, man, yesterday was an amazing day for the Seattle Mariners. I hate to say that, but it's true. They ended the game with a ball hit towards J.P. Crawford, and J.P. Crawford made a diving catch to keep the ball in the infield. Crawford then made the quick decision to flip the ball to the second baseman, even though the play was at first, because he knew there's no way I'm going to get the runner out. And so he throws it to Crawford, who then fires it to first base for the out. It was incredible. Now, it was 12-5, and if the ball would have gone through, it would have probably been fine. But still, that play was badass.
Dude, I know we're talking about Seattle, just revisiting last night's game. Had that Jonah Heim hit in the ninth inning, Smith goes in and makes
yes.
I don't even know how he stopped it, honestly. It was a risky play. That would have changed the entire game last night. And
Agreed.
that's the difference when you have great defense, when you make great defensive plays, you have better games because of it. Rangers, unfortunately, just haven't had the offense to go with it. That was an awesome play last night, though.
Now, the Mariners made dual history yesterday. Let's start with Dominic Canzone. He became the second player in Mariners history to have 5 hits, including 3 home runs in a game.
Really?
Can you imagine
Griffey
doing that? Ooh, I actually don't know the other
Jay
player,
Buhner.
but that probably makes a lot. I'm
Brett
gonna go.
Boone.
Let's say yes. Can you imagine doing that in a game and being overshadowed by your own teammate? So Canzone, second player in Mariners history, 5 hits in a game, including 3 home runs. But it gets overshadowed by Cal Raleigh, who hit 2 home runs to break Mickey Mantle's record for most home runs by a switch hitter in a season, and tie Ken Griffey Jr. Can you imagine, for the most in Mariners history, can you imagine a game in which your home run prowess surpasses Mickey Mantle and ties Ken Griffey Jr.? That is crazy.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a plaque for that or something, but that's one of those where you're getting high fives and beers after that game.
I'm going to ask the question one more time. And I know advanced statistic people are going to get super mad at me, so I'm just asking the question.
Who did you vote for?
Cal Raleigh has an OPS that's like, I don't know, 175 points lower than Aaron Judge. I accept that. I understand that. He's also going to break Griffey's, one would assume, record for most home runs with the Mariners. Has the most home runs ever for a catcher, the most home runs ever for a switch hitter, surpassing Mickey Mantle. It looks more and more like he's going to lead his team to a division victory and the playoffs, and he plays catcher and voter fatigue.
He should win MVP. I know you can go, OPS, and you can look at that number. It's
Aaron Judge's
number.
OPS is way better.
It's an insane number. He doesn't have to stand behind home plate and catch for 9 innings. And do it as the number 1 catcher, catching the majority of the games.
By the way, and Aaron Judge has played a lot of DH because of that injury.
Like this is, I would say that I think he deserves all of that. Again, like you just pointed out, the way he's helped guide this team to it. Because how many big moments late in the game has he been the one to step up and hit a home run to help them win that game too? So everything that he's doing for that team, he's their MVP, and I think that carries over to what he deserves for the season, too.
Alec, you'd mentioned, I can't remember if it was in this same context, but a while back you'd mentioned voter fatigue. The betting odds will still tell you it's Judge's award to win, but what do you think about the idea that maybe this vote's going to be a lot closer than people think, or maybe Cal Raleigh can take it down?
I think it will be closer than people think, and I think that Raleigh still does have a chance because of Judge's injury in the middle of the season, missing a little bit of time. And then when you start getting those accolades and those records broken where your name starts popping up with the all-time greats, I think that's what gets people's attention more so than the number itself. It's that, hey, this hasn't been done since X great player.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, maybe we need to, go ahead and award this guy for some of the things he's been doing.
He has 14 stolen bases, too. As a catcher.
That might actually be the most surprising stat you'll hear all day.
14 stolen bases as a catcher. Does that lead all catchers? Kevin, that leads all catchers.
By 13?
By 2.
I'm just kidding.
But that's the most. But yeah, like Jonah Heim has 3.
All right. Okay.
Higashioka, guess how many he has?
2?
3.
Okay. So one more thing for you. Shohei Ohtani. This is another situation.
He plays baseball.
Where you walk into the clubhouse and you're like, I don't want to hear it. Shohei Ohtani was the starting pitcher. He threw 5 innings of no-hit baseball. He also hit a home run, his 50th of the season. And his team lost 9-6.
What?
As the bullpen imploded once again.
For 5 innings,
yes.
Nobody scored.
Correct.
And then after that, they scored 9 runs.
Correct.
That's unacceptable.
Their bullpen is really struggling. And he helped. Not only did he keep them scoreless, he helped them get the lead with his home run. And
do you think that he walked in there and said anything? Because he didn't walk in. He walked one dude. That was it right there. That
I
was
think
really the backbreaker.
I don't know. I haven't really gotten a gauge quite for how he is behind the scenes. But if ever there was a day.
Seems like he has a ton of respect for the game.
Yeah, and as he should. I think you can have a ton of respect for the game and be like, hey, what the hell?
Yeah, it just seems like he's one of those everybody likes to be around him kind of guys. So,
which I think, don't you think, though, that makes it all the more impactful when it does happen? Like if Shohei stepped in there and was like, hey, bullpen, what the hell? We're better than this. I feel like that could make a huge difference.
I'll go to the bullpen and start. By the way, Kevin, Aaron Glenn has announced that Justin Fields is out this week as he deals with a concussion. Tyrod Taylor will start against the Bucs.
And those concussions they're terrible to see, and they are tricky to manage. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
Saffron squad? Nutmeg mayonnaise? Paprika? No. Nutmeg mayonnaise? I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron squad?
krl-fm Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Can I regale you with a baseball statistic before we begin our football discussion?
I would love it.
All right, so Shohei Ohtani hit his 50th home run last night. He has 50 home runs in back-to-back seasons. How many players in MLB history do you think have accomplished such a feat?
3.
Oh, that is correct.
No way.
Well, since you got the first part right, do you want to try to guess the 3? I mean, I already told you one.
I'll rest on my laurels.
Okay, Shohei Ohtani this season and last season. Alex Rodriguez in 2001 and 2002 with the Rangers.
Okay.
And then Babe Ruth in 1920 and 1921. And that's it.
Mickey Mantle didn't do it?
Nope.
Shocking.
Yeah, because I think Mickey Mantle ended up in the mid-40s and high 40s a couple of times.
Right.
Which probably preceded or followed like his 54 home run season.
And Maris had the 61.
Yeah.
And that might have been it then, huh?
Exactly. So that's it. Just those 3.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. And that's in, I'm sorry, actually, I might have told that statistic incorrectly. I apologize for lying to everybody. Don't. In their first 2 seasons with their new team. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I was like, Griffey did it.
No, I'm sorry.
McGuire.
I misstated the beginning of that. I apologize.
You forgot the asterisk.
Yeah, I was trying to do things out of context, which I know has been really popular the last week or so. So I apologize. In their first 2 seasons with their new team.
With the team. Okay.
All right. Now, for the Cowboys, do you want to talk about CeeDee Lamb going to Saudi Arabia to play flag football next year?
Yeah, what's up with that, Mickey?
You're breaking news to me.
Oh, the Cowboys have granted CeeDee Lamb permission to participate in the Saudi Arabian flag football tournament that was probably already best known as the Tom Brady flag football tournament because he is going to play in said tournament.
In Saudi Arabia.
That's right. They got money, man.
What and when is this going to take place?
It is going to be next year. I don't remember offhand what month it is next year.
All right.
One would assume a good bit outside of the football parameters. So, so like Saquon Barkley has been contacted, Christian McCaffrey, Sauce Gardner, like all these people have been reached out to because if Tom Brady's going to be in it, they want to make it a big deal.
And I bet they're getting paid well.
I have no doubt about that, good sir.
That would be the only way I'd go out there.
Yeah.
Somebody would have to pay me to go.
Oh, I'm with you, man. I'm for sale as well. So,
is it because of the long flight? Is that the?
I just don't trust going out in those places. Tell you the truth.
Hey, man, I trust.
I've made it this.
And that's about it.
I've made it this long. I don't need to take chances.
Okay. All right. Now, we've heard rumblings that the Cowboys are going to be working out other offensive linemen, but I think the assumption is Brock Hoffman steps in because that's who played in overtime to replace Cooper Beebe. Does that sound right to you? And what kind of hopes or expectations are reasonable for Brock Hoffman?
Yeah, I always thought Brock Hoffman was a better center than he was a guard. I didn't think he, and this might sound weird, but I didn't think he was powerful enough at guard, but at center, I thought he was pretty good. And I thought he played well when he came in the game, and probably didn't have all that many snaps in practice, right? So yeah, I'm good with going there. And then the immediate backups will be T.J. Bass and Trevor Keegan. And they had picked up Keegan off waivers after he got released at the end by Philadelphia. And so I think he's listed as an offensive tackle, but he has some center possibilities. So those would be the immediate backups. And that's always the problem when, somebody gets hurt and you go, well, the backup's not bad. And then the question is, who's the backup to the backup? And then I see the Cowboys are going to sign Wesley French to the practice squad.
I love that name.
Wesley French.
Yeah, what a cool name.
So I think that's kind of how they're going to initially take care of that going forward. Hoffman started 7 games last year, replacing Zach Martin toward the end of the season, and I thought he played well enough for going in as a backup. So I think it's in pretty good hands.
Okay, and I guess that was going to be my question, because everybody talks about his competitive fire and ability to piss off the opponent, and I appreciate all of that. But also, are you good enough to play the position? I probably care about that more.
Yeah, and I think he is. I think, the times I've seen him play center, and I'd have to go back and see, how many games at center or how many games at guard. I don't know if I looked it up, but I just know from watching him in practice or training camp, it seems like he's better off suited for center. So we'll see what happens, as long as you can get the snap there. And you don't have problems with that, and get it on time and all those things. I think from a talent standpoint, as a backup, I mean, at one point he was actually competing for competing for that job. So, we'll see where it goes. But that's kind of the plan right now. When I asked Schottenheimer, it's like, okay, who's the backup to the backup? And that was his answer.
I think it's interesting you were talking about that, because I think Schottenheimer, I want to say he was on with Sean and RJ when he said this. He might have been somewhere else, but they were asking about whenever you have 2 quarterbacks that are really close, and he said always go with the young player if it's that close. He was like, if it's Dak Prescott, they're not going to have anything that close. But if it's like that, then you go with the young player. Is that why BB won then? I know he wasn't the head coach at the time, but he was helping in the decision making. Is it because he was the younger player? No,
I think he all along, when they drafted him, the idea was this is going to be our starting center. And, for a while there, it was like, okay, we're going to let them compete and see what happens.
It was quotations.
Right?
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah. And it was like, that's what was going to happen. And the first opportunity they got, it was like, okay, he's in. It was sort of, last year, I don't know that they thought, I didn't know if they thought Guyton was going to be the starter. If it, and then, I'm going to forget his name. This veteran backup got hurt. I got a Buka on my mind. What's the guy's name? I'm sorry.
Awesome was the other one. I can't remember.
Anyway, then they were saying, well, that we were really going to start him. But you know what? Before he got hurt, they were competing, and then they decided, okay, we're going with the young guy. That's why we drafted him. He's going to be our starting left tackle, and he had growing pains and. I think, this last game he had a few more growing pains. And so, but that was a very good, I don't know if the Giants got enough credit for the guys they had on their defensive front.
Travis Frederick was like the main central hub of communication whenever he was playing center. Is Cooper Beebe that main central? He's making all the line shift calls, or how much does Dak have to do with that now? How much is that still his responsibility?
I think he had a lot to do with it last year.
Okay.
I think this year, Beebe was doing much more of it, and I heard Dak remark at some point in training camp that, he goes, Beebe doesn't have to check with me, or I trust him. He's got a better handle on making those calls at the line of scrimmage. So he was moving right along, and here you go. There's always something in the NFL, right?
Well, does that mean then that do they trust Hoffman? Does he?
Yeah, I think they do, just because he's somewhat of a veteran guy. I mean, what is it, 3rd year, 4th year? I think that if he needs help or needs correction, he'll do it. But I think he's capable of doing that.
Now, in probably the least surprising news we'll hear in the NFL this week. About 12 minutes ago, the NFL announced that Brandon Aubrey was their NFC Special Teams Player of the Week.
I kept checking on that this morning, and then I went down, and I bet they just did it when I came down.
Yes, it was like right at 11 o'clock.
Oh, see.
Why do you suppose they gave him this award?
I think maybe they
I
didn't
gave
even
it to him
vote.
Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, I want to say I'm proud of your website, and I think that Nick Eatman already had this story written because the NFL announced it at 11 a.m. and
we
Nick
posted
Eatman posted at 11 a.m.
I've seen Nick
that
write. He
Brandon
writes very
Aubrey
fast.
Yeah,
won.
right.
Because, I mean, but this seems like a no-brainer, whether it was going 4 for 4, probably more importantly, the 64-yarder to tie the game, and then also the game winner. This feels like surely one of the most overwhelming cases to be special teams.
And this guy's got to kick a ball 64 yards.
Does that make you kind of think that tennis players are soft? Just
Yes, they are. What was the match at the U.S. Open? It got delayed, and because the people were booing something.
Oh,
Remember that call?
Yeah.
And the guy just stood there and kept waiting and waiting and waiting. And I'm going, hey, dude, the ball's not moving when you toss it, right? Go try to hit a 95-mile-an-hour fastball with 40,000 people screaming. Give me a break.
Do you think you'd be able to write more effectively if we were like standing over your shoulder, kind of booing you or cheering you on? Do you think you'd be like, I'll show them. This would be the best damn article I've ever written.
You don't know some of the circumstances I've had to write articles under.
I can see that.
And, go courtside at a basketball game.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
And everybody's yelling and screaming. And I had a funny one happen early in my career. I was courtside. The game was over. And I was writing a story, and I was at South Carolina, so Columbia, South Carolina. Oh, I know what it was. It was Dave Bliss's first game, or not first game, first year coaching Oklahoma.
Oh, okay. All right.
And they were really bad. And I was writing how they were overwhelmed by South Carolina. And then next thing I know, he's standing over my shoulder reading it.
Oh.
And he goes, boy, ain't that the truth? And I said, oh, thank God.
And then you didn't realize how right you were about that, right?
Right?
Yeah.
I said, well, now I got confirmation of my opinion, right?
Yeah, no,
Boy, ain't that the truth.
absolutely. Well, ain't that the truth? I like that. All right. Thank you very much, Mickey. I will come back tomorrow with a more straightforward baseball statistic and not mess up the wording of it.
And we'll get on to the Bears.
The Bears. All right. Thank you very much, good sir.
Sure.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Ain't that the truth?
Man, I'm trying to decide. I was sitting next to somebody once at a high school at the scores table, and they said a racist comment while I was trying to write the story. And I looked over at them, and you could tell they thought like it was completely innocuous. And I was like, dude, what the hell?
Jeez, man.
Coming up next, hopefully Alec Medford moves away from such topics in AM on the FM.
Tough transition. We got the question
Sorry,
of the day, plus the sports feat of strength that nobody's going to talk about until now. Next on The Fan.
Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, if you missed out this go-around on the Ultimate Tolo Cowboys giveaway, we're going to do it again today on our show from 1 to 1:15, and that will lead into G-Bag, and then back around to Sean and RJ all week long for your opportunity to win this. And there's only one thing that I can think of that would be better than that. And guess what? It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day, plus a sports feat of strength that was documented, but nobody's going to talk about it until I do.
Did you ever used to watch those like strongman competitions on ESPN? Okay.
I love those.
I did too. And like just the things that they did, I was like, man, I never would have thought about that. But yeah, that dude's strong as hell.
I still keep up with some of those, like to the point where like that was something growing up that I loved keeping tabs on. And like when the Mountain from Game of Thrones, he set the deadlift world record, I want to say like a week ago. Like my dad sent me the clip of it because he knows like, I'm like, I have an odd interest in that stuff because I'm just like, how does the human body comprehend what's going on in that moment? And the fact that he just walks away like nothing happened. Afterwards, I'm like,
Magnus Magnuson. That was his name.
That's really his name?
Magnuson.
Man,
and he just like pulling a truck like it's nothing.
He could pull it off.
Oh. My parents could have done better with my naming then.
And then when the Mandalorian got too cocky, he took him out.
Well, isn't that... What are you doing here?
Yeah.
Anyways.
That's what he did in Game of Thrones.
Oh. Well, I didn't watch it, so I wouldn't know. I thought it was just going to be some sort of play on a name that's incorrect.
No, that just feels like a Mike thing.
Because we do that a lot.
To do that, where he ascribes every single role as if it's the same movie.
That is a very Mike
TV
thing
show.
to do. That would be a fun like project to do if you could take one character from a TV show, not its actor, its character, and just plant it in a totally different show just for the chaos. That would be kind of fun. But the question of the day, gentlemen, we discussed it yesterday. Paige Beckers, Rookie of the Year for the WNBA. And that happening made a very old tweet resurface from Gary Knox. This was September 24th, 2013. Keep that in mind. And the tweet reads, remember the name, Paige Beckers.
What year was this, 2013?
2013. It says, remember the name, Paige Beckers.
Like
6th
10?
grade. Yeah, 6th grade. Think Diana Taurasi. Best 6th grade guard I've ever seen. And a picture of her, a very low quality picture of her smiling at a basketball tournament.
Wow.
So Gary Knox at GPrep on Twitter, you can still see this. It's still up there, and it resurfaces anytime she has a big game or anything. But it's really blown up after yesterday's announcement that she has won the Rookie of the Year award. So this is your chance, Tolos, Kevin, and Corey, to show off your knowledge, your ball knowledge, if you will. What's the one athlete that you called their success? You knew it. You were way ahead of everybody else.
Julius Randle.
That's a good one.
Okay, so we go back to Prestonwood Christian Academy, and they had another player, Zach Peters, who he had already gotten a scholarship to Kansas and everything like that. And I know injuries, and maybe it was concussion issues specifically, ended up really derailing his career. But you know, you saw him play as a freshman and he was good. And then he was playing as a sophomore. And again, he was good. But the first time I ever saw Julius Randle, and he was a freshman, and he was running the point, and he took a ball coast to coast and then dunked on this chump. And I was like, holy crap. This kid is amazing. And like, again, Zach Peters, scholarship to Kansas. I was like, this is a whole different level. And obviously he has done quite well.
I'm going to go back to my freshman year of high school. Whenever I told everybody that Kenyon Martin was a guaranteed NBA player and he would be a first round pick. And I think he went number 1 overall out of Cincinnati. And he turned into a good basketball player in the NBA. But like to see, I was watching a kid in high school with me.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there going, that looks like a dude that's going to play at a different level. Right now, there's a kid on Carter's football team. And I've told Kevin every time they play a game, I'm like, this kid's going to the NFL. He plays defensive tackle and offensive tackle as well. I don't know which one he's going to play in the NFL.
Okay.
But he's going to play one of them, Alec. And here's why. Usually when he pancake blocks somebody, he lays on top of them and starts swimming on top of them. Like just like stroking his arms and his legs. And then, so I've seen that multiple times. But last night, he clownied a kid where he broke into the backfield, hit the running back so hard that the ball jarred loose and took the ball from him while he was going down. And I was just like, he plays the game at a different level. He even has celebrations for his sacks. like real celebration, not like fake stuff, like wrestling style celebrations.
Right.
That I'm like, oh my gosh, that's NFL stuff right there. This kid is in middle school. He's playing at a different level. Now, we've seen kids flame out, things happen to him and stuff, but this kid already is built like he's prepared for the moment. Whenever we started working together at the paper, Kevin, I feel like Rex Burkhead was already there.
Yeah, that's probably true.
He already had the status of like, oh my gosh, like that dude's going to do something. And he had this work ethic to go along with it too. So that was an interesting approach.
I'm so sorry, Alec. Can I submit one more? Because I'm really excited about this one. Will Zalatoris. I saw him play golf when he was in the 8th grade because we would have North Texas, a thriving golf scene. Is we would have all kinds of youth tournaments. And this dude was like always at the top. And so then I started to investigate. I was like, what high school is this kid going to go to? And I remember that I talked with the golf coach from Plano West at the time. And he was like, well, he would be in our system. And he goes, I guarantee you he would be in our starting 5 right now. And he might be our best golfer. And this was as an 8th grader. And so clearly he has gone on to not only make the PGA Tour, but definitely have an impact. And unfortunately, once again, injuries has been really the only thing that slowed him down.
We have a text from Bobby Belt, who Tolos from the morning show, of course. And he sent us a tweet from April 27th of 2016. That's before the NFL draft went down, saying, I have a first-round grade on Dak Prescott. #America.
Wow.
So I think that's a pretty good one to be right about. But of course, people are going to debate that all day.
Would he be a first-round grade? Would you, looking back now, would you go, he should have gotten a first-round grade?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He
fell because of that one incident that I still claim to this day he was hanging out with Jerry and Jerry planned it all.
I think the other thing is he just developed some of those traits, especially the leadership trait, better than maybe people could have anticipated.
I saw that trait. I felt like I saw that trait in college. I didn't see the tight window trait in college, but I did see all these other things that I really liked about him at Mississippi State.
I remember when we drafted him, I was like, hey, getting Mississippi State to number 1, even if it was only for 1 week, is one of the truly incredible feats of modern college football.
True. It is true.
Let's see, for mine, guys, then we'll go to the fan text because there's some great entries already. 877-881-1053, the athlete that you were way ahead of for their success. They turned out to be a stud. Corey and Carter Freeman will appreciate mine because he ended up being an Oklahoma Sooner. Kennedy Brooks, the running back.
Nice.
Yeah, he went to Mansfield High School, and I called plenty of his games for our student radio station, and it felt like anytime he got the football, it was going to be a house call. It was the most ridiculous style of play that I have ever watched. They almost never passed the ball because they knew that there was a grown man in the backfield waiting to run people over and just foot race every single person. Watching him in high school was amazing. It almost felt as automatic at times as watching Kyler Murray, where you're just like, anytime you saw him make that first forced missed tackle, you're like, all right, it's over.
Yeah.
Every time he got the ball, if he could just make that first guy miss, it's done. It's done. You're going to lose by double digits, and you're going to accept it. Another one that I watched firsthand play against my high school, I don't want to claim his success because he's got a very famous name, and people kind of already had high expectations for him. Bobby Witt Jr.
Yeah.
We thought we had a very good team. I want to say it was my senior year at Summit. We thought we had a chance. Then we played against Bobby Witt Jr., and he hit every single ball that was pitched to him. And I was like, okay, well, we might go out on a sad note here. He hit some monstrous home runs as a high schooler. And I was like, yeah, he's as advertised. So it was one of those things where you're just like, yeah, I think people who are already saying crazy things about him, it might end up being correct.
Yeah.
They might end up being.
You saw Marcus Smart.
Oh, man.
Too.
Okay.
Because he was right after I'd moved on.
I will admit, I can't really claim Marcus Smart as much because much like your Bobby Witt discussion, he had already was making a name
for himself, but one of the things that you saw from that kid in high school is not only was he good, he was competitive as hell. And I mean that in the best possible way. He was like, I don't care what you do. I am going to will myself to victory. And then obviously we tried to tell Donnie Nelson the day before the draft that they should draft Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah, we were like, you should do it. And he was like,
From the 469, LaMarcus Aldridge played against him when he was a freshman in high school during a summer league game, and he just dominated.
And that's the humbling experience of kind of like, no matter how good you think you are at anything, there's somebody who's better than you. And we all run into that at different points in life. And freshman year playing basketball, I bet that was pretty humbling.
We've seen a lot of this from the 469 Kyler Murray, my senior year of high school, after he ran right past me all game long.
Okay, Kyler Murray. Man, we should have done a whole separate segment on this, Alec. Kyler Murray, sophomore year at Allen, summer practice before he had played a snap for Allen. I'm watching their practice and I'm talking with their offensive coordinator, who is now a high school head coach as well. This kid comes flying out of the backfield. And I was like, who was that? And he goes, oh, that's Kyler Murray. And I was like, who? And he goes, he's our third string quarterback. And I go, that guy's your third string quarterback? And he goes, yeah, well, he just transferred here 2 days ago. Or like he just started 2 days ago or something because he had been in Louisville. And then he told me about his dad and everything like that. And I was like, this kid is a stud.
I can't say that, like, I can't put this feather in my cap, but I said he's going to play in the NFL. And that was Marquise Goodwin whenever I saw him for Rowlett. And I did happen to have an inside track. My stepbrother played with him, and he was like, no, he's an athlete. He's the best athlete at our school. And he ended up playing in the NFL and being a triple jumper for the Olympics. So I'll take that, too.
I really thought he was going to win Olympic medals to go along with that.
And real quick, guys, this is really just for Kevin because it involves math. A golfer at the Plantation Golf and Country Club in Fort Myers did something that is almost impossible. He made 2 hole-in-ones in the same round.
Shut up.
Of golf. And Plantation Golf CC on Instagram posted it, a couple of pictures of him celebrating with his golf ball used in that round. If you're curious, the odds of getting 2 holes-in-one in the same round, about 1 in 67 million for the average golfer.
Did they say what his score for the round was?
Let's see. It does not, because he only played, because there's a whole story about how he didn't want to play, but he got up off the golf cart and he's like, sure, I'll play. And then I think it was in the course of 3 holes. He did
that. Okay, that's bananas. But the only reason I asked that is because I really wanted to know, so like, did he shoot an incredible round because of that, or did that bail out other mistakes where he is like,
did he have a terrible round that day?
Yeah, he's like, what? No, I scored a 74, and you're like, oh.
I don't care.
Really?
If I could shoot 120. If I got a hole-in-one that day, that's all I'm talking about.
You'll never hear the end of me, and you know what? I got a homework assignment now. I'm going to try to find out. I'm going to find this guy's social media.
Okay.
How dare you?
That almost sounded like a threat.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Bobby. I bet Bobby knows how.
He's already got it. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Do you already think this NFL team sucks?
Yeah.
Next on The Fan.
Used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Hot in motion. They are going to run it. And no signal yet. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Rachaad White on top with 6 seconds to go.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Dip it, rip it.
Now, let's start with the team that lost that game. I really like this quote. I could tell it was coming from a place of preemptive frustration. But C.J. Stroud, since the Texans have struggled to start the season, said everyone's going to talk crazy and say we suck and we're this and we're that. But at the end of the day, we got to stay together and be honest and have hard conversations. Do you think after 2 games, people believe that the Houston Texans suck? Maybe do you believe that?
I think people believe that, yes. They were in Kevin. This goes directly to expectation too, because the expectation for that team is that they were supposed to be a contender. They were supposed to pretty much run that division for a while too, and they haven't even gotten close to that since their success early on with C.J. Stroud. He was supposed to be that next iteration of the young quarterback to take over.
Yes,
and it is their pass blocking, Kevin, that is their lowest feature for this team.
I mean, the early look at their offensive line, I'm glad that you have the stats to back that up because they have not been very positive.
Yeah, their pass blocking is absolutely atrocious for that team. So, and again, I think D'Amico Ryan's a really good coach. I love what his defense is trying to do, but offensively, they're just not as productive as they're supposed to be.
Now, we already mentioned Brandon Aubrey won NFC Special Teams Player of the Week. Roquan. You already knew that. Roquan Smith, the AFC Defensive Player of the Week. Jonathan Taylor, the Offensive Player of the Week. And for the NFC, it's Fred Warner on the defense and Jared Goff as the Offensive Player of the Week. We mentioned this earlier in the show. Justin Fields has been ruled out for Sunday's game to continue just the overwhelming amount of quarterbacks whose names start with J who fell this past weekend.
Hold on, but I know you're saying the ones that got hurt, and that is how many quarterbacks' names start with J?
Well, think about it. You know about the injuries, and I just told you the NFC Offensive Player of the Week is Jared Goff. So there's a good chance that if you name your kid something with a J, they could play in the NFL. Is that the right takeaway? Did I do
going through the list here, Kevin.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes.
Do not go through every quarterback and tell me they don't have a J in their name.
Joe Burrow.
Okay. Or
Josh
Toe Burrow.
Allen.
Oh, yeah.
Jalen Hurts. Jaden Daniels. Justin Herbert. Jared Goff. Jordan Love. I don't have enough fingers to scroll into. Justin Fields. J.J. McCarthy. Michael Penix Jr.
No, don't list all the quarterbacks.
Lamar Jackson.
No.
Joe Flacco.
Wow.
That's a lot.
So at least a fourth of the league.
Yeah.
Their quarterback starts with a J.
And I'll count Penix.
How is that?
Junior.
It's junior. Yeah, I should have known that was going to happen. All right, let's go from that to
Bryce Young.
Okay, stop it. Fox has announced that the No, not Steve DeBerg. That the Eagles-Chiefs was their most watched regular season Sunday game ever.
You're kidding me.
33.8 million viewers. Now, there's a lot that goes into this. By the way, it was the most watched game in any week in September or October in NFL history.
Really?
Now,
Cowboys wow.
It isn't.
Wow.
It is surprising. But also, this is a marquee matchup, Super Bowl rematch. You've got tons of buzz on both teams. And then I continue
Potential of Taylor Swift being at the game.
I mean, true. Was she at that game?
I don't know.
Okay. And then the additional thing that we talked about going back is that the NFL had met with the Nielsen company, and they said, we believe we will get more accurate ratings count going forward. And so I wonder if this gave it the extra $2 million or whatever to put it on top. Don't know.
So people just also put out Joel Milton, Jake Browning.
I guess Jake Browning is...
For years now, the ratings have said that the Cowboys are a monster.
For sure.
What if these new Nielsen ratings show that has been inaccurate and the Cowboys don't continue to have that that they're the juggernaut in the NFL?
I don't think that is logistically possible. They might not be the juggernaut anymore. I'll still wait and see about that because they still drew a monster season open rating that was up, even though there was an hour delay in the weather. But I think the NFL's issue was all of their games were being undercounted. So I believe they just think they all should have been risen up. So just keep an eye out on numbers like this. And if some of these other records fall along the way throughout the season.
Jameis Winston, Jimmy G. I'm just saying there's a lot of J's. They're always jaywalking.
I'm not counting Daniel Jones.
I will.
Okay. All right, let's go from that to God.
Jake
I should have
Plummer.
gone to a different story, and I know this is not a quarterback, but
Justin Jefferson.
You know what really sucks? The next three things I wanted to go over are Jordan Mailata, Jordan Mason, and the Jaguars. And I'm not kidding you
Jacoby
about
Brissett.
that. Jordan Mailata says he understands the outrage over the tush push, but what's really making him mad is people insinuating or flat out saying that that's why they're winning games.
Jackson Dart.
Oh my God.
No, it is though. What do you mean? Like, you're good. You do have the advantage on 3rd and 4th and short to run that play consecutively. If people have stopped, it changes the way that you call a football game too. I only have to get 8 yards in 2 to 3 downs. And then I can, on 4th down, I trust that I'm going to be able to get this. And anytime I'm near the goal line, you bet your ass I'm going to do that.
He said it's disrespectful to their defense and special teams, who he felt in particular balled out in that game against Kansas City.
You can feel that way, and you should talk that way about your brothers on your team. That's absolutely, you should be propping them up for sure. But do not act like that is not a key to what y'all do offensively. It is. I have no problem with it. But I don't want you to act like I'm one of those people that I'm all for it. It's an offensive strategy that you found that nobody can stop. Then continue to do it.
Now,
but don't act like that it's not the reason y'all are doing well.
Aaron Jones has been placed on injured reserve, which means Jordan Mason will be the team's RB1. You already saw him get plenty of carries in the first 2 games, and they're going to bring in the Vikings, that is Cam Akers, to go on the practice squad. Now, I want to update a story that we talked about, I don't know, like a year ago, because this story is amazing. And yes, I have a Jonathan Taylor story as well. The Jaguars have...
The Jaguars.
I know.
Like it.
They have agreed to a settlement with FanDuel. Now, if you remember this story with Amit Patel, going back to December of 2023, he was accused of embezzling $22 million from the Jags over the span of 4 years, most of which he lost gambling.
Now he's the head of the FBI.
He is not.
Okay.
This Patel is serving 6.5 years in prison for wire fraud and illegal monetary transaction. But Jacksonville's issue all along was, hey, FanDuel, no heads up about all these millions of dollars coming in for somebody who works for our team. And so FanDuel has agreed to pay $5 million to the Jags because he was using the Jags virtual credit card system to do all of this. And then he sent fake files to the team's accounting department. You need to fire your accounting department too if it took them 4 years to figure out that this was happening.
Yeah, that is a pretty good con that he was pulling along the way. Guess who runs that team?
Yes.
The Con family.
I did know that. And then Jonathan Taylor reached a top speed of 22.38 miles per hour on his 43-yard reception over the weekend. That was the fastest speed by a running back since Raheem Mostert 5 years ago.
Joe Namath, Joe Montana, Johnny Unitas.
I
Jeff
thought we were talking
George.
about right now, not in the history of the NFL.
How many J quarterbacks do you think there have been in the history of the
How
NFL?
many J's have you had this morning?
Enough.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next,
Johnny
God,
DeVito. That's
help
not-
us all. NFL overreaction or reality.
Yes!
I'm so screwed. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has a low fee product. You gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. Oh, man. Corey Majors, Alec Medford, and the man who's trying to become our new favorite GM, Bob McKay.
He did a great job, man.
He really did.
By the way, my name is Corey J. Majors.
Oh, my God.
Point that out for Tolos out there.
Right now, it's time for NFL overreaction reality.
And you know that's a fact, and that's why you're frustrated.
No, I'm frustrated because my second question is about J.J. McCarthy, and my third is about Jadeveon Clowney, and now I hate not anticipating all of this. So I'm going to start with this. Overreaction or reality? The Cowboys have a playoff-worthy offense.
Overreaction.
Okay.
They're not there yet. They've shown Kevin, we discussed this before the show this morning. The Brandon Aubrey stretch. Did we want to discuss that at a different point?
I can go through it here if you like.
I think that there's a possibility it could hinder your offense.
Yeah.
I know it is, like Bobby was talking about it this morning, like it's changed and revolutionized everything because now defenses have to think we can't let them get to the 42.
Right.
But it also makes you as an offensive coordinator go, I mean, all I got to do is get to the 50 and I can get 3. I want 7 every time. That's what I'm working to try and get is 7. Maybe 8, just to rub it in their face. Depends. Sure. But I do wonder if that hinders this offense at all because they know they can just go back to that. And so they play it a little differently. I think the wide receivers have the potential to be an elite tandem. I think the running back is doing a good job.
Yeah, I agree.
I think the tight ends, I would like to see more out of it. I'd also like to see Jake Ferguson have one catch where he isn't getting lit up as soon as the ball hits his hands. Just one. But that comes to the conversation with him and Dak, and his job is going over the middle in the middle of the field and potentially dying.
Oh goodness!
Not like never mind. I'm sorry. But then the offensive line just is not, in my opinion. I'll talk more about it at 1:00. In my opinion, isn't elite.
Yeah,
and that can, if you play a really good defense, which I don't know that the Eagles were a really good defense when we played them, and I don't know that the Giants were really good either.
Yeah.
They have a good section of their defense, but if you play a really good defense, it's really going to hurt you. So I don't think they're playoff worthy right now, but I do think they can be if their offensive line grows up some more.
Alec, overreaction reality. The Cowboys, who, and again, it's 2 games, but they're 3rd in the NFL in yards and 5th in points per game. That last game, no doubt, didn't hurt with either of those.
Oh, man. I agree with everything Corey is saying, but then I think about the conversations we just had earlier in the show because, Javonte Williams is having a great start to the season. I got to go overreaction for now because it's more of a to be determined thing for me. It's because I haven't seen enough, right? I've seen signs that they can be, and I've seen them put together entire drives that can be playoff worthy and have success in the playoffs against other playoff teams. Can they do this consistently week in and week out against different defenses? Like you said, there is going to be the eventual defense that surprise you. Kind of like the Giants defense surprised me a little bit with their pass rush. I thought it looked a little bit better than I expected, even with all of that talent. There's going to be some that are worse than you expect. So week in and week out, matchup to matchup, if it has an identity every single week, then I'll say yes.
And Kevin, you yourself have said that this offense is not consistent.
So far, I agree.
Dak, as well as he's played, in I agree with myself.
And C didn't help that in the fourth quarter, but you were still kind of sputtering in that second half offensively.
Yeah, but so that's the when we start to see the consistency, and I think whenever the offensive line is stable, that consistency will play out a lot stronger.
NFL overreaction reality. The Vikings have a J.J. McCarthy problem. All right, hear me out on this one. So J.J. McCarthy was the talk of the football world with his comeback against the Bears.
The mighty Bears.
But now you see that the Bears followed up by having the most lopsided loss of the season. J.J. McCarthy missed the entire season last year due to injury. He's out again, probably 2 to 4 weeks, with yet another injury. And consider this, he's thrown only 41 passes and played just 95 snaps in his first NFL starts, during which he compiled the second lowest QBR in the league. So that comeback was great. But if you look at everything around that, including the first season where he's hurt, his numbers are disappointing.
Yeah. Watching him this week, there were some throws where he looked on platform, he looked set, and they sailed on him. He had some inaccuracies on some throws that I thought he definitely should have had. And there's a lot of times where you just go, Justin Jefferson, it doesn't matter who the quarterback is going to be. And then the success isn't there, and you're like, okay, you definitely blame that on the quarterback because it's Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
2 J's like there also. So that's 4 J's. I think that I don't think that's an overreaction at all. He's got some problems on his hands. Now, the one thing about him that I've heard the most is very Dak-esque. It's his leadership qualities, the way he walks into a huddle and commands the huddle immediately, and everybody turns their attention. It's less about his arm talent and more about all the other things that he does well. But Kevin, as we've seen many, many times, when that's great, but whenever it's crunch time and you got to deliver the big throws for the wins,
right?
Your team is relying on that. So he's got to be able to do that.
Alec, overreaction reality. The Vikings have a J.J. McCarthy problem.
It's a reality, Kevin. They've had a J.J. McCarthy problem since they drafted him, if you ask me. And it's because he needs a very specific environment to succeed, which I thought Minnesota would be one of the better situations for him, just with Kevin O'Connell and everything, but the knee injury. That happens. That takes an entire year away from him where, we talk about with some of these guys that have been in the league maybe 2 or 3 years, you're like, the mental reps, he'll sit in the meetings and everything. It's like, I don't care how smart you are. If you can't make the plays when they matter, then why are you here? And it's a lot more important with the quarterback position for obvious reasons, but I just don't see him the same way that I see like Brock Purdy. I'm not a big fan of him as a quarterback, but the guy just wins. He keeps winning and winning and winning. He does things when it matters the most. And with McCarthy in a very small sample size, I haven't seen that yet. So I think they do.
NFL overreaction or reality? I think you guys might hate this question. The Chiefs are not a serious AFC contender this season. This is the first time they've started 0-2 since 2014.
I'm going to go overreaction right now.
It feels tough to rule them out. I get it.
Because they still have that guy at quarterback. And, dude, he made the throw it just sailed his receiver. And then he makes the exact same throw that I was like, I don't think you could have thrown that any more perfect for a deep ball.
Right.
But it still wasn't enough. I'm curious to know if Andy Reid reins him in just a little bit and says, "Hey, we're gonna simplify things a little bit."
It's not usually Andy Reid's MO is to rein people in,
right? And instead of saying, "Hey, we're gonna go out there and just let you run around and play yard ball," we're gonna play a different type of offense, or if they're just gonna stick with what got them there. But I think I'm not ready to rule them out yet.
I get it,
and especially when Rashee Rice still has the potential to come back and be a big part of their offense.
Alec, what say you?
I want to play devil's advocate here because I think it's way too hard to rule them out right now just because of who they are and what they've done the past few years. But I'll say reality for this. The AFC is so top heavy this year to where 0-2 could be what writes you off almost immediately, because you look at the Bills being perfect to start off. The Patriots are young and exciting. You look at the Chargers, who look as advertised, if not better, to start here 2 games into the season. The Broncos at 500 right now excite me and at least give me a little bit more comfort when I think about long-term success right now. The Bengals are 2-0, and we don't know what they're going to look like without Joe Burrow. The Colts are 2-0 right now, and because everybody expected that, right?
Yeah.
You know, like the AFC is just so powerful these past few years that a slow start might be what stops you. They could get red hot in the middle of the season, finish the year off strong, and it's just not enough.
All right. Well, guess what? I got an even bigger swing as a bonus question. Today is Patrick Mahomes' 30th birthday. Overreaction or reality? He will win at most 1 Super Bowl in his 30s.
At most?
At most. At least it would be 0.
Reality.
Oh.
Dude, winning a Super Bowl is hard.
It is.
He had a fresh team that was ready for it. I'm not saying that him being old is going to be the problem, but it's difficult to find the right chemistry for it.
Yeah.
Put everything in a pot and hope that it works. And then there are other teams that are out there specifically building their team to beat you. And you saw, like, the Philadelphia Eagles were like, we're this close. What do we need to do?
Yeah.
And so they went out and added pieces that specifically put them in place to beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. So, I think that's a reality. Andy Reid also proved that it was, he couldn't do it without Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
So, like, having to refresh all this might be very tough. And Travis Kelce's not going to be Travis Kelce anymore. That was a relationship between quarterback and receiving person that was unstoppable for a while, and it's not there anymore.
Alec, what say you?
I'm going to go with reality, too. I was always going to go reality, but something Corey said really cemented it for me. Every team in the AFC that has any idea of what they're doing and how to build a roster is building a roster meant to beat the Chiefs every single year.
Yeah.
That's what they are doing. They are addressing by adding big-time corners. They're trying to up their pass rush because they know that there is a weakness in Kansas City, and that is the offensive line being shaky the past 2 seasons maybe. A lot of ups and downs there. So they're strengthening pass rush. They're adding in the secondary. Teams are smart enough to say, hey, you guys are the devil on our shoulder that just won't go away, so we're just going to build a roster that really matches well against you.
Then, if we're sticking with that idea, let's go in their division. The Chargers are the betting favorites to win their first AFC West title in 16 years. Overreaction or reality, the Chargers are going to win that division.
Man. But I don't personally have the Chiefs winning it right now. And I think before the season I had the Broncos. But
the Broncos are actually really close to the Chiefs in the betting odds, by the way.
That loss to the Colts, I don't know how they're going to bounce back from it. Maybe let's see this week if they bounce back or if they're stunned still. But I don't think it's because a lot of people are going to go, "Oh, you're Justin Herbert." No, I don't think it's because of Justin Herbert that the Chargers are going to win. I think it's because that is a well-built team now.
Right.
And Harbaugh did a good job of having a great vision of what he wanted to build, and he started it with his defense and then said we also have to have a good run game to go along with what we think is a good quarterback. And he's got his quarterback playing with a different mindset, and Madison Beers.
Yeah, I didn't know who that was before yesterday, but I saw people texting that in.
Evidently they're dating, and I guess all the quarterbacks now are just dating the superstar women in the world. Is that what's happening?
You're telling me a quarterback is dating a rich, hot lady?
Kevin, I don't know if you know this or not.
You say,
but there is a quarterback out there who is with a big-time superstar. Haley Steinfeld or Haley Allen, I guess. I don't know if she changed her name. I have no clue.
I don't know.
And Josh Allen are together.
I was aware of that. All right.
Nobody else. Because Travis Kelce's not a quarterback. So
the one you just said.
Oh.
It wasn't. Never mind. Alec, overreaction or reality? Chargers are going to win the West.
I got to go overreaction to stand on the point that I made all off season that I believe in the Broncos to be the team that dethrones the Chiefs in the AFC. It's really tough with that loss to the Colts to stick with that. But I got to tell myself it's only 2 games into the season, and I think there's going to be a lot more things that go down in terms of injuries, in terms of just momentum overall. I do think the Broncos will be that team, and just a PSA, I would be in the Radio Hall of Fame next year if I was dating Madison Beer, so I get it.
Whoa. So if you look like that, let Alec know.
That's right.
Now, here's the one thing that I think we should add to that conversation, Kevin. And I know we got to go here.
The football conversation or the lady conversation?
What lady conversation?
The one he was just having.
This is NFL overreaction or reality.
Yeah, Kevin.
I know you were discussing the West there.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to the entire AFC, I think it's pretty obvious that Indiana Jones has now taken over as the lead dog in that conference.
Look,
as people have told me,
if they continue to not punt the ball, yes. I think they're going to be amazing. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. But also, do we live in the best time zone for sports? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? You gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Here comes the 2-1 pitch. Altuve lines it to left. It's a base hit, and it's 6-0. And to score is Sanchez. Stopping at second is Pena. Altuve is 72nd RBI and his second of the night.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Despite a very impressive late inning rally, the Rangers would not overcome that deficit as they fall 6-5 to the Astros. First 3-game losing streak in a month, and they've lost the first 2 games of that series. We're going to talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy in just a few minutes. But something that crossed my mind while we were in Las Vegas. Do we live in the best time zone for watching and experiencing sports?
Absolutely. I've always thought that too. I thought we were kind of spoiled in this respect because 6-7 Central or 6-7-6 Central.
There you go.
Has always been the like, oh man, that's whenever your shows were on. Nickelodeon was always that way because they were in Florida time, so they had to tell us,
right,
don't forget that you're going to have a Central time. I would say football Sunday on the West Coast has got to be awesome.
Ooh,
because
interesting.
On the West Coast, you get up and games start at 10 o'clock on the West Coast. And so you wake up with your hangover and you're already starting football. All right. And then you're done with those games by 8:30-ish.
All right. So that's an advantage to you.
I think
getting
so.
done earlier.
But and getting started earlier too. And think about this, college football now starts at 9 for you on the week now, and then it ends regular time because it does feel like here, if you're watching a West Coast football game, it's going to be 2 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
But I think it's for prime time stuff. A 7 o'clock start for a 3-hour thing puts us around 10 o'clock, and it's perfect time for us.
All right,
you're on the East Coast, it sucks.
Okay, let me throw out a few things specifically to that, Alec. I want to loop you in on the conversation. In fact, why don't you go ahead and tell me, do you think the Central Time Zone is the best for watching sports?
It has to be in my mind. I can understand the West Coast thinking by Corey. I have a couple friends out there that really do enjoy waking up on a Sunday, like you said, after a night out or whatever, and boom, there's football. So they're right back at a bar with buddies or whatnot. I like that. I don't know. I've always thought of primetime growing up, and it's probably because I always lived here in the Central Time Zone. Primetime to me is 7 o'clock.
Right. And
no
in the
matter
East Coast, it's
is.
8 o'clock.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No matter what it is. And that's just perfect to me because that's right past dinner time for at least me and probably a lot of others.
I hated waking up early to watch football. And then I hated having to find something to do after Sunday night and Monday night football.
Waking up at 10 o'clock is early.
I mean, but think about it. If you were up until whatever time, look, you have kids and stuff, that changes it. But if you don't, are you going to bed at midnight on a Saturday?
Probably not.
Corey Majors?
Probably not, but I'm usually up by 10.
Okay.
I never was a late sleeper. Like, no matter what, I was like, I got to get up and do something.
Okay.
So that's just my way. I'm not mad at any people who do other things, though.
Now,
what about Mountain Time?
Okay.
Because Mountain Time is pretty good, too.
Mountain Time people are not going to love my note that I wrote for Mountain Time.
I love
I wrote, in the Mountain Time, no one cares about you.
Oh, sorry
that's
about
rude.
Mountain people.
But that is definitely the least served time zone. But Alex, right, like you get used to what you know. And so to me, NFL games at noon, 3:25, 7:15, and 7:20 just feel absolutely perfect.
I'm not going to lie. I think this is a great question to ask Boch. For a man who travels this much in his career.
Yeah.
And also, bedtimes matter. So that's a big deal.
No, we can absolutely do that. And you know what? He is ready to go right now, whether you're on the mound, at the plate, or on the road. National Car Rental invites you to stop waiting and start winning. Book like a winner today. And Olshan, we bring you the Texas Rangers manager, Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How are we doing?
We're doing pretty okay. I know we have a lot of baseball things to get to, but we were just having another conversation. I know you're usually managing in these games, but as a sports fan, what's the best time zone to live in terms of watching sports in your life?
Oh, no question. I think you have to look at the West Coast. I lived on the West Coast, and you can watch late games. Still get to bed at a normal hour. In fact, a lot of my relatives live in on the East Coast in North Carolina or South Carolina, and so they would follow our games on the West Coast, but they would complain how late they'd have to stay up sometimes. So yeah, it's pretty nice on the West Coast.
All right, interesting. We've gotten some answers from younger people who maybe don't love the West Coast because they don't want to go to bed at 8:30 or 9 o'clock. They want to be watching sports and doing stuff till all hours of the night. So we might tell them to move to the East Coast.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I've done both. I grew up on the East Coast and of course here in the West Coast. But it was really strange at first when I first lived out on the West Coast, how early the games were, especially the 1 o'clock games, or even earlier. You got to get up early in the morning to catch them.
Now, I know at this point in the season, it probably feels like every game, especially where y'all are in the standings, is a must-win. But if you look at this being the last game of the Houston series, does tonight legitimately feel like a must-win game for this team?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's how we look at it. Would it be the end all? No, stranger things have happened. Yep. But still, this is a critical game. I mean, there's no getting around it. We know that. We're going into tonight thinking like that. We did last night. We did all three of these games. We look at this road trip as could be. It could determine our season. That's how we looked at it. So that's not changing that sense of urgency deal. But still, you can't ever change that mindset because you can't ask for help at this point. You got to win games, and it's not going to happen when you get so many games back. But I'll tell you, I've been 3 games back with 3 to go and won a division. So you just anything can happen.
Oh my gosh, that's the quote that I'm just going to tattoo on my back. I'm just saying, I've been 3 games back with 3 to go and still won it. That's the fingers crossed hope here, Boch, for us. Is it fair to say that you guys have had the benefit of being able to develop while also vying for contention this season because of these younger players and kind of seeing a future for them down the road too?
Yeah, I agree. These guys are getting a good look, and it's good for them, but also for all of us, front office, everybody, to evaluate where we're at as far as our depth and our prospects coming up here. And anytime you're playing September baseball, I'm talking about meaningful games, it's an invaluable experience for these guys because part of this whole deal, you got to have the talent down there, and you got to have that mental toughness, and that's dealing with the adversity we talk about, the tough losses and all that. But you got to be able to perform under pressure, and that's those are winning players, and these guys get better the more they do it by playing in games like this.
Well, and that was one of the things. I know Freeman got his home run last night, but that at bat by Osuna, where he just continued to battle and then got the walk, like that kind of at bat has got to be something fun to watch, and you got to be pretty proud of a guy to go through something like that too.
Yeah, it's funny you brought that up because we talked about that after the game. What a tremendous at bat that was by that young kid who's battled. And that's what he does, man. He just fights you. He's not intimidated by anything. He's having fun with this, but also he has that intensity you like. And no, that was a huge at bat, and good for him. Like I said, it just gets better and better the more times they go through this.
I know this is a huge part of your job, but can you walk us through how you processed, hey, Adolis is back and he's done a lot of great things for us, especially in clutch situations against the Astros versus, Hellman's really been on fire. Like, can you walk us through that process of how you've been balancing that out?
Yeah, well, I think the upside with Garcia, with Dolly, if we get him right, we've seen what he's done here in Houston too. For some reason, he's one of those guys that can rise to the occasion, and especially against this ball club and playing. They come out, they boom, and it just seems like it just gets him fired up. And yeah, his timing has been a little bit off. He's missed some time, so played him a game there in New York, hoping to find that. And Hellman's done a great job. I pinch hit for him last night and put Dolly in there. Dolly had success off Abreu, 5 for 15 with a couple of homers and some doubles, and he got the base hit, but you can't give up on a guy that can carry you, and that's the kind of guy Dolly is, because we're missing a lot of these core players. So I guess to answer your question, yeah, you stay with your hot hand, and that's why Hellman went back in there yesterday. It went back to as their nicknames now, the Little Rascals.
Mm-hmm.
We put them back in there yesterday, but that was a tough deal for them. They saw some good pitching, and but anyway, yeah, I'm going with to be honest, what I'm seeing on matchups, what I think could be a good matchup at this point, even for Garcia, but for Hellman and Osuna, all these guys.
In terms of tonight's game, who looks like the better matchups for your lineup?
Yeah, this is a guy that's been really tough on Garcia. It's not a small sample, but may have to end up playing him. Got something going on. I just keep it here with the player, but hopefully when I get to the park, he'll be fine.
That's a physical, not a disciplinary issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
No.
Okay.
How's Danny Coulomb feeling after his outing last night?
He came out of it fine. Yeah, he I'm sure was glad to be back up there, but he went out. He finished the inning, went out, faced a hitter, which he doesn't do a lot. But with our situation, we are pushing guys a little bit, help give other guys breaks, and he hadn't been pitching a lot. But yeah, he's good to go.
Also, in my mind, as I was watching things last night, it was always Chris Martin's plan to hit a batter and then get the double play after that. Is that always part of the plan, or was that just good luck?
Yeah, that's become part of his deal, hasn't it? Nice play by Freeman.
Yes,
really nice play, and a huge play because we kept the pitches down on Martin. It seems like when he gets up there a little bit, this is when this little deal flares up where he gets a little bit of numbness. So it's good to see him healthy. Hopefully we'll have him the rest of the way here as we try to get on the roll.
And I don't want this to come off as too negative. I was just kind of curious. Merrill Kelly, the last outing before last night, he kind of got knocked around on those first two at-bats for home runs, and then last night was kind of a struggle for him. What's he going through at the moment?
Yeah, last night he did give up, a couple hard hit balls the first two batters again, but settled down and actually was making some pretty good pitches. We a couple balls. Our defense, it's not quite been as crisp.
Yeah.
Notice, that has not helped us, and that's what we've been so good at. There's a play in New York that we probably didn't handle right, and Smitty throws that ball in the dirt. He's so good over there, and next guy hits a 2-run homer. These things are hurting us right now. Just keeping the rallies going, it's giving them momentum, and that's what we have done so good all year. And but getting back to Merrill, and there was a play or two I thought we could have made, and then everything they hit, they just weren't hitting. I'm talking about the soft hit balls. Yeah. They weren't hit at somebody. So he had a little bad luck to go with it, but now he's fine. What I loved about the game you're talking about after those 2 home runs, he pitched a heck of a game.
He did.
Now, y'all almost got the comeback yesterday. Does that matter in terms of hopefully building into today, or are you just like, I mean, that's great, but we did still lose?
Sure, I think it does something for the club. If you go through that game and don't even look like you're putting up a fight, you look flat, down, and this is what I'm proud of with this club, how they kept fighting back. I mean, they have a winning run up there in the 8th and 9th. On base. And Freeman's, we had so much confidence in him. He made a good pitch on with 2 strikes. He got that fastball where he wanted it. But and then, of course, Higgy, who's as clutch as anybody we have, and but he made some good pitches, with those sliders he was throwing. So we had the right guys up there, but I just loved the way they kept the line moving and kept. The life in the dugout was really good, incredible actually. Last 2-3 innings, how they wanted to try to find a way to win that game.
I kind of got maybe a little too excited when I saw a little video of Marcus Semien taking some BP. Was any excitement good, or is being a little overexcited for me there?
Well, I think it's good to be excited. Yeah, he's making a lot of progress. We're going to get him looked at again and make sure all is fine, and how hard we can push him here. But I saw him running yesterday. He's taking BP, and that's always a good thing when you see, your core guys getting close to getting back on the field.
One of those core guys is, of course, Corey Seager. I know he had internalized hopes for maybe being back for the homestand. Can you tell us anything on that front?
Making progress, making really good progress now that he's able to do some rotational stuff and taking some light swings, just getting better every day with him. And, Corey, there's times when we thought, well, he's 4 or 5 days away and he'll take a round of BP off of live pitching, and he'll say that night, I'm good to go. So that's kind of what we're hoping for.
In your experience, what is the most difficult thing whenever a guy's had time off and then comes back up to the plate? Is it just the timing, or is there something else there that they typically deal with?
It's timing more than anything. That's just something they haven't seen. It's not that easy to hit major league pitching, and when you haven't faced it for a couple of weeks, it's really a challenge for the guys coming back, and a lot of them aren't excited about going down to minor leagues in the rehab, but you end up doing the rehab up here, and that's not a good thing as you're trying to get their timing. And but Corey's a little different. He's got a really simple swing. His routine, it's simple, and so there's not a lot going on with his swing. So he's one of those guys. I think Christmas Day he could go out there and hit for you.
Yeah, I'd love to see that maybe one day.
Me too.
We're celebrating Christmas together. I don't know. The Jacob deGrom on the mound. We've had this special ability to be able to watch him this season, and we're excited that he's on the hill today for us. I did notice he's given up 23 home runs. Does that just come with the territory, or do you look at that and go, well, that's circumstantial? What's the feeling whenever a pitcher like that's giving up 23 home runs?
Yeah, it's a guy that detects the strike zone, occasionally he's made mistakes with that slider. That's a pitch that they have done some damage on.
Okay.
But even if fastball, they're just misfires with him. What I do like about him, they're usually solo home runs because he just pounds the strike zone so well. And but yeah, I'm sure he'll tell you he probably has given up more home runs than he normally does. But if it's to me, it's more of an aberration this year for him on the long ball that's hurt him.
It was our buddy Derek Holland would usually tell us that most of his home runs he gave up was on challenge pitches because he was just like, I'll show you. And I don't feel like that's Jacob deGrom that much.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's where the game is now, guys. That's what they're trying to do is slug and hit home runs. So you're seeing more of them now than ever.
And then last thing, wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't at least give it one more shot. You can't give us an update about which player might be banged up?
No, I'd like to talk to the player, to see where he's at. So that's all.
All right.
Works for us.
Yeah. Appreciate it, sir. Understood.
Yeah, we think he's fine, but, I'm just giving you an example. Sometimes you may wonder why so-and-so's playing or not playing. This is part of it. Maybe something going on. But we're hoping, that all is fine, and I think it is, and I'll know here in a couple hours.
All right. We will catch up with you again next week. Best of luck tonight, good sir.
Okay. We'll talk to you.
Thanks, Boch.
There you go. Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. So a variety of different things there. Obviously hoping that the player in question is fine. But
yes.
Keep an eye out on that lineup. Maybe no Adolis, it sounds like, because of not the most overwhelming splits against the Astros pitcher this evening.
Yeah, Christian Javier's pretty good at times against him. Against the Rangers, we've seen it before. He's also been knocked around by them before, too, so hopefully tonight's one of those nights.
And then there was an interesting answer on DeGrom. He went to the slider and then said there's been some fastballs he's given up the home runs on, but that the majority of them have been solo home runs. And Derek's told us that. Mike's told us that. We've had other pitchers that told us that. It's never going to be the solo home runs that kill you on a long-term basis.
Yeah, and the real point of that too is whenever you don't have runners on, you feel like you can attack the strike zone differently.
Right.
And maybe you do hang that slider just a little bit. Whenever you have runners on, you're painting corners just a little bit more. Your sequencing's just a little bit different. And you approach it you approach it differently. You go up there with two different approaches with runners on. So that is a positive thing when it comes to that with DeGrom. And again, he's like tied for 22nd in home runs given up.
Right.
So it's not like he's,
but it's still the
other
second
ones that have like
most.
43.
Yeah.
And hey, Merrill Kelly has 23 also. So he's tied. Well, I guess he would be tied for 22nd or maybe tied for 30. I don't know exactly how that goes, Kevin.
Really,
you're the one that always tells
Really
us.
disappointed at your inability to pick up on this concept so far. Now, it might be settled because Boch said no question. He thinks the West Coast time zone is the best coast time zone when it comes to watching sports. And then what I was thinking, Alex, to kind of go along with what you were saying before we talk with Boch, was the only time I think the West Coast is the best is for big time fights. So I had only been there a couple days, but local time, Canelo Crawford main event started about 9:30.
Okay.
So, by the time everything wraps up, like you jam out of there, 10:45, 11 o'clock or whatever. It's not the end of the world whether you want to go to church tomorrow or you still want to go out and party some to still have a functional Sunday. Whereas here, that fight's at 11:30. If you're on the East Coast, that fight's starting at 12:30. You're not wrapping up until 1:30 in the morning. UFC pay-per-views frequently would end there about 10 p.m. local time. And so I always thought West Coast was the best for combat sports, in part because like a lot of the boxing would happen in Las Vegas as well. But then the flip side, and I know you said you loved football starting at 10 a.m. I get that. I guess that I was with that one texter who said everything's over at 8:30. And like if there's no West Coast games for any sports, all sports are over at 8 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
And there are some days where I think I'd be bummed. And I'm like, all right, let's see what's on.
But then
TV
I can
or
do
whatever.
other things with my life for those last 2 hours before I go to bed.
What if you're single?
Why do you look at me when
read a book?
Oh, okay. Well,
self-help books, Kevin, are good for single people. I hear.
Oh, okay.
Because you can help yourself.
All right.
I could learn a new craft. Maybe I could work on my car. There's lots of things, Kevin, to do
at 8 o'clock. Okay.
But in the morning, if you get up at 8 o'clock in the morning and you try and do that, people are going to complain about the noise. So,
okay. So obviously, I'm biased towards the Central Time Zone. I always think that the East Coast would be the worst because, like, World Series games are always ending at 11:30 at night, and
miserable.
Maybe you got work, maybe you got school the next night. I don't care.
Can you imagine trying to watch games overseas? Ugh. It's like you got to be up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
You know what? I do have a question about that, and that's gonna help transition into the next part.
You're welcome.
Are you upset that ESPN is going to talk more and more wrestling? And so what you just said sparked me because I thought AEW said they were live from England today, and their show starts at 7 o'clock here, and it's from 7 to 10 p.m. tonight. And I think in the London area, they're 7 hours ahead. Am I to believe that they're going to be doing a live wrestling show from 2 to 5 a.m. local time in that arena? If so, I think that's really fun, and I'm curious to see what the crowd is like. For ESPN, I know it bothers people occasionally when we bring up wrestling on here. I understand why. But ESPN is going to do their first, what used to be called a pay-per-view, on Saturday. And so what you've seen all week on the website, on their morning shows, on McAfee, although I know McAfee already did plenty of wrestling stuff, you have seen an all-out onslaught of wrestling talk and wrestling coverage. So for y'all two, for the people listening at home, does it bother you that there's going to be so much wrestling, professional wrestling on ESPN?
It does not, but that's also because I don't spend as much time consuming their stuff as I used to. Like, I really do, man. I wake up and it's the Fan. Immediately. This is where I get my sports information. Sean and RJ, G-Bag Nation, the Fan After Dark. This show, we could hit or miss, based on stuff. You do a really good job at giving information, Kevin. Yes. But when it comes to what ESPN does, I'm like, I understand that they made their name off of ancillary sports too.
True, including professional wrestling back in the day.
So that is part of the way that they built it before, and so I totally understand it. I'm not a wrestling person, but it helps me kind of whenever I do see what's going on. It helps me know who's still popular and who's important in wrestling. And I also understand too, wrestling is massive. There can be people that text in and they're like, I hate wrestling. That's fine. There are so many people out there that love it as much as they love Taylor Swift or soap operas or whatever it is, and that's why wrestling still exists to this day.
It's
at
the
such
male
a high
soap
level.
opera.
No, absolutely it is. So no, I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, and so Alec, I want to get your thoughts. I would assume you would not because you are a wrestling fan, but it's also not like ESPN just started to bid it up. Like they used to do the Ocho once a year. Now they do the Ocho significantly more frequently, and so I don't know if because of that, in the ESPNization of sports, if this doesn't bother people so much.
Yeah, like you said, as a fan myself of the genre of entertainment that is pro wrestling, I don't care. But at the same time, I understand why they're doing it just from a media perspective. Because, I mean, you put on First Take every morning, which I don't. But whenever I do watch it, it's not always pro sports. It's not always NFL. Right. It's not always is Dak Prescott elite or not. It's they bounce around from topic to topic. They'll do pop culture stuff. They'll talk about, like today, I know it's sports related because of who she's dating, but there's going to be at least 15 minutes dedicated to Cardi B. You know, there's going to be at least 15 minutes dedicated to Taylor Swift after the wedding happens. Right. And it's going to be more so about Taylor Swift. It's going to be more so about Cardi B than the player that they're with. So if they're allowed to do that stuff, and people will get mad about that, that's fine. But if they're going to do that, I think they're more than allowed to, spotlight pro athletes. They are, admit it, whether you like pro wrestling or not, they're athletes. They get to spotlight these athletes and these characters. I think it's more than okay because, it's interesting and it's all entertainment at the end of the day.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, not only is it the C Block, it's your next chance for the ultimate Tolo Cowboys giveaway.
Oh, man, I hope you win. Plus, where would other events, where would it be cool if they were tailgates at those events next on The Fan?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it? Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it SpongeBob?
Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. And I wanted to thank all the Tolos out there for participating in what I think is one of the coolest giveaways we've ever done. Like, I really love this giveaway a lot. You get to watch a Cowboys away game with a former Cowboys player, with the Cowboys cheerleaders, at the Star, at the facility. And you can do it by calling in, because let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10
now
will win that one-of-a-kind experience. You're going to be joining the Cowboys cheerleaders, former Cowboys player. There's going to be free Whataburger and other goodies to take home. Caller number 10 right now, 877-881-1053. And don't think this right now, but if you don't win, your next chance to win will be at 5:15 right here on The Fan with a G-Bag Nation.
I love it. I love that somebody's about to win.
By the way, speaking of the G-Bag Nation, did you know that you could go see them at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits today doing their show? There's going to be food trucks, live music, Tolo customers, first-time customers get a $25 gift card. Woo! That's off $377.
I actually did know that. Because
that's good.
I got an email from the boss about it. I just tweeted out the location. I just tweeted out a panel. So you go check that out on my Twitter at In the Majors. And I asked you earlier, is G-Bag Nation out today? So there's lots of ways that I knew. And I'm glad you just told the Tolos out there, because that is awesome.
You're welcome.
Kevin, let's dive in on this. We're going to set this up first.
Okay.
What other events do you wish had tailgating? We'll get to that in just a minute, and I'll explain why.
I'm ready.
Before we do, though, I wanted to discuss a little bit about the Cowboys' offensive line, because it's the one thing I think holding this offense back from being a playoff-worthy offense.
Okay.
The other day, my buddy asked me, he said, how much does an offensive line cost? And I said, anywhere from $35 to $46 million. And then I went and looked at payrolls.
Right.
And I feel like, Kevin, the Cowboys are at $18 million. And I was like, that is pretty low.
Most of that's got to be Terrence Steele, too, right?
Yeah, and that was, I don't know that if that included Tyler Smith's new deal. I don't know exactly how it works, but it's not going to be that much this year anyway.
Correct.
So it's about $18 million is what the Cowboys spent. Now, what their goal is we're going to draft and develop. We've done this before. We did it with Tyron Smith, Zach Martin, Travis Frederick. We draft. We feel like we see traits in these offensive linemen that we think can turn into something good. And last year, Jerry Jones told us multiple times, I feel like sometimes we didn't want to hear it because he didn't sign Derrick Henry. But he kept saying, I don't think Derrick Henry would do good in this offense. And we were like, the offensive line he didn't feel was good enough.
Sure.
Zach Martin had fallen off, unfortunately. Time happens. Terrence Steele wasn't completely back, I guess. You had a rookie.
Maybe you think he was back.
Maybe he was.
You just don't think he's good enough.
You had a rookie center. You had a rookie left tackle who, quite honestly, you got lots of question marks about him even playing.
Oh, yeah.
This year, not going to say things have gone much better. So I know what I'm watching, and I'm watching an offensive line that is just as what we've said about most things on this team right now, inconsistent. I'm watching what I see as sometimes you'll have some amazing power blocks. Sometimes you have some great footwork, sometimes great technique, but it's not every play. And didn't it feel like with Zach and Tyron, it was just like, that's a wall that I just can't get by today.
You're right. I have to admit, and I know you're going to go through this, I think the offensive line has been better than these numbers reflect, but not a lot better because these numbers are kind of depressing.
All right, Kevin, and Alec, now that you were, who won? Do we have a name? Can we announce that? Or
yeah, we have Brennan. Tolo Brennan is going to be our second winner of the day.
Ooh.
Brennan doesn't like the letter D.
I mean, he didn't pick his name, right?
Good point.
Some people do get to pick their name.
That's
but congratulations, Brennan. We're very happy for you. Look forward to seeing you. Where do you think, I went to Pro Football Focus and tried to get some numbers. Where do you think Cooper Beebe ranks out of all centers? Alec, because Kevin knows the answers to this.
Oh,
I want to let you know, just so it makes you feel better, just in case. I got all of these wrong, and several of them I got wrong by a great deal.
I'm going to say, and this is accounting for every single person that's played, right? Not just starters.
All the centers this year.
You know what? I'm going to do the Cowboys way. I'm going to say right around middle of the pack, and I'm going to say 17th.
Wrong. You did the same thing I did.
30. He is the 30th ranked out of, and by the way, that's out of 33. So that's 33 centers that have played a minimum number of snaps this year.
Hey, Alec, if it helps you going forward, tilt negative on these answers, because I fell into that trap of being like, they've been okay.
His pass block rating or grade is a 32.5.
Good
now,
night.
That's not the worst, because the next person below him, Lloyd Cushenberry, 31.4. That's not the lowest. The best center in the game, Tyler Linderbaum, is at a 27.6. However, his run block is a 90.5, so he balances out at an 80. So that's that there. So all right, center position. He's injured. Don't want to kick the man while he's down. Obviously, we'll move on. Well, hopefully Brock Hoffman can do better. Let's move to the guard position. If my computer is fast enough to catch up with this conversation. It is not.
I really like the way you set that up, though.
This is not working at all. All right, so we'll move to a different.
Come
there
on,
we go.
technology.
Here we go. All right, where do you think Tyler Smith ranks on this list for guards?
You said lean negative.
Remember what I told you.
Yeah. I'm going to go with 24th.
39.
Wow.
Where do you think Tyler Booker is?
He's got to be even worse, huh?
49.
Yeah.
All right.
That was me trying to tell Alec to go low.
Yeah. You weren't calling him short. You were
that's what you do.
No, I don't do that. I don't do that anymore. I did it once, twice, maybe 7 times, but I stopped after that.
6'7".
6'7".
I still don't know what that means.
Nobody really does. We just say it. Okay. We just say
to show
it.
you got Riz.
No.
I hate it.
Kevin,
I'm never going to say that again.
While I'm waiting for the tackles to show. Oh, there they go.
And spoiler alert, they did bad in that too.
Where is Terrence Steele?
Oh.
Out of all starting tackles.
I actually know I have an opinion that he's not very good. So I would say 32.
Now, let me pause you. Pause. Alec, you're making a mistake here.
Oh, no.
Because you're just thinking of one tackle. Remember, NFL.
Oh, this is all tackles. Okay, give me 74th.
He's going to do better than that.
You know what? What was your first guess?
It was 30.
30? He's at 44. And for Tyler Guyton, guys, he wasn't on that page. So we're good, right?
No, that means he was worse.
He is ranked at 65 with a total grade of 36.5. Now, listen, when it comes to their grading, the Cowboys grading, that's all going to be different. These are all different views of things. This is just a general idea based on what they grade their offensive linemen out as. But we've seen it. The running has been good. I'm not going to say that it's been spectacular.
I agree.
It's been better than I thought for sure.
Yeah.
And Javonte Williams is getting me lots of fantasy points. They have 4 touchdowns on the ground. When you get into the red zone, I feel pretty confident that Brian Schottenheimer's group is going to be able to get you in the end zone. I really do right now. But the entire pass block, run block group right now, struggling a little bit. If they can take that up a little bit, I think, Kevin, then that offensive line, if it's there, that offense can be a playoff-worthy offense.
Okay.
Now we just got to get... So they're still developing. I will say they're young, still developing. And with Booker, Guyton, Hoffman's going to have some development time too, but they got to hit the ground. He's got to hit the ground running for sure.
It's just really damning that there are 32 teams let's just say 2 starting tackles. That's 64. I get that more players play because of injuries and whatnot. But if you're not even in the top 64, which he's 65th, that's never going to work.
Yeah. So we're hopeful that that turns around at some point. And then the defense, we got work to do there for sure.
Yeah.
Now for the big question, the fun question.
Oh.
Last night, I went to my kids' football game where I saw a middle schooler, Jadeveon Clowney, somebody, and then swim on them. And you're like, what do you mean? No, he actually laid on top of the person and acted like he was swimming, and I think it's hilarious. On the way in, though, I was thinking, Kevin, you've seen this. Whenever I would cover Plano games, they would tailgate.
Yes.
And I've seen this at other high school games, too. They would literally sit out there. The parents are sitting out there, hopefully not having too many, imbibing too much. Usually they save that for Austin Avenue afterwards.
Right.
But they would sit out there and tailgate before a high school game. And I thought to myself, man, this would be a lot cooler if we had a tailgate before this middle school game just because. And then I started thinking this. What other events would be a lot cooler if there was tailgating?
Going to the DMV. I thought about this a lot. Everybody hates going to the DMV. If you want to say like going to the dentist, I get it, but you probably just brush your teeth. You don't want to mess with that, all right? Be drinking water only going to the dentist. But everybody hates going to the DMV. People frequently joke about how lethargically slow it is and everything.
Gosh, it is.
But if you could be partying and grilling out, and this would be a community of people because it feels like everybody hates the DMV. So let's all work together, monitor the number system inside so you can be like, hey, Joe, you're probably going to be in there in 35 minutes. And you're like, ooh, okay, I think I can finish these ribs before I go in there. And so let's all look out for one another. And I think this could work beautifully.
From the 901, and I think you're right. We all have to sit out there in line too early just to be able to get our opportunity. So if we had people just hanging out, cracking some coldies a little early, that might be nice. From the 901, how about tailgating at weddings? Here's the one thing.
Agreed.
I feel like the groomsmen are already tailgating. All right. Usually the grooms and the women, I don't know what they're called, bridesmaids. They're mimosing all morning. And then, so I do think for the people that are heading to the wedding, they should have a little cocktail out in the parking lot before they go into this thing. I think that's a grand idea. Somebody did text this in and I agree as well. Church.
I mean, you do get to drink alcohol in church.
Hang outside, have a little blood of Christ, and then head on in there and praise him.
Ooh. People from my church listen to this show. I maybe should.
Okay, I grew up Southern Baptist. I went to Second Baptist Church over here in East Dallas, and I know if I would have rolled up and there were people outside smoking some briskets or something, having some burgers, and we get to sit in some lawn chairs in the parking lot and then head on in, it'd be a lot cooler if we could. How often do you see at softball games, guys sit out there in the parking lot and drink, then go play 7 innings of softball, and then go back out in the parking lot and drink?
Then let me ask you something about that specifically.
Okay.
Do you think there are a lot of activities in people's lives and stuff that they do mainly as an excuse to cover up that they just really want to drink? Because if you say, I'm just going to drink, people might be like, oh, you got a problem.
Jeez, this guy.
But if you're going to a college football game and then you're following up with a softball game, you go, oh, busy day. But really, you're just going to drink.
Day drink and then follow. Yeah, no, you got a really good point there. Alec, what do you think would be a better experience if there was some tailgating before?
I thought about the implications of it when I had this idea, and I changed my mind. I was going to say jury duty.
Okay.
But then it would impair your ability to think.
I'll tell you why I should be on this jury.
You're more honest.
Hey, get you sent home early.
That's a good point.
You know what? I'm going to throw a curveball. Grocery shopping.
Oh, dude, I love this.
No.
Because
you're going to be broke.
You're right.
You're going to be broke.
And I'm okay with it because I'm probably going to find stuff that I wouldn't buy sober, and I'd be like, I would never try this in a regular state of mind. And then maybe I find some new food that I like.
Yes.
So you're going to be the person buying the food that says these two things together at last. And you're like, that is a good idea.
And think about this. They could, the grocery store could set it up as their own tailgate, maybe pay $5 to get into the tailgate situation. All right, think about this for a second. $5, you walk through, instead of having to go through the free sample section through the entire store, you get your free samples with the $5 entry to the tailgate. And have a couple sips, and you're heading into the store right afterward. It's a maze directing you right to the grocery store.
Okay.
And you're everybody else in there that didn't go to the tailgate, they're going, man, I should have gone and gotten my free sample drinks before I headed in. A lot of people texting in funerals. Yes, that is definitely rest in peace, but celebrate life.
Are you one of the people who's going to want that at your funeral?
Celebrate life, baby. I want you guys to. Did Corey lead with levity most times?
Yes.
In most instances, Corey is probably going to try and give you a joke before he tries to really hurt you. And so that's usually the case. I want a compliment sandwich. So yes, I would want people to celebrate my life at my funeral.
Okay.
That's the way that I would definitely go about it. Getting your car fixed from the 817. You go to the shop, maintenance shop, and tailgate just a little bit.
You know what? I that might be the best answer. Because everywhere you go, even when you like just get a tire fixed up or you get new tires or whatever, they're like, we have a complimentary water if you'd like one. You're like, no, you're about to tell me that the thing I thought that would be one thing for $300 is about to be $1,400. Booze me up.
And then lastly, somebody said the school pickup line. I'm not sure. There's already a lot of aggression there.
And you're in a car. I guess the mechanics probably not helpful then either. Now that I think about it.
Hey, you don't have to drink at all tailgates. You can have some food, just some burgers or something.
Okay.
And some complimentary fun with friends.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's Tom from My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Or are they a friend of the show that you really respect, but you hate this one article that they wrote?
Oh, no.
We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The Gafford screen against Gobert, tailed by McDaniels.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to remind everybody today you can go see the G-Bag Nation at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits.
I dare you to go.
I would just invite you to go. There's lots of good deals. Plus, it's the G-Bag Nation. Plus, brand new customers will get a $25 gift card, and it's right off of $377. If you want to go check them out, Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits.
I love gifts.
Now, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot.
My buddy, my buddy, my buddy, my buddy, wherever I go.
I'm a little hesitant with this one. But it is My Buddy's an Idiot. And I really like Mike Curtis. I think he does an excellent job. We've had him on the show numerous times. Unfortunately, today I stand before you or sit before you saying that we're going to have to say Mike Curtis is an idiot.
Sorry, Mike. I like you, man. I think you're great.
All right. Oh, I do too.
Kevin said that already.
He's ranking the top 45 Mavericks in franchise history because this is the 45th year of the Mavericks. He put Dwight Powell as the 29th best Maverick of all time. That puts
low on the list.
You shut up. That puts him ahead of Vince Carter, PJ Washington, Daniel Gafford, Derek Lively, Nick Van Exel, Detlef Schrempf, among others.
Well, how many of those guys went to a Western Conference final and an NBA final with the Mavericks?
3 of them.
Impressive.
4 of them. Ooh, maybe 5.
So?
At least 4 of them.
You see what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
Dwight Powell's been a key part
Has
to
he?
a Western Conference final bid. And
When did that happen?
Years ago with Luka. Remember the days?
Would we say key part?
Okay, look. Whenever he went in, you knew the game was over.
Was it Mike who called him the human cigar?
I would say like it was frustrating because if he was in, you were in foul trouble.
Okay.
That was a lot of the times if he was in, you were in foul trouble or it was mop up time. and you've had to use him at times. He gets a lot of hate. Obviously, Mike was a big part of that because Mike
was leading the parade
every single day. But I don't know I guess I need to look at the 28 before him, obviously, and everybody after him. He can't be above Vince Carter, though.
Jalen Brunson is 22, so he's 7 spots better than Dwight Powell.
I mean, Jalen Brunson wasn't here that long, so.
Oh, okay, but all right, that's fine.
Dwight Powell's been here.
I just want to say again,
forever.
Dwight Powell was ranked ahead of Detlef Schrempf, Nick Van Exel, Derek Lively, Daniel Gafford, P.J. Washington, and Vince Carter.
Gafford's been here for what?
Yeah, and he's already better than Dwight Powell and made more of an impact for the Mavericks than Dwight Powell ever did.
I would say that Dwight Powell was a key for you keeping certain players around. Chemistry is big. Dude, I can't argue this. I'm sorry. I'm trying.
But I still think Mike Curtis is great. I just hate this ranking.
I wonder how often relationship with that player kind of also feeds into this. You're like, man, he's done this, and this, and I wonder if the Mavericks organization would even think about putting him in that category at number 29. I don't think so.
Now, this one's tricky. It's tricky to rock. Who needs to ask for forgiveness? Is it the American tennis player Taylor Townsend? Not forgiveness. Who's the idiot? Those are totally different segments. Or is it society for how they reacted to this? So Townsend did a video where he was talking about the local dishes in Kazakhstan. And it included things like bullfrogs and turtles, and joked that she would need to talk to HR about the quality of the food.
Okay.
Society wasn't having it. So she took to Instagram again today to apologize and said, quote, "I just want to come on here and apologize sincerely from the bottom of my heart." And she said she was privileged to be able to travel around and that there's no excuse. There are no words. And she said, "I will be better."
Okay. I think every once in a while you can crack a little joke and it'd be funny.
Not allowed.
But I also think if you're going to crack that joke, you should try the food. Try.
Okay.
If you're going to do that, then go, you know what? I'm going to see if this is
because it'd be
what
different.
I think.
Yeah, it'd be different if you ate bullfrog and you're like, "I don't like it."
Yeah, no, absolutely. But if you hadn't and you don't know yet,
okay.
What do you know? What? And when people say delicacy, a lot of times I'm like, okay, just because you say delicacy does not mean it's good, right? Doesn't necessarily mean that it's good. But I do think that it is important for us to be cultured in that respect, to try as many little things as we can.
Right now, let's talk with somebody who's already had plenty of travel under their belt. It is FC Dallas midfielder Nolan Norris. Good afternoon.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Man, we're doing good, but let me ask you this. Do you think you're going to be doing even better on Friday when the United States announces their under 20 roster for the World Cup in Chile?
I sure hope so. I think I'll be doing real well if my name's on that list. It's been a really big goal of mine. I think something that I've thought about probably every single day for the past couple of years. So yeah, if my name's there, I think it'll be a good day, you could say.
Well, doing this phone call moves you in the right direction because we've already had 2 players from the second team for FC Dallas who have made their MLS debut immediately following doing an interview with us. So I think we might be just the bump you need to make sure you're on that roster.
Oh, that's what we love to hear. You like to see a little bit of help. So if it's helping the other guys, I'll appreciate that.
Okay. Hey, have you had much time to much of an opportunity to kind of reflect on your development this year? I know you get this opportunity ahead of you and everything, and you're in it. But do you think about how far you've come throughout the season and what more you've learned as you've been on this roster?
Yeah, I think. I think it's been a crazy year, to be honest, with my club and obviously with the national team. I think a lot has happened. I came into the season with big goals, and I remember speaking with Coach Eric Quill and just about my goals and what he was expecting of me this season. And I was very honest, and I just said, look, like, you can count on me, and I'm going to work as hard as I can because I want to break into the team and get some appearances under my belt. And when I do that, that's going to help me in my case for the U20 World Cup. So I think this U20 cycle has been going on for a couple of years now, and for me, I've enjoyed my time at every camp, but to be honest, my whole focus at every camp and every game I've played for the U.S. has been to get to the World Cup. So I think I've developed in a lot of different areas. I've played quite a few different positions, and I think the season really kicked off for me when I got my first run of games with the first team this year at left back mostly. I think it gave me a lot of confidence and set me into national team camps where I did pretty well. And I thought it was really good, and obviously kind of was unlucky with an injury in the summer, and that put a little bit of doubt in my mind about just how the end of the season is gonna end. But I think I've bounced back well and had a good camp. What was it, a week and a half ago? So yeah, I think it's really been crazy. It's been a lot, and but I'm pretty pleased with where I'm at, and I always think that I can be doing a little bit better.
You know, you're just talking about some of your appearances at left back. How important is it, whether it's on the international stage or with FC Dallas, to be able to have like at least a little bit of that position flexibility where you can show out at a couple different places?
Yeah, 100%. I think I have a lot of versatility. I think that's definitely something that's put me in a good position in terms of rosters with both the national team and the club. So like, for example, the past few camps and the past few games I played with the national team have been at center back and left back. And so I think that gives me almost an edge over, I'd say, some players that can only play one position. And honestly, the people here at this club know that I can play midfield too. So I think I've shown that I can do a lot of things and do it at a pretty high level. So I just enjoy playing this game, and I'm just enjoying the opportunities and the door that God keeps opening through this sport.
Nolan, I've got 3 yellow cards on your ledger, and I was just curious, do you get to keep those, or have you ever asked for, hey, can I have that one?
No, it's yellow cards is a funny one because I mean, look, like, I'm an aggressive player, and I like to get in the tackles. So last year, to be honest, I had a few too many yellow cards. I probably didn't like to have on the resume. So this year I wouldn't say I have that many. I have 3 yellow cards, and I think maybe actually 4 in all competitions and maybe 20 plus games. So, you know, it's not the worst record, but I don't get to keep it. Maybe I should ask the ref for one.
Yes, we've advocated that forever.
I just figured I'd probably get a red card when I was like, hey, can I have that? And will you autograph it, please? And he'd be like, that's it. You're out of here.
Like a good little souvenir.
Yes, exactly. Hey, are all of your yellow cards, though, for aggressive play, or have you gotten one for, like, maybe saying that thing that you shouldn't have?
No, I'm pretty sure all of them have been for tackles.
Okay, good.
I don't think I've ever gotten a yellow card for dissent. Maybe I have. I don't want to lie on the podcast. That would ruin the credibility. But yeah, I'd say probably for tackles.
Okay. All right. Well, if you ever need advice, we have very smart mouths, and so I'm sure that we could help you out.
Yeah.
Now, the team in general obviously has been playing significantly better. Last 5 games, no losses, 2 wins, 3 draws, has really moved you back into a playoff race that, I'm not going to lie, a little bit ago, I thought we would be wrapping up the season without FC Dallas being in that mix. What has led to the significantly better play for y'all?
I think just one game leads to the next. I think confidence is a big thing, and that's what Coach speaks about a lot. So we kind of changed formations and just, I think, changed the way we play a little bit. But at the end of the day, I think players are stepping up, and coaches are giving us the game plans we need to get results, and things are going our way. So I think in the season, when you have 30-plus games, you just have to take it game by game. It's very cliche, but that's what we've been doing, and that's what we've done the past few games, and it's given us a shot, and hopefully we can make the most of it the past few games. And if I'm on that World Cup squad, I'll be cheering the boys on from over there.
Now, I wanted to maybe give credit to my co-host as well because he hosted an FC Dallas watch party this past weekend, and obviously y'all thumped Austin, so I think maybe he gets a tiny bit of credit at least.
Oh, I appreciate that. I'll take some of that credit. I really do. I'll tell all the people about how much I deserve that credit too. Nolan, I was kind of curious in that locker room, who's considered the big brother? Who's the one that's always like trying to take care of everybody else in the locker room?
It's a good question.
That's what I do.
I think there are quite a few leaders in the locker room, to be honest. I think just because in MLS you have such a vast, like, different player profiles and a lot of people from different places. You've got, like, for example, we've got a Brazilian group of guys, and so, like, Ramiro's a great leader for the team, and he takes care of everybody, but you can tell, especially like when the Brazilian guys are moving over to the U.S., he's really taking them in and helping them get comfortable, and guys like Lalas, Ibi, Petar, these guys are good leaders. Martin and Paxton are always involved. So I think everybody kind of bonds in different ways, and I think that's what makes a good team.
Man, we appreciate your time, and obviously best of luck against Colorado. And then the day before, obviously, we'll be rooting for you to get on that World Cup U20 roster as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Nolan Norris right here on 105.3 The Fan. That FC Dallas, absolutely. That FC Dallas match, by the way, against Colorado, Saturday at Toyota Stadium in Frisco, 7:30. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's take you out to Argyle to talk with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika.
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
1-1, runner goes, pitch is low, throw to second is high, nobody's covering. It's backed up there by Altuve, and Wyatt Langford is a 2020 man. There's his 20th stolen base of the year.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Let's take you out to Argyle, Fine Wine and Spirits, courtesy of D&M Leasing, to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
Man, we're doing awesome as well. Can you set the scene for us in Argyle?
Well, Argyle, of course, one of the fastest-growing, most popular suburbs out here, and we're at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirit, but they got so much going on here. Frenchtown Salon Suites, they got a ribbon cut.
Well, he's in a paradise right now because he's grilling out there. They've got Hamburgers Co. and their catering department here. They've got all kinds of sides, and they're grilling hamburgers, and I think they got Broadus literally on the grill cooking up for guests right now.
Yeah, Burger Man Catering, man. This guy knows how to get it done. I just scarfed one there.
It was good.
Break.
Can you happen to tell us if Broadus got a response from his neighbor?
Ooh, that's a good question. And if we could wrangle him, he just walked up like 5 minutes ago, and, he saw somebody making food, so he's got to get back there and learn all his tips and tricks. So that'll be top of the show, though. That's good.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, because we told Bobby about that this morning, and he was like, what? And he just thought it was the funniest thing in the world. So I think inquiring minds definitely want to know.
That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm curious. I wonder if she lashed out or if she is so filled with shame because she's now had it lapped upon her shores that her bedroom activities are loud enough for an old man upstairs to hear.
It might have tickled her. That might be her kink, like being heard, kind of one of those deals.
Oh, I can go louder.
So we'll have to see. Wow. Oh, here he is now, Brian Broadus. Hagee, they were just asking about your roommate situation here on the Crosstalk, and I teased that when you're done with your burger, maybe top of the show, we'll get an update on that. Yep.
Absolutely.
Okay. It sounds like he's eating a burger.
He's living his life right now.
Okay. All right. So
he's going to drown in his vodka today.
I'm going to ask.
Mardi Broadus could make an appearance.
I'm going to ask Zach and Eric, because, Dawson, you've set up how maybe the Rangers' predictions don't always go our way. Did you feel like last night was the end of the road, or could tonight be the last stand for them?
I liked your thought on tonight being the night that you decide that last night was the night.
Yeah. You understood what I was saying, right?
Yes. Yeah, I thought that was fantastic. And, as long as this team still has a little bit of mathematical hope left, I can maintain some level of positivity. But last night was a huge, huge gut wrencher. And you thought that they were going to climb back. Corey, hearing you talk about how you're watching it, we're getting killed, you get in the car, things start going our way. We can question, Monday morning quarterback, should Corey have gotten out of the car?
Yeah, we can.
But at the same time,
blew it.
Can Adolis Garcia just in that moment, can he rise in a way that we've seen him rise before? And making contact was nice, but would have been nice to get that thing out of the yard.
Yeah. I mean, that would have, in a perfect world, he did his job. It was just, man, to come back from 6-0 down, and I really thought that this was going to happen. I just thought it was going to be the Cody Freeman. Okay, he's got a solo bomb at 6-1. At that point, I'm still thinking, no, this isn't happening. And then they got closer and closer. I think tonight, you lose, it's over. I'm definitely I know that and Boach was talking with you earlier. Like, mathematically, you're not eliminated, but you're eliminated. You just got swept by the team that you're directly chasing. You've let them double up on you. If they get it tonight, I'm still holding out hope because they play Cleveland, and Houston's got to take on Seattle, and they've been on a juggernaut run right now. So,
Boston can slide.
Possibly.
I haven't ruled that out either, yeah.
I think we're firmly back in miracle territory, though, Haig. So I'm not going to give up. But any hope was dashed. Now we're one step further, and if you don't want to give up till it's mathematical, I get it. Crazy things happen here at the end of a baseball season. This team showed just before the 6-game winning streak, they could drop a couple in a row, get reorganized after a day off, and come back flying into the weekend. So I'm not quite willing to move along totally yet. Which surprises me. I thought I would be.
Man, that's a great point. I think we've all been in a position, sports or life or just whatever, when you're like, this is my opinion. I'm surprised that that's my opinion.
Yeah, maybe a little stubborn here, but 2023 was magical, and it's going to be a long time before I forget that, and it's going to be a constant reminder that if those boys are down there, they got a shot.
Yeah, I'm going to have to think about this a lot more because now this is stuck in my head. It was something within the last few months my wife asked me about, and I was like, that's fine. And she goes, really? I would have thought this would definitely be something that would get you fired up or agitated or something like that. And so maybe I'm growing, Dawson.
It's possible. You've always been a shower, and now all of a sudden, here you are a grower.
Look at you.
How many people out there are actually showers, do you think?
Very few.
Yeah.
But... God bless them. Lucky bastards.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Corey agrees.
Probably eyeball it somewhere around 15%.
Okay.
That's gorgeous.
Guys, kind of depends on which continent you're on.
Hey, they're doing it right now with these burgers. Unbelievable.
Man.
Yeah, no, they are. They're Burger Man's crushing it over there with the burgers.
I don't know if we can ever have a sequel to a crosstalk, but I would love to follow up with you tomorrow, Dawson, to get your continental breakdown of showers.
A power ranking.
Yeah,
for you.
I'd really be interested.
Name
all
all the showers you know.
What do you guys
need to go there.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Of course, we are at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirit here in Argyle Station, a burgeoning retail spot, a very popular suburb to move into. So it's booming out here. It's a great place to be, with all the great options that we have. And this is where you want to come get your booze. If you're in Argyle, you load up here. And for every new Tolo customer today, you're going to get a $25 gift card just for becoming a new customer. So this is their official grand opening today. Of course, we got a lot of sports coming up, and Sean McFarland of the Morning News is going to talk Rangers with us more at 3, but we'll get into everything new with the Cowboys right out of the gates here.
I love
Pure Gold
it.
as always, thanks for asking.
Yes. Love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation or go see them at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say shower, Kevin.
Definitely not.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. The more you Bosch, the more you feel like a Bosch.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NFL might not always act on it immediately, but they're always a...
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Argyle, we have arrived here. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and Argyle has rolled out the red carpet for us. We're here at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits. It's their grand opening. They're going to have a ribbon cutting coming up in an hour, but this is the place to be. Already shook a lot of Tolo hands. Had a burger from Burger Man Catering out here. He's making free burgers for you. And we're at Argyle Station today, 8595 US 377, and we're in the first floor here, right in the corner at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits, where we're going to be rocking and rolling for the next 4.5 hours with you. You can watch us on the webcam. Chief's just crushing a burger right now from Burger Man Catering. General at your service. See me, bear me. NA. We have some fine selections here.
Walk right around the corner.
Just that. There's Broadus.
Hey.
The former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. You have Ross Lubinski filling in for Lucius Alexander once again today. Send Lucius some love on social. Let him know that he is missed. Wolchuk and Shia following the house. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. Ruben Portillo, remote engineering here with you live on the scene. So come say hi. Salute to the Sugar Mill. You know, these cookie boutiques are just booming. You got your Tibbs treats, and you got your Crumble, and you got all these competitors popping up now. And Sugar Mill Cookie Company is as good as it gets. So shout out to them for bringing us by some cookies.
Unbelievable. These are they are like they're big cookies. You want to see them, Brian? They're absolutely gorgeous. They smelled fantastic. Whichever one you want. We got like a Snickerdoodle. Yeah. There's like an Oreo. We got chocolate chip. I think we've even got one with Fruity Pebbles. I know you love your Fruity Pebbles.
Fruity Pebbles sugar cookie.
We got going here.
Yeah. See, that's the good stuff right there. Okay. Big day out here for us. Come say hi. I don't know if we've ever done a show in Argyle, but this is like booming. You know, this is Chief's neck of the woods. I think Justin's just like 10 miles that way, right? We're pretty close to where you grew up.
Yes. Yeah, I'm 20 minutes from here.
Okay. Pretty much a home game for you then.
Pretty much a home game, absolutely, but I've never been to this spot here. Usually when I come down 407, get to 377, I bang a left because that's where all the party's at. Not anymore.
Yeah.
This is where it's at.
And I guess we got another beautiful high school football stadium that's being built right behind us.
Yeah, and a field house.
Yeah, like Denton Geyer is probably about 10 minutes down the road. I passed Geyer on the way here. And then C.H. Collins is pretty close here. So we got another football. I mean, Denton's booming. We got Braswell that's been built since I left UNT and was calling the Denton ISD games of the week. It's Argyle, everything's expanding, man.
Their sports are for real. I mean, football, baseball, whatever it is, softball, Argyle sports are serious.
Okay, the Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40. He's going to preview the Bears offense for us today, right?
Boom. Yep.
The terrifying thing is we hit midweek, and maybe I'm a little bit slow on the come up here. Maybe everybody's been thinking about this since the day he was traded. But I just wonder, is this personnel communications? Is this a new defensive coordinator? Or are we looking at the casualties of not having Micah Parsons, as good as Kenny Clark has been? The numbers said over the last 3 years, with Micah off the field, whether he was injured or just taking a series off or a couple of plays off when he was tired, it became one of the worst defenses in the NFL. And damn it, through 2 weeks, that's what they are. One of the worst. Like, is this gonna be the case for the next 15 games? Is the defense this bad?
Yeah, it's weird because they looked really good after you got that weather delay against the Eagles. Like, all of a sudden, here it is. They're able to get stop. But, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a shock that you lose arguably one of the top 3 pass rushers in football. Now your pass rush is drastically poor. I do think that it is surprising in terms of how bad Sam Williams has been. Marshawn Nealand, I thought, looked really good in the opener. Didn't look good against the Giants.
That's true.
We expected Donovan Ezeraku to be better than what he's been after what he showed us at training camp.
Sure.
He's still a young player that's only played 2 games. So I'm not writing him off. I think that he should get better, hopefully, as the season goes on. The biggest disappointment's been Dante Fowler. That's a player that had 10 sacks on Washington last year that didn't have a Micah Parsons on the line. Dorrance Armstrong, we know very well, okay player. But that was the other best pass rusher on that team, and he's able to get double-digit sacks. Fowler's given you absolutely nothing through 2 games.
Yeah, I feel like that, folks, an apology because we were talking about these edges. And we were talking about them in a way, and this is the question I have for you guys today, is that all of a sudden you say, did the Cowboys front office make a mistake in feeling like we got to fix the run defense and our edges are good enough to make up for Micah? Did they miss that? Was it something like it was so focused on run defense, but we have enough edges to make up for the pressures and the sacks? Maybe it's not the same player, but as a group, did they make a mistake in evaluation that their edges are better and couldn't have made up for? They okay, we can move on from Micah, but hey, we could do this and we could get Kenny. He could help us with run defense, but man, our edges will be fine. We'll be good. We'll be able to manufacture. Stephen Jones talking about manufacturing pressure and all that. We've yet to see that.
No.
We've really yet to see that. And now there's a side of me, if I was sitting in that room with them, I would have said, you know what, guys, I think we misevaluated our edges. I think we thought too much of them and what we sacrificed for run defense, thinking that we're going to have pressure and we're going to get sacks from these guys.
Yeah, it's possible Micah Parsons was just the ultimate one-man perfume for a defense, and now you just kind of break it down level to level, and you're compromised at corner. Your safeties are just okay. Your linebackers are mid. And without a good pass rush, I don't know. It's got to be the perfect scheme. And they've come up with plays. They came up with plays against Philadelphia. They came up with plays in overtime.
They did.
Not only Williams, but Nealand as well was there on the ball that Russell Wilson had to rip down. He ripped that thing down because Nealand suddenly flashed in front of him.
Right.
So I guess you made plays in the overtime. You can get confidence from that. But by and large, the two games, just looking at all the numbers, it's not good enough.
No.
By far.
And we're seeing with Philadelphia, they are not a team that is really threatening you through 2 weeks at all passing the ball. So they just really want to run the ball and throw the ball like 5 yards down the field. Okay, it's easy to look decent against that. Mm-hmm. You just had the Giants' offense put up a historical type game on your defense.
See, that's the problem that I had, because going into that game, you saw the pressure that the Commanders got on those tackles, on the center. A lot of that game, John Michael Schmitz wasn't under duress.
No.
It was, I felt like that, put Kenny Clark over him, kind of take some advantages, maybe rush through the middle of that. But, yeah, you really didn't do anything to affect. And I worry about the same thing when I start to talk about the Bears today. I'm going to talk about their offensive line.
Yeah.
And there's very similar things that you saw with the Giants. And now there's a side of me also that's saying, damn, does Dallas have enough pass rush to be able to take advantage of something that they should have last week? I'm seeing the same thing this week with the Bears. Is it going to be another game where all of a sudden Caleb Williams is sitting in the pocket and Rome Odunze and those guys are running down the field with nobody really covering him, and he's comfortable throwing the football?
And I do think some of the sell job was they know they need to stop the run, but they've known that for years. The sell job after you trade Micah Parsons is, okay, how can we put lipstick on a pig?
Yeah.
Kenny Clark's going to help us stop the run. That's the way they're trying to positively spin it.
But see, to me, they oversold the edges, and Brian Broaddus oversold the edges too.
Yeah.
I admit it. I'm watching training camp practice. I'm watching Donovan Ezeraku. I'm watching, maybe not so much Fowler, but you're kind of thinking about Sam Williams. You're thinking about, oh, wait, they've got some of these edges here. They'll be able to do it. They'll be able to kind of put some things together. It's going to be about pressures and sacks. And, if this guy gets 3 and this guy gets 4, you can kind of put it all together.
But I also don't think Micah Parsons was some magic elixir. Like, we saw the same problems early in the season last year, where they're historically getting beaten at home at AT&T Stadium. New Orleans is beating the doors off of them. Baltimore's coming in and doing whatever they want through 3 quarters against them. And it looks terrible.
Yeah, but New Orleans threw the ball 17 times in that game.
Because they had success, got
running
a
the
huge
football
lead, and then ran the ball.
Yeah, I just, to me,
had Raheed Shaheed have like an 80-yard touchdown in the first quarter of the game.
And I would say, to be fair on that, you're talking about the Ravens, and you're talking about at the time when the Saints were healthy and catching teams off guard with their new offense, they were actually legit. That just happened to you by the Giants, who scored 6 points versus a Commanders defense that nobody has respect for.
Yeah, I think the Saints were on a run of like 3 straight 40-burger games when you caught them.
Yeah, and then they sucked for the rest of the year. But those 3 weeks, they were really good.
They were.
But that's why we can't be prisoner of the moment here. I don't know what this defense is right now. You get Jadeveon Clowney. Does that help you? You didn't have Deron Bland. How long is he going to be out for? Eventually, you're going to get reinforcements.
I will say we know one thing. This defensive coordinator will play. He'll play zone coverage. That's
all he wants to play.
That's the one thing that he's going to sit in that zone And if you look at where, and we'll get into this thing with Caleb Williams, but there's some things that you can affect Caleb Williams, but it doesn't need to be too deep. It doesn't need to be with zone. And if we get in this game and all of a sudden you're seeing plays being made down the field and you're sitting there in too deep and all of a sudden guys are passing guys off and they're not, covering guys, then this defensive coordinator is in that is a big time, that's a stubborn coach right there that won't adjust. And I think he's going to have to do something different in this game. I don't think you could sit there and play Donovan Wilson in too deep coverage and expect not anything different, but the results you had last week.
More man, more blitzing. I think those are the two things that you got to start with. You cross your fingers that Clowney can be some level of a difference maker for you, but ultimately the trade with Micah Parsons was just a trading of problems. You weren't going to be able to stop the run with him on this team, but you were definitely going to be able to get after the passer. Now you can't really do that at all, but you're stopping the run at a high level. Unfortunately, if Russell Wilson in front of that offensive line can do what he just did to you, you have a world of nightmares to consider.
Dawson, here's the problem real quick, I think. You trade away Micah Parsons, who's your best passer, so you got an offense, obviously, that can put points up on the board. Teams aren't going to run the ball on you anymore.
That's a great point.
This is the problem. You now traded away your best piece to close games. When your offense is capable of putting up a lot of points, you're naturally going to make teams. What it happened in 14, 16?
They lived off turnovers. This team's going to have to find a way to force
these
turnovers.
Teams that put up a lot of points, these Cowboy offenses that put up a lot of points, teams aren't going to try and run the ball on you anymore. You have no way of closing the game without a Micah Parsons on the field unless Clowney becomes this pass rush guy. But you've taken you going into the season. That's why I would have stood up, and we had this discussion when Micah Parsons was traded. I stood up and said, "Hey, what are we going to do here? We're going to score points, but we're not going to have any way to close games without this guy."
Yeah.
That's the argument that I would have made for Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
I guess where did that get you 3 straight 12-win seasons when the offense was amongst top 5 in the league and when you went up against good teams and they ran the ball on you and your offense didn't perform?
Well, because the offense didn't perform.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. If you've got
but that's going to happen at times this year.
Sure.
So now they can stop the run, and you got to hope that your pass rush gets better. They got 2 young guys that they're going to rely on here in Ezra Rocco and Nealon. They need to step up and get better as the season goes on. We're going into week 3 here, boys.
Yeah, it's fair to hope for those guys.
You just hope you don't waste Dak Prescott continually playing good games.
Yeah, well, I mean,
that's the thing about. I mean, he's 2 for 2.
Sure,
he's 2 for 2. On those games.
But it just goes to show how important it is that you can do both on defense. Like, not being able to stop the pass really ultimately was worth nothing against Green Bay or San Francisco in big moments. And now, hey, we can stop the run, but now you're giving up chunk plays. I think it's fair to say it's only been 2 games. The players can adjust, the coaches can adjust, but ultimately the front office is going to have to make a move to get a pass rusher, because right now I think Clowney's going to be your best edge.
Well, this is where you go. This is where you go in if you're Jerry Jones and you tell Matt Eberflus, listen, we just got Clowney here. We talked about this. We moved on from Micah Parsons. We got Kenny Clark. We all talked about that. We feel good, right? Okay, now you need to do your part, Matt. You need to do your part. If I have to see Donovan Wilson playing 2 deep safety or single high safety anymore and getting run by, or I see free access of routes of receivers running before anybody even collides with them at 8 yards down the field, we're going to change defensive coordinators here.
We are live at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits. We did tease a roommate update, brought us, and as good as that Cowboys conversation is, I want to pay off.
Nothing new, guys.
Radio silence.
Scared her off, huh?
We totally scared her off, I think. We totally. I'll be interested to see, like I said, hey, I did my best. Tried not to, as the Ranger game was going on, tried not to do a lot of moving around last night. Sat on the couch, tried to walk real softly when I could. But, she didn't say a word to me.
I was interested to see if she was going to
No note on my car. No note on my car either. That could have been – that's kind of her M.O. is a note on the car now.
Oh, that's frustrating.
That's passing.
I didn't know if she was going to double down, lash out with even louder wall bang.
Hey, Bill, come over.
Yeah, that thing could go either way. She might go totally quiet in shame, not even making eye contact, or she could double down.
Yeah.
So,
good for her. I mean, she's living through the floor walking, but if she's getting hers, good for her, man. That's what it's say. Good for her.
And good for us.
Hey, we got Anthony Giafalo. in the building, Eric's older brother. This might be the first time I think we've seen Anthony at a remote. This is a legendary moment. The better-looking older brother, Anthony Giafalo, far more successful on the gridiron, but just not as good when it comes to sports talk.
A double Giafalo situation here.
They look like twins.
He
They're twinning.
He heard fine wine, spirits, and free cheeseburgers, and my man came running.
All right, you just caught a glimpse of them there on the fan cam together. That's a lot of fun, and it's great to be out here. Please do come say hi. Again, our location, Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits, 8595 US 377 here in Argyle. Frenchtown Salon Suites is upstairs. There's all kinds of hotties coming in, getting their hair and makeup done and getting their massages going on. I think they're going to have live music. It's a full-on deal here in Argyle, at the Argyle Station, basically on the corner of Frenchtown and 377. We're coming back with the champ and Wolchuk's Top 10. Where are you taking us, buddy?
Top 10 most insane high school football players who went on to become NFL stars in the great state of Texas. How many do we have in this top 10? That's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Fine wine and spirits. All new customer Tolos get a $25 gift card just for buying something here. Argyle Station is the place to be, and they got all sorts of things going on, including Burger Man out there. He's Burger Man at catering. He's got free burgers for you.
Yeah.
And we're going to have more chances to win in the Ultimate Cowboys Fan Hang presented by our friends at Whataburger coming up just a little bit later on. It's time to get you your champ and to get to Wolchuk's top 10 here. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Back into the Pimp Cup we go. Ross in for Lucius today with your champ.
Hey, how's it going, everyone?
Hey,
you know, just gotta keep the tradition going where I just don't know what to say, so we just say hey a couple times till we get started. But y'all know the drill. G-Bag of the day, baby. It is that time. Well, today, at least right now, we go over the champion. And right now, we have a two-time champ in Teddy Atlas in his Crawford versus Canelo post-fight reaction.
Bud Crawford came into Las Vegas, went up 2 weight classes to challenge Canelo Alvarez for the undisputed super middleweight championship, and he won it running away. Teddy, how impressed were you by his performance tonight?
You kidding me? A beautiful display. That's the sweet science. That's what it is. That's what we talk about when we talk about the sweet science. All night long, Crawford made Canelo a day late, $1 short. All night. Talking about the bigger man, the advantage of the bigger guy. How about the faster guy? How about the smarter guy? How about the quicker guy? How about the guy not only won on the outside, but even beat him at his own game on the inside? Please, Timmy, I don't want to say no more.
Look, you can't stop God's plan. I told everybody at home that would listen. Anybody that was out there, I told you. I've been in the ring with Bud Crawford. He's a phenomenal fighter. He was something different years ago. He's a lot better fighter now. What a damn performance he put on tonight. What a clinic. He beat Canelo in every avenue. Inside, we was talking about strength. He was stronger than Canelo. We talking about power. He took his power well. Canelo was very timid when he was approaching Crawford.
Damn right he was timid. I mean, it's the worst. Like, the best thing I could do is not throw. Put my hands in my pocket.
Man, if there's any disturbance in your audio feed, you will not be able to understand what he said right there.
No.
But, unbelievable stuff from Teddy Atlas. A boxing Hall of Famer for good reason. And once again, a G-Bag of the Day champion for commentating on what Crawford did at Canelo. Very impressive. All right, we going to get a Mardi Gras Bryant today with all this booze?
No, I've got some marketing meetings I have to do tonight. I've got to take care of that. Appreciate it, though.
You might have your fastball working a little bit better out there on the bump. Get a little buzzy.
Nah, man, all good.
All good.
I'll tell you what, this is a beautiful place, though. It really, really is. I mean, everything that I've seen has just been, it's a one-stop shop for sure.
Jay has outdone himself.
Oh, God,
with
yes.
This entire development, the vision for it and everything, it's going to be beautiful.
You got Argyle Cigar and Smoke right next door.
Yep.
You got the real estate station. They're actually looking for somebody to take a vacancy right over here in the side parking lot. Perfect for a sports bar. It's got like a 1,500 square foot patio. So if you're looking to develop in Argyle, it's probably a smart move, and they can get you taken care of here at Argyle Station. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10. Here he is, the Wooly Bully.
All right, let's do it. Top 10 most insane high school football players that went on to be NFL studs. And we have a lot just in the great state of Texas.
Eric Dickerson would probably be number one.
Eric Dickerson.
I'm thinking Derrick Henry's the guy. Maybe it's prisoner of the moment because we had that stat of the day the other day where it's like he still hasn't reached his total rushing yards that he had in high school in the NFL, even though he's been in the NFL for so long and he's been so dominant.
Yeah.
He was such an absolute man beast. I feel for every person who ever had to tackle that guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised they didn't try to ban him. You know?
Yeah, like, dude, you can only be a line of scrimmage player. Yeah. Like, put the red stripe on his helmet.
Oh, no, that was a green.
You can't touch
my
the
day, it was a
ball.
green sticker.
Okay, you get the green dot.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what, I was an extra point machine because I was allowed to just go 2 steps across the line of scrimmage, and then they could throw me the ball. So I would snap it. It was 6-man football. Ooh. So I'd snap it and then just go across the line of scrimmage, and then they dumped the ball to me. I was an extra point machine. Like getting that,
that's
yeah.
a cheat
We couldn't
code.
run with the ball. I was like 3rd grade. I was 90 pounds. You know, I was a big guy. I think that's kind of big. Isn't it? Third grade.
Third grade.
Third grade. Nowadays, it's probably small. There are probably some kids that are 3rd grade that are bigger than that.
I mean, it's
pretty small kids out
unbelievable.
there
At 6th
still.
grade, you look like you got kids that could be playing senior
Yeah.
high school football.
Yeah,
I'm
6th
like,
grade.
What is going on?
Seventh
I'll
grade.
never forget Jackson Jeffcoat dunking in 7th grade. When we played against him my first game ever at Frankfurt, I was like, this guy does not need to be playing against us right now.
You were on the court?
No, football I played against him, but I saw him. I didn't play basketball. I just played football.
Okay.
Basketball, I went to the game to support the Friends.
Sure.
And it did not go well for us.
They were getting baptized. and
It was,
posted.
it was posterization, Jackson Jeffcoat. So he was him and his sister. His sister was an outstanding volleyball player as well.
Yeah.
I believe she went to OU. I could be wrong about that if memory serves correctly. But this list is going to trend more prisoner of the moment, Eric. It's going to be a lot more players within the last 10 to 15 years or so. And I got to shout out in a list like this, high school phenoms that went on to be studs in the NFL. Plano's own Rex Burkhead. I mean, 10 years in the league.
That's right.
Super Bowl champion, and was an absolute freak show.
I was going to say Brandon Aubrey from Plano.
They called him Superman. Now, I could go with Brandon Aubrey. Problem was,
If you don't put him in the top 10, shame on you.
Brandon didn't play high school football.
Oh, he's a soccer
He's a
guy.
soccer guy.
Well,
He
you got to
never
give him credit. Oh, it's a high school football.
Yeah, so
okay.
he doesn't qualify for the
All right,
list.
doesn't qualify.
But I tried to give him a lot of love in the post-game show. I
You
think
did.
You noticed that.
Did his wife tell him really that, bro, you could kick in the NFL?
Yeah.
Did she tell him that?
Apparently, that's what they were saying.
They
on
were
the
like
broadcast.
watching Red Zone and they were missing field goals and all
Yeah,
that stuff.
she's like, you could miss it just as much as those guys do. Or
I
whatever.
think it was the Zerline year where he was sending those giant slices.
Yeah.
Nothing better than Dawson describing Zerline's kick.
The slices.
What was that?
They're lining him up. He's kicking from 53 and he's hooking it wide.
Aim left. Aim for the
Come
sideline.
on.
bro.
Aim way left.
My gosh.
That
Yeah,
was
the
bad.
Zerline years. And then the Maher with the yips. We've had some weird stuff go down with the kickers. The Mike Vanderjagt experiment.
We thought Maher was going to be pretty good.
Yeah,
For a
we
while
did.
there, he was
good. And then
How
all of a
about-
sudden the Tampa Bay game happens
Yeah.
and he can't make an extra point.
Yeah.
Mentally, he was just gone.
Yeah, that's why you got to be careful, man. These guys will get the yips on you.
Who is
You're
the
out there on an
guy-
island. All of a sudden, that confidence starts to leak a little
Yes,
bit.
and-
It can really start to combust.
As Jimmy Johnson said, I mean, once my kicker loses his confidence, I got to get rid of him. But the Cowboys, you've told us about that guy. They had their special teams coach in the 90s.
Oh, yeah, Steve Hoffman.
He was a freaking
Never scouted.
star.
I never scouted a kicker. Hoffman could go down here. He could come in this liquor store right now and find an All-Pro kicker. Guy be looking over here at looking at some Stella beer. Guy could be looking at Stella beer. Hoffman would tap him on the shoulder, and go, "Hey, come with me." Next thing you know, he's knocking a field goal at home to win a playoff game.
I mean, it was
Seriously,
crazy.
Do you
They
know?
would.
Was it an ankle calf thing? Was it like a knee thing? Like, do you know? Like,
I think it was like how you scout your women. The calf.
it's the ankles.
the ankles. The cankles.
Isn't that Choppy?
no,
Choppy?
Eric's the ankle guy.
Come on now.
No, but
Come on
Choppy's the same way. He's talking about the Big Ten gals.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
right.
yeah,
Where
that's
you're not sure where the calf.
I
and
mean,
ankle
nothing against the
starts
Big
and
Ten.
begins.
I'm sorry. USC's now in it. UCLA's
The Big
in
Ten
it.
gals.
Yeah, they're getting better. They're getting better. Yeah,
Those
it's getting
Big
better.
Ten gals.
Lumber around
Yeah.
a little bit.
Oh man.
But yeah, Hoffman. Seriously, he could come in the liquor store and then, guy looks like a kicker there, Brian. Let me go talk to him. Next thing you know, the guy's out there kicking 50-yard field goals.
That's outstanding.
He found them all.
Do we give Bones credit for Aubrey? Was he the one that went to Birmingham and found?
I think you have to give him some credit, sure.
As much as you don't want to.
Hey, I'm giving the wife credit. She got the guy out of the house to
Shout
kick.
out to Mrs. Aubrey.
Yeah.
That's the true hero right there.
Hope she spends that money well.
Adrian Peterson from the 469. Absolutely.
That's got to be close to number 1.
903, I think.
Earl Campbell from the 214.
Dawson, remember having dinner with his dad?
Oh, yeah, it was great.
It was kind of fun.
Was he was the
cool
handshake
stories.
as strong as Adrian's?
He was a nice man.
Grip.
He told some good stories. Not the killer grip.
Yeah,
He wasn't an intimidation man.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't.
Just like humble.
He
chill.
was sports dad with great stories.
Okay.
Yeah.
Really great stories.
Mahomes getting texted in. Miles Garrett from right around the corner, Arlington Martin. And Miles Garrett will be making an appearance. Thurman Thomas from the 940. Did Thurman Thomas play high school football in Texas? I knew he went to Oklahoma State, but I don't know where he played in high school.
Wow, man, that's Chief. You got that one real quick.
Yeah, we'll hit the Google.
I'm sorry. I'm sure that they're right. I didn't know where he went to school.
But it is Texas specific on this. Or no, it's not. I'm lying to your face. It's the most insane high school football players, period, across the country. But I'm just making this Texas focus because we do have the best high school football.
Yeah. Willow Ridge,
Houston,
Willow Ridge.
Wow.
Played down there probably for
Dynasty.
John Pierce, I bet.
Hell
down
yeah.
at Willow Ridge.
Cedric Benson was a badass from the 860 being texted in. Aubrey can turn into Dan Bailey any day now, especially
Oh,
since
gosh,
he's
don't
already age 30.
say that.
903, stop it.
That was
Stop
injury
it.
related. Don't
All
you
right?
talk about
I bet.
Dan?
Enough.
Dan Bailey
Big
had
balls Bailey like that.
bad back.
incredible calves.
That's
I will
right.
say about that, but Bailey had
Ice
had
in his
calves
balls,
on
that
him.
guy.
Yeah, and that too.
Trevor Lawrence comes in, honorable mention, and he was like the greatest high school prospect ever, like in the history of high school football.
I talked to my guys in Jacksonville this morning because there's
how are they feeling?
I was asking about that about the guy that got released, Darnell Savage.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about him, but but they were saying that they think that their quarterback's just kind of their quarterback.
Mid.
They're kind of like he's just playing kind of like he's our quarterback.
I really thought he was one of the no-brainer number one picks, going to be a stud.
He
looked like he was trending in that direction.
Year 2 after Urban Meyer.
Not a
fiasco,
glass eater.
Yeah.
with
Not
Doug,
a glass
with
eater.
Doug
Okay.
Peterson. They had like an 8-game stretch there in like the second half of the season.
And
It was
one of them
like,
was
okay,
against us.
here we go.
Like we had that huge lead.
Yeah.
He just balls out in that second half, and then it was the throink off the Noah Brown hands.
Noah Brown.
Pick six.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, Noah Brown did catch the one against the Bears. But
Noah
he
Brown
can't
is
catch
making
the
some
one
tough
against the
ones. Yeah, it's
Jaguars.
Patrick Mahomes at White House is number 13 here.
Number 13?
Number 13.
Was he a good high school player?
He was good, not great.
Okay.
Good high school player.
right.
Wasn't as elite as some of the others
All right.
that we're going to get to.
Appreciate
and that's why
the
he's a
honesty.
little bit lower. Reggie Bush at Helix High School in California. Could you imagine Reggie Bush in high school? He had 4,995 career rushing yards in high school. 27 touchdowns as a senior. He averaged 12 yards a carry.
Helix High School?
Helix High School,
That's
yeah.
a sick high school name.
But the number 11, just on the outside looking in, and I think this is more to do with his pro career, because the high school career you can put up against anybody is Kyler Murray. I mean,
He didn't lose a game, right?
No.
He did
was
not.
unreal at Allen. And I hit 43-0 as a starter in 3 seasons.
I played Allen a couple years prior to him actually playing, and I remember watching him play in a playoff game and just like literally looking up into the heavens and thanking God that he was a little bit younger than me.
Ankle break.
Because he just looked, it was like, this looks impossible,
Chief,
dude.
any chance?
He's moving at a different speed. No.
Any chance for an open field tackle?
Oh, I would put it at 0.
No. It was
at
like
0.
It was like when you play Madden on like rookie mode. Like it was just no one stood a chance. He could single-handedly win any game he played in.
He was absolutely a cheat code, Ross. You're 100% right. Number 10, we go to Leonard Fournette, St. Augustine High School in Louisiana.
There we go.
Then obviously went on to LSU.
Great band at St. Aug, by the
Had
way.
himself a pretty darn good pro career there, winning
Yeah.
a championship with the Bucks. Number 9 is Jalen Hurts at Channelview High School in Texas. As a senior at Channelview, he threw for 2,384 yards, 26 touchdowns, ran for 1,400 yards, and 25 touchdowns.
All right.
That's
There you
pretty
go.
damn-
That's
pretty damn
dominance.
impressive. 8, Adrian Peterson.
He's number 8.
Number 8, Palestine High School.
Yeah, you're probably going to tell me Eric Dickerson 7.
Well, because Peterson's numbers, I mean, as great as Peterson was, you put his high school numbers against Derrick Henry, it's going to look like shameful.
Henry's
did
an
you ever-
outlier.
Yeah, Derrick Henry.
Nobody's got that kind of stuff.
Unreal. And I wonder about, like, was Adrian Peterson playing against better teams than what Derrick Henry was playing? I would probably think so, but you never know. Number 7 is Lamar Jackson at Boynton Beach High School in Florida.
Boynton Beach.
Boynton.
Yeah.
Why can I? That is a tough word for me to say.
Boynton Beach.
Boynton Beach. He didn't even start playing high school football until his junior year. But in 2 years, he had 2,263 yards, 31 touchdowns, ran for 1,722 touchdowns, and then was a little bit of a late bloomer there at Louisville. We know what he's done in the pros.
Heisman winner, huh?
6 Terrell Pryor. Jeanette High School in Pennsylvania. He was an absolute big-time recruit. 4,000 yards passing and 4,000 yards rushing in high school. You had number 5 on the list is Micah Parsons, Harrisonburg High School, Pennsylvania. Two-way star. Ran for just under 1,300 yards, 27 rushing touchdowns. He had 99 receiving yards, a couple of touchdowns. 4.66 40 in high school was crazy. He could have gone wherever he wanted. He chose to go
check. Would you say he's overrated a little bit?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Oh, I thought maybe you want to go back and say he's overrated.
No, that'll get clipped, and then everyone's going to share it, and they can't take, nobody understands sarcasm, tongue-in-cheek, day of a trade, big smile on your face. Oh, most overrated player in Cowboys history. Yeah, people are going to take that serious.
I think you're faking the funk again,
I think you're faking it, too. I think you think he's really as overrated.
He is. That stinks. Derrick Henry. Coming in at number 4, you gave us his high school numbers already, Eric.
What did he rush for?
Man.
He had like 12,000 yards rushing.
Yeah. Yes, he did. 12,000 rushing yards. He had over 12,000 rushing yards in 4 years at high school, including 153 touchdowns.
Bro.
153 touchdowns in 4 years.
It's just a freight train coming downhill, ready to run through your face.
Chance, tackle him or Reggie Bush in high school.
Oh, God.
Which one? Which one do you have a better?
I'd take Bush.
Do you just throw?
You always do.
Do you just?
You know me.
Do you just throw your body at the legs of the guy? Is that what you do?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's
Derrick Henry.
Less
I think he's going to just run over.
Less opportunity to get hurt versus Bush, but you're
he's going to. I mean,
you're
going
to
to
get embarrassed.
Yeah.
I just think that the size of Derrick Henry has me shaking in my boots.
Yeah, he did. I think your body's going to hurt more from Henry than Reggie Bush, but you could break a bone both ways. I mean, that's going to suck. Myles Garrett at 3, Martin High School. Was an absolute star at Arlington Martin. 19 and a half sacks his senior year at Martin.
Goodness gracious.
Amon-Ra St. Brown at Mater Dei High School in California.
Mater Dei.
He was a star. 20 touchdowns his senior year. 1,300 receiving yards. And his younger brother, Equinemius, then came in, was pretty good, but Amon-Ra was better.
Dad, Mr. Olympia, maybe something like that? Mr. All bodybuilder guy?
Yeah, they've been lifting weights since
and 2 small kids.
4 or 5 days old.
Like they're not big kids. The sons aren't big.
No, I mean
Equinemius is. Yeah, Equinemius is like 6'4", I think.
Oh,
Amon-Ra's tiny.
Okay.
That's what you're thinking.
But he's jacked,
He's jacked. He's jacked.
Okay.
But number 1, best high school, most insane high school player to go pro. Jadeveon Clowney, your newest Dallas Cowboy.
Hello.
Look at that. Let's
Absolute
go.
freak show in high school.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when he made his announcement, and it was before you start to see this a little bit more now, but he went on like Sports Center or something to make his announcement of where he was going to be playing at. Like, he was as hyped up as any high school kid you could imagine.
Now we need him to step in and get some consistent pressure while helping stop the run as well. That would be huge. I do think, though, Brian, as bad as this edge room looks, I said it in the opening segment, he might be your best edge. Evaluate that.
I'd love to be able to evaluate it, but I hadn't got one right for you yet. My apologies.
We're live at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits here again. $85.95 US $377. $25 gift card for all new customer Tolos here. So just come in, buy something, get your gift card. Chief, where are we going next?
I'm putting in the call. This we got to put a stop to this quarterback bit. It might be even worse than the Caleb Williams nail polish next to the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and the upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Ross, and for Lucia today. We are live at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirit in Argyle at Argyle Station, 8595 US 377, right here, corner of Frenchtown and 377, where all new Tolo customers are getting a free $25 gift card just for buying something here and checking in Argyle. Here's the chief of the Hodgepodge.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. All right, I believe we have it's not super new because I think he's been doing this for a while, but it's time to end this particular quarterback bit.
Oh.
We head to Houston. We're C.J. Stroud. You're just not good enough, and your offense is not good enough to be dribbling a freaking basketball on the turf like an hour before the game, as if like that's how you like to lock in. He's like taking fake jump shots with the ball. He's dribbling between his legs. He's doing dribbling drills with a basketball on the turf before the game. And listen, when things are going well, like Mike McDaniel cracking all his jokes at the microphone, ha, 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 great, we're winning, cool, man. That's a lot of fun. Right now, C.J. Stroud, you need to freaking lock in, dude. You are missing Nico Collins, who's on my fantasy team, CJ. Do you even give a damn about that?
Here we
Come
go.
on.
Here.
You are missing him wide open, like 15, 20 yards down the field.
we go.
All right? So we can talk about the offensive line. Guess what? It sucks. Guess
Yeah.
what? Your offensive coordinator, he might suck too. But also, you're a part of the problem. You're the quarterback.
You might
Get
suck
the
too.
basketball as far away from the stadium as humanly possible. If I was D'Amico Ryans on Sunday, I'd sneak attack surprise, and I would be punting that ball out of the stadium. We're not touching any other balls. Sorry, CJ. No more balls other than the pigskin.
It's the Duke or nothing. I like the passion.
I mean, come on, dude. It's embarrassing.
How about you lose your week?
That's about to say. Wait,
Yeah. You need to win a game before you can bring the
I was a
basketball
Nico
back.
Collins just average game away from the Chupacabras being 2-0.
Now you're 1-1.
I kind of blame the general manager for this.
Yeah, I know that.
I think
that Texans guy.
I blame you, the general manager of the Chupacabras or whatever. What do you guys? What do you guys called?
I'm the Chupacabras.
Chupacabras. To me, I blame the general manager. You know, you should have known better.
I should have known that the quarterback was too busy dribbling it up and putting up fake jumpers, acting like he's doing free throws.
It might
in
be
the
good for
pregame,
his core.
Instead of locking in as a football player. Do core things. Do the Dak hip twisty deal.
All right,
you know?
basketball thing looks better than the hip deal.
It's the damn Micah Parsons effect. He's hanging out
By
with
the
Micah
way-
in the offseason. Trayvon Diggs is buddies with Micah.
Hey.
These guys suck now.
It's embarrassing.
Did the hip deal kind of rip the muscle off the bone?
We could recklessly speculate that maybe too much hip torquing over the course of his career.
Our show does a lot of reckless speculation on injuries.
I love it.
Yeah.
I think it's good journalism.
Do you want quarterback who's dribbling basketballs and shooting fake free throws before the game, or the fingernail paint quarterback? Okay, you're all general managers. Those are your two options. Gavin Dawson, make your pick. Diddle-doo, diddle-doo-doo-doo.
Okay, in order, I want to add Trevor
was actually
Lawrence's
pretty
long
good.
hair. I looked it up. There hasn't
I'm
been a
sorry.
long-haired quarterback to do Jack Diddley in the NFL since Kenny Stabler and what's his nuts in New York, Joe Namath, and that was more of a Shaq.
What's his nuts?
And we all make fun of him for being Mr. Interception guy, too.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot goes into this. If I had to choose, I would rather have basketball man than nail painting man.
Okay, but it seems like you have biggest beef with it, like Trevor Lawrence
With
needs
long
to find
hair.
some clippers.
Long, stringy hair.
Okay, the long hair issue.
I don't think you're wrong about that at all. That's a damn good observation.
Get a
Damn
haircut.
Good sports take.
Play like you got a real job.
Yeah.
Ball Chuck, you're on the clock.
I can't get
The pick is in.
Give me the fingernails, because you got to claw with your fingernails for that inch. But I don't want just nail polish on the fingernails. I want plays, baby.
Yeah,
I want a quarterback that's that committed. We're drawing little notes. We got little pictures. I'm dialing up the number 2 here, boys. Or how about the middle fingers? Got something for you.
Yeah,
that's what I
something
want
special.
here. I want something creative here on the fingernail paint.
All right, just a new twist on the Caleb Williams fingernail paint. Brian
Faking the
Broaddus,
funk again.
the real scout here. You're on the clock, and the pick is in. Doodle-doo, diddle-doo-doo-doo.
With the first overall pick No, I'm going to take the fingernail guy.
Are you?
Let's
sounds
go.
like, you know what this sounds like? This sounds like Broadus and Wolchuk don't want any bulletin board material in Chicago this week because we're taking on the fingernail painter.
No,
Caleb Williams.
because you're going to listen to his 340 Krusty's Corner Report, which I got some of it on Love of the Star already. I'm a little terrified. So we're not going to go ahead and
I'm just
badmouth too
telling
much.
you, with the secondary, you just don't know what's about to happen. Oh.
Yeah, it could be bad. Could be bad.
Well, I mean, hopefully it's not. Hopefully it's not.
No, we're going to crush them.
Speaking of things that could be bad,
Or they're going to kill us.
Congratulations to Cardi B and Stefon Diggs for going ahead and
Congrats on the sex.
procreating in a way that now has her pregnant with, I believe, baby number 4.
Oh.
So,
she's
from
pregnant.
wife to baby mama.
She's pregnant, yeah.
She's on a mission. And we would like to play the throwback clip of Stefon Diggs' teammates when he was with the Vikings, as one man was roaming through the Vikings locker room with a microphone asking each player who's the teammate they'd least like to date their sister, and there was one unanimous answer.
What guy on this team would you least like to date your sister?
What the hell? Diggs.
Why Diggs?
Man, no. We're going to leave it like that.
No. What guy on this team would you least like to date your sister?
Oh, Stefon Diggs.
Why Diggs?
He's crazy. He's just outrageous. Don't know what he's going to say. Just don't know what to expect every day. So he couldn't date my sister.
What guy on this team would you least like to date your sister?
Least like to date my sister, Diggs. 100%.
Why Diggs?
Because he's not a guy that you want to bring home to your parents. Like, you don't want your sister to bring him home to your parents, so therefore she can't date him.
What guy on this team would you least like to date your sister? And I might add, you're starting to be the runaway favorite for this.
But nobody want me to date his sister. I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
There's actually seems to be a few guys that don't think that.
Feel differently about me?
Yeah.
They just don't know me well enough. That's what it is. It's the appearance.
They might know you too well.
All right, who don't I want to date my sister? Weatherly.
Why Weatherly?
Because he's ugly. I knew that was the problem.
He's hot. He's hot. Get the camera on him right now. He is hot.
There was Diggs right there at the end. He doesn't want Weatherly to date his sister.
he's ugly.
Just because simply he's ugly. There it is. There's your Sports Hodgepodge, boys.
Thank you, Chief. And thank you to Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits for having us out this afternoon. We'll be here all the way until 6:30. Frenchtown Salon Suites upstairs. They're going to have live music from 5 to 8 today. They're going to be making drinks and I think even getting you free massages.
Free massages?
Yeah. That's it. When we get off tonight, as a matter of fact, you want to head up, you can get yourself a massage. And there's going to be live music. It's going to be a party here at Argyle Station.
Sign me up.
Woo! It's right off 377 in Frenchtown here, 8595 US 377. And we're back here with Sean McFarland of the Morning News talking Rangers with you here on The Fan.
order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. The grand opening and ribbon cutting for Argyle Station is right now. We are at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirit, $85.95, US $377. All Tolos get a free $25 gift card just for becoming a new customer here at Fine Wine and Spirit. And all kinds of great stuff happening, including Argyle Cigar and Smoke right next door. Burger Man Catering, making free burgers for the Tolos. You got to love that. A real estate station. If you're looking for a great place to put down some small business roots, Argyle is just a booming suburb here, and it's a great place to be. So they want to invite you to join us. Maybe pick up a bottle of booze as you swing on by.
Booze.
Looks like they have a great selection of Fireball over there. Okay, Sean McFarland, Morning News here, talking Rangers with you here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, Sean. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. How we doing?
We're doing pretty good. I was hoping for the miracle last night. Were you thinking we were about to see it?
Just because nothing this team has done the last month or so has been anything I expected. At this point, why wouldn't they come back from a 6-0 deficit in which they looked completely lost to win on the road? That would be incredibly par for the course with what this team has done these last few weeks.
What do the playoff odds dip to? Have you checked it out? I think we were as high as 30, maybe after Saturday's win.
I think it's down to some 12 or 11 right now. Just in these two losses, it dropped by about 20%, I think.
Yeah, it was 40. I thought it was 40 some odd, 43, 44% a couple of days ago.
Oh. Well, that's brutal, and to be honest, it feels like significantly less. I would eyeball it at single digits. I guess Boston's losing, so it kind of keeps the door open a little bit for them.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the situation now. Is going into the Houston series, it was kind of their last chance to control their own destiny in the sense of hey, if you go in and you take 2 or 3 versus Houston, or you sweep, you've kind of done the work yourself to put yourself in position. But now they have to continue doing that, and they need, a team like Boston or a team like Cleveland to play rough baseball at least next week and a half, which is just not. It's not the position you want to be in the final 2 weeks. Is where you need to be perfect, and you need other teams that are also trying to win to stumble. You don't want to leave things to other teams to handle, as far as I'm concerned.
So how have you looked at this? balance here as you start to get bodies back like Adolis Garcia, and then we'll see. Maybe it ends up being like it doesn't matter by the time Corey's ready to go, and then at the end of the year, the Marcus Semien additions. But with the way the Little Rascals have been playing, I saw Adolis Garcia gets in the lineup. Fans wanted to freak out, Sean. It's like, what are you doing? You're messing up the good juju here. What was the team's perspective on that, if you've been able to gain any of it, and then your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as the team's concerned, and honestly, as my perspective too, is like, look, the Little Rascals, the guys like Michael Hellman and Cody Freeman, they should still be playing in some capacity, but you can't expect rookies or unproven guys to carry this team into the playoffs. They provided the spark. They got this team back in it. But I think it's just unsustainable to think that they can perform that way for an entire month. Now, look, Cody Freeman homered last night. Like, that was a huge hit for him. And he's still going to be in the lineup, and I think they're going to find ways to keep Michael Hellman in the lineup, too, even with Adolis Garcia continuing. But I think at the end of the day, like, if they're going to make this push, they need their star players, whether it's Adolis Garcia or Jake Berger or Josh Young or Corey Seager and Marcus Semien, depending on when they come back. They need those guys to kind of drive the nail in the coffin here in terms of getting them to the playoffs. I just think that's too much to ask of unproven rookies to carry this team at this point. But there's a balance.
What's been going on with Jake Berger and his struggles as of late? Small sample, but he hasn't been himself.
Yeah, I talked with him last night about that, and he's kind of chalking up to a small sample size, and he kind of said, like, look, I don't feel like I'm pressing. He's obviously aware of the situation, as all these guys are, but he doesn't feel like he's pressing, but did acknowledge, like, look, when you're chasing that much, it's swinging so many pitches out of the zone, like the adrenaline might be pumping up a little bit more. So I look at it as it's a 7 at-bat sample size in Houston, which he's had some really bad at-bats. But the bigger body of work since the All-Star break is that he's been maybe their best hitter and one of the better hitters in the American League since, as he's navigated the 2 trips to the injured list still. So I'm not, I wouldn't push any panic buttons on him yet. It has been a bad 2 games at a really bad juncture, and I think that's why you put that spotlight on him. And I think he's aware of that, and I think that's all you can ask, is the guy knows that he has to be better, and he does.
162 of these things, Sean, but you have a chance tonight to win the Silver Boot and keep your season alive. Like, I wouldn't want to lose tonight and feel like the life just got squeezed out of the season in your rival stadium. But that can happen. Is there any, do you think, internal motivation or any care from the players about, winning the Silver Boot here tonight?
I think so. And I think, honestly, like, the Silver Boot, yes, that's important, and they want to win this season series. You always want to beat the Astros, but at this juncture, it's more about every single win and every single loss just feels so much more important because of where they're at in the standings and how much time is left. So more than anything, like, this could be a game against pretty much anybody, and I think they'd view it as a playoff game, and that's kind of what these games feel like right now. Because, look, last night they lose to the Astros and they fall 4 games back. It's like, at this juncture, every game is just so much more important than really any traditional regular season game. So, the Astros, like, that is a factor in it. That adds some juice to it, but I think it could be anybody at this point.
Hey, Sean, this might be a little bit of a weird question, but they're playing so many meaningful games, and could this help them into the playoffs? I mean, if they get in, is it like, all righty, we're already kind of battle tested instead of just cruising in, like some of these teams have already clinched, and could it be something that absolutely having to fight and scratch and claw to get into this thing, could that be somewhat of an advantage for them?
I think so. I mean, look, I do believe that momentum is real in sports, you know what I mean? And I think if you can make this push, and we'll call it a month-long push now, where they've played pretty good baseball and they've fought and they've been scrappy and they've been energetic in a way that we really haven't seen much of the season. Like, I think that's real, and I think that can carry into the playoffs where, look, you had to fight to get in there. You had to earn that spot in there,
right,
as opposed to your point, coasting in. Or look, in 23, like, they kind of stumbled in, and obviously it worked out fine.
Yeah.
But I do think there's a thing to, like, look, if you got to fight tooth and nail in these final days to get in, I think that can kind of push you in and motivate you into that spot. But also at the same time, like, it takes a lot out of you, on the pitching side especially, to make this push. So I think it could go either way, but I do think that momentum is a real thing at this point.
Sean McFarland, Morning News here with you on the Fan.
How surprised were you by Merrill Kelly and his performance? I didn't realize that was his first game starting at now, I guess, Daikin Park or Field, whatever the hell they're calling it there in Houston. But he'd been so darn good against Houston just a week or two ago.
Yeah. I mean, he's been really good since they got him at the deadline. I mean, that was easily his worst start. And look, I think he chalked it up to just bad execution, and I think the Astros team, like, they're going to make you pay for mistakes. We saw that with Jack Leiter the night before, and if you're going to leave pitches in the zone, like, they will jump on them. That is a good lineup, even though, I don't understand the Astros. They lose a new player every day and bring up someone you never heard of, and they keep chugging. But that is a lineup that'll make you pay if you make mistakes, and I think he was just a little off last night, and they jumped on him for it.
I think since you've been on with us, we got did we get more clarification on when Tyler Mahle is going to return? And do you think that he's maybe in their future plans for next year to try and bring back?
Yeah, so Mahle, they've listed him as their starter for Friday against Miami Marlins at Globe Life Field. He'll probably, be in that 70 pitch range, depending on how he feels and depending on how stressful those innings are. He looked really good in his last rehab start against with Round Rock, and that's a good note to get him in on. As far as the future, I mean, look, they're going to need to retain or go out and get a starting pitcher this offseason, I think. Because you're going to lose Merrill Kelly. You're going to lose Tyler Mahle. John Gray is obviously a free agent as well, and you don't know what the future looks like for a guy like Kamar Rocker. So you're going to need another veteran arm to come back. And it'll all come down to really how the Rangers want to use their resources this winter, depending on how much money they can spend, how much they want to spend, how much they want to put into the offense, the bullpen. Mahle, he was really good for them before he got hurt this year. I think if they can get him on maybe a friendlier deal, it does make sense to bring him back. But I think it will all come down to kind of how they prioritize their spending this winter.
Yeah, and how much of a rebuild do you think the lineup needs? Where are you looking?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think they'll have to consider how far how much longer they want to take this core. As far as concerned, Corey Seager, Marcus Semien, I don't think those guys are going anywhere. But I do think guys like Adolis Garcia, Jonah Heim, I think there's a real chance that they're not here next year. And I think it does kind of offer an opportunity to start a little bit fresh and maintain that core and hope that the young guys like Wyatt Langford could take a step up and hope that Evan Carter can come in healthy and maybe play a full season. And depending on whatever you get out of guys like Cody Freeman, or Alejandro Osuna, if they're going to, become everyday players next year. So I do think the lineup will look different next year. Again, it just comes back to the resources and how they want to use it and how much they're willing to spend to make significant changes to this lineup.
I guess as the season possibly, hopefully this thing isn't over, but as we get closer to the end, the buzz about Boch and his future is going to start to come up. Has there been any conversation that you know of, or are you leaning any way of if you think the Giant stuff is real or if he'll be back or not?
He's kept it very close to the vest. He talked with our Kevin Sherrington a few weeks ago about kind of his future, and it doesn't seem like he wants to leave. It doesn't seem like he wants to finish managing. Obviously, him and CY are close, and they go way back. And again, in moments like this and stretches like this, I don't know if there's a better manager to have on your team than Bruce Bochy, someone who's been in these moments maybe more than any manager in baseball right now. So I think it's all going to come down to if he wants to keep doing this. He's now 70 years old. He's been doing this almost 30 years. He has 4 rings. And, if the Rangers are in a position where they're closer to maybe rebuilding next year, that's a strong word, but, if they're kind of retooling things and maybe taking a step back next year, take a step forward to the future, does he want to stick around for that? But, if they're all gas, no brakes in next year and plan to send out a contending team, then, Bruce Bochy is as good as a manager as any to have on the staff.
So Dolly's not 100% tonight?
That's what Boch told us yesterday. He said he came off the IL this weekend with the quad injury, and he was 0 for 8 in his first 2 games back, and they didn't start him last night. Boch kind of said he's not fully 100%, but then they pinch hit him, and he comes in and drives in a run. So Boch acknowledged that there's a chance he doesn't start today. We'll see. Maybe he wakes up today, he feels great, and they want to have him in the lineup. And look, historically, like, there's no one you want more in the lineup against the Houston Astros than Adolis Garcia, so long as he's healthy and can produce. So I think we'll find out in the next hour or so whether Adolis is playing or not, but it came back pretty quick from that quad injury, so I don't think it's surprising to see a little bit of rust and a little bit of time to get back to true form.
So what are we thinking about DeGrom tonight? What's your gut telling you? Tell me, Sean. Is it speaking to you? Are we going to get a perfect game? Go ahead and make sure we win this boot.
Look, man, I can't think of anyone else I'd rather want on the mound right now than a guy like maybe Evaldi. If Evaldi was around,
sure,
maybe him. But Jacob DeGrom's a pretty good second option to have in a game like this. I think he has maybe not been his sharpest these last few starts, maybe the last month or so. But even a DeGrom that is at 90% of his full capabilities is still a really good pitcher. And he's completely aware of the standings and the circumstances and what's required of him. So I feel pretty good about it, and I think the team and the players as a whole too, like I think they feed off of going into games like this with a guy like DeGrom on the mound. Like they recognize the possibilities. If you have a guy like DeGrom and go out there and shove, like, it takes all the pressure off the offense. I think that's a good spot to be in right now.
Just to my right, Sean, they are cutting the ribbon here at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits to let anybody know that's interested if they need to drown their sorrows, maybe on an off day. This is a great place to come do that. Now, Sean, if you were here, you're walking into a store with fine wines and spirits, what are you most likely to walk out with?
That's a good question. I'm a white wine guy. Like, I like a good Chardonnay. So I think I'll go with Chardonnay, but I'm trying to get more into red wine now. I think I don't really know what I'm looking at when I go into a wine section. I like a bottle that looks fancy, for a low price. That's kind of my market right now.
That's a good play.
So yeah, and I think that's kind of the roadmap for me when I go into the wine section. So I will take any and all recommendations for good wine because I'm going in completely blind.
Sean McFarland, Morning News, thank you so much for your time, and have fun with the rest of the season, however long it may be, sir.
I appreciate you guys.
Salute. There you go. Sean McFarland, Morning News here with you on The Fan. Yeah, I think when you go red, there's just something that's got a little bit more gravitas to it. White wine, I don't know what kind of a statement that makes. Maybe pinky in the air a little bit, but red wine is like, hey, we're the good fellas.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We're doing big business here. A very fancy dinner, very expensive.
Yes.
And we're very sophisticated drinkers over here with the fine wine. But, I mean, they got it all here at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits, whether it's wine, cold beer, or, the finest selection of spirits you're going to find anywhere.
They got Fireball over here, too.
They got Fireball. Just some Jägermeister.
Plus a $25 gift card for all new Tolo customers that swing by, and Burger Man Catering out here on the sidewalk has a burger for you, okay?
Burger Man.
All right, it's time to hit the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening and the top headlines around America's team before we get to Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus coming up at 3:40, and we're back with both those things here in the nation. I-95 US 377. I think this is R-Dub in Argyle talking with Chief over here, right here, a legend. Yeah. On the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line. So salute to all the Tolos who've made it by today already. Time for the C-Note here. Cowboys News of the Evening brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Brandon Aubrey is your NFC Special Teams Player of the Week. Many more to come for him. I feel like he could win it every week if he just lined him up for long enough because he's Mr. Automatic.
They might need him again this weekend.
Yeah, it could be a shootout every week.
I just feel like this, until we kind of figure out where the defense is, the secondary, how they're going to play, get bodies back, or find a pass rush, probably going to be in a lot of these games.
Yeah.
Probably going to be in a lot of these, like the Philadelphia close game, the Giants game. You know, your offense is good enough. Your offense is good enough. Right now, you just need to kind of figure out the defense. Until you do that, I kind of feel like I'm going to be in a shootout every week.
Krusty's Corner is coming up at 3:40. He's going to preview that Bears offense for you. And it's a fascinating game because, you know, like I said in the opening, I feel like we're in a period of time right now where it's going to be proven over the next month.
Yeah.
Did trading Micah Parsons totally devastate your defense, or can you figure something out? And if you can't figure something out, then, you know, 8 or 9 wins is going to be the absolute peak of what this team's capable of. So congrats to Brandon Aubrey, Special Teams Player of the Week. Shoddy on having a walkthrough today. It was a walkthrough Wednesday.
I was surprised about that.
Anytime you play 70 minutes of kick-ass football, back and forth, running like that, we have a responsibility to trust the numbers. I told our guys from day one, if you go all out for us, we'll take care of them. So this is Shoddy taking care of the players today with basically a very light practice. Hopefully it doesn't catch up to him. Hopefully everybody's feeling all right. But they trust those GPS numbers, and if they said you were running your ass off and hitting everybody and trying your hardest, then they want to give him an extra day to recover. Speaking of recoveries, we have Deron Bland with the foot, Trevon Diggs with the illness. Were both DNP, so I don't know what's bothering Diggs, but Guyton and Turpin were limited. And then, did we ever find out what happened with Cooper Beebe's foot? What bone that is?
Didn't find out what bone it was. No,
because that's the situation up there in Green Bay with their receiver. He not only broke his collarbone, but he had the 5th metatarsal situation. So Matt LaFleur is talking about, like, hopefully they can get him back by the end of the year. But I think he was their leading catcher as wide receiver last year. I know Watson's hurt, and you know they're hoping Matthew Golden can get it together here pretty quick up there in Green Bay. Okay, the Twitter account at Defy Talk Cowboys. Here is where Osa and Kenny Clark rang among all defensive tackles this season. Win percentage, all pass snaps, Osa 20%. That's 5th of 102, about where he was last year. I think he was 6th for the season, so that's just right on target for what he does. And then Kenny Clark is 17th out of 102 with a 14.5. True pass sets pretty much tell him the same story, but Kenny Clark significantly better in that one, a 25% win rate. So the opportunity here is massive when you get defensive tackles capable of playing like this inside, and it kind of looks like you might have one of the best combos in all of football here.
They're fantastic. And then you mix in Solomon Thomas, who I thought was
Solomon
really
Thomas
good.
Playing really well.
I thought he was absolutely fantastic on
there
Sunday.
He goes.
So R-Dub from Argyle, hey, finally got to meet him. He's been a long-time Tolo coming in, saying what's up. Appreciate all the Tolos who are coming on out. No, you come on in. Bring your food in here. You're all good. Absolutely. Good to see you, bro. But it's a party out here. But, yes, I think the defensive tackles have stepped up and been absolutely fantastic.
The Clowney contract, 1 year and $4 million. I saw that in John Machota's story. Last year he played 46 snaps per game. He averaged 38 snaps per game when he was in there for Baltimore in 2023, and that was a big season. I think he had 9 or 9.5 sacks.
Yeah.
What kind of a role do you want for him?
I mean, I think that him and Nealand in a perfect world are your starting ends, and then I'm going to now rotate in Fowler. Maybe he's better suited in that type of role. I mean, that's what he played here in Dallas under Dan Quinn before going to Washington. And 2 years ago, Brian, I remember post-game shows, you were like, he's like that David Irving, where he plays a limited amount of snaps. When he's on the field, good things happen.
Sure.
And maybe now this full-time starter role, and Sam Williams, I don't believe has played well at all, and he certainly had a moment, in that overtime, but we're talking 1 out of, 40-plus snaps. So I think if you really want to commit now to we're going to be this defense that is really good against the run. I think having those two guys as your ends is probably the best way moving forward. But I think Nealon and Clowney can also give you some pass rush, and then maybe that allows these other guys, Fowler, Houston, et cetera, Sam Williams now to kind of be a little bit more fresher when Aaron White kind of wants to go ahead and rotate them.
Yeah, I think you mentioned Houston. I think that's maybe the biggest adjustment, maybe even bigger than the Jadeveon Clowney impact is like how can you look at his win rate and decide we only need him for 8 or 15 plays a game because he's lapping the field. He's clearly the guy best suited to get to the quarterback right now, and if he's not playing and they have a problem getting to the passer again, that will be another very significant red flag for Matt Eberflus. I'm trying to get this train started. Well, for me, he's got 1 week to prove it. You go out there and struggle against Caleb Williams and the Bears, I'm going to be beating that drum loudly, and I'm going to be recruiting you guys next week.
Yeah, I mean, because then you got the Packers coming into town. Like there's no respite here. So this is kind of your last opportunity to go up against an offense that is, I mean, at least before you get to Green Bay, that should be able to be had in a lot of different ways. I mean, they can't run the ball. Bears haven't been able to run the ball for squat. And we know what Caleb Williams has a tendency to do. I just saw a nipple flash there.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Look at that.
I saw that as well.
Unbelievable.
We got nip showing up and everything
Todd
here.
in the building.
Let's go, baby.
Flashing some skin. When the Cowboys released their depth chart yesterday, Clowney was listed behind Dante Fowler and ahead of Donovan Ezeraku. The opposite end spots had Sam Williams starting with Nealon and James Houston behind him. Can we really take anything from this, Brian?
I was going to ask this question to the group. If you had to sit, they only dressed like 5. They dressed, they were, because they usually dress 6, but say something happened where they went 5. Between Sam Williams, Donovan Ezeraku, and James Houston, who do you think they sit?
Ezeraku. I mean, he was out for a big portion of the game on Sunday. I think there was 2 or 3 series in a row where he didn't even play. Third on the depth chart. They know what time it is with Donovan. It's time to develop, not perform. This team needs every pass rush snap. Have you guys seen enough? There was the one move against Philadelphia where he got the outside arm.
No, haven't seen enough. There's nothing about his play now that makes you feel like, oh, he needs to be on the field, other than the fact that you just want your young second-round pick kind of guys to get the opportunities.
I mean, they don't play James Houston at all.
No, and that's super
my
unfortunate.
guy would be Sam.
I would sit Sam.
Now, if you want to say internally we're developing and it's not about this year, it's about what we're going to do with those picks and the cap space coming up when we really get to free agency, then maybe Ezeraku's the answer. Nick Harris, great article on Javonte Williams. How much are you believing they found a guy here? How skeptical? Now, it's 2 games in, right? It's sample size. The things that look really bad might not be that bad. The things that look really good might not be that good. He averaged 3.6 the last 2 seasons in Denver with a good line, with other backs being more productive. And this is the first time in his career where he's actually had a positive EPA per rush. Even that rookie year was not down in, down out efficiency, even though it looked pretty dang good in the counting numbers. So, I mean, what would be the argument that he somehow figured it out this late in his career? I hate to be skeptical, and I know the text is going to light me up for being so negative, but I think this might be small sample size fool's gold with Javonte Williams.
If they continue to run light box against you, 6 or less,
he's going to tear him up.
Keep going. This is what, and what he's doing is he's making. I don't think going into the season that many people in the National Football League, many opponents of the Cowboys, respected the running game. He's making you have to respect the running game now, and by doing that, it's also helping you on the outside, because we've talked about this a bunch. The stuff with Dak and the play action and all those things.
Unstoppable.
Dak has missed, I think, 2 passes off play action.
Lighten him up.
So all of a sudden now you're getting light box production, but it's also making defensive coordinators have to respect your running game, which I think in week 1 they probably didn't respect your running game.
That and Philadelphia figured out they had to get some respect for it, didn't they? That 30-yard house call, it was well blocked. I think it was a nice turn, but ultimately that was pretty poor tackling in the box by the Giants, wasn't it?
They got away with a play where they had Tolbert as a lead blocker basically on the play.
Yeah.
I mean, that shows you how
He had his
well
best block of the game.
That shows you how well the play was blocked. But he ran through the safety, their guy from Minnesota, our safety from Minnesota, Newman.
Yeah, he makes people miss.
He does. I'm giving him credit for giving them a little spark. I didn't personally think that he was going to be this good. Hey, once again, blame me for the defensive ends. Blame me for the Williams thing, because he looks a lot better than I thought he would. I mean, to the point where they're not even worried about Jalen Blue. They're really not. Nobody's really. I mean, it's like, well, we keep talking about him, but they're like, we don't need Jalen Blue here, and they're gonna continue to ride with Sanders and Williams, and but their running game, you have to now respect it if you're playing them. And initially, I didn't think that was the case.
We are live at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits. That's a snapshot of what's buzzing out there with your Dallas Cowboys here as we hit midweek. And as we do every Wednesday in Krusty's Corner, Brian, what are we doing next?
Yeah, let's talk about the Chicago Bear offense. I think there's some interesting things we need to know about them. We'll do that next.
Okay,
coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, we preview the Bears with a Chicago Insider at 8. Tommy Yarsh will join us at 9:20, and 2 more Cowboy fan hang giveaways at 6:45 and 7:45. It's a Thursday morning on The Fan.
Gavin Dawson back here with you live. Wanted to chat about my friends at Perma-Pure Foundation Repair. I love them. If you're a homeowner, as I am, for most of us, our number one investment is our home. And, it's got to be sitting on a good foundation. Well, here with this Texas soil, it's moving around, it's shifting, it's sliding. Next thing you know, your foundation might have some cracks, and it can be bad for you. So, we call that shift happening. When shift happens, you got, cracks in your walls, uneven floors, sticky doors, anything like that. Just call my friends at Perma-Pure Foundation Repair, and they're going to come out and take a look. They'll give you a free, no obligation quote that's good for 6 months, and you're going to see why the pros in real estate and home construction, they trust the pros at Perma-Pure Foundation Repair above all others. A lot of the Perma-Pure Foundation Repair competition out there is actually former Perma-Pure employees that learned it half decent, but you want the genuine article. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, and they appreciate that. But if you want my opinion, you got to go with Perma-Pure Foundation Repair. They do all the jobs. They do jobs that other companies aren't even aware of are possible, and they do it at the most competitive price. A lot cheaper than a lot of those big name companies out there. So get.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Fan. They have a grand opening celebration going on. The Burger Man's out there making burgers for you. $25 gift card for all new Tolo customers here at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits at Argyle Station. It's time now. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement for Krusty's Corner. Here it is.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
You're not wrong.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you, General. Thank you to Reliant as well for being a part of this. Did you guys see that Darnell Savage got released by Jacksonville, the safety?
That was surprising. I think they signed him a little late.
Yeah, and they're going to eat a lot of money there. Ooh. They're going to eat some money on this one. And I know some people on Twitter were asking me, hey, should we, they're looking at the safety situation. And
I don't think the Cowboys are going to be hunting safeties. They got Elijah Clark sitting there who they like a lot.
Sure.
And he I don't know when they're going to elevate him, but at some point, if they need to, I think that'd be the guy they turn to first.
I talked to some folks that I know that know Darnell Savage. Mm-hmm. I don't think you want Darnell Savage.
Really?
Yeah, I don't.
How bad? How bad is it?
It's not good. Talking about a guy they're saying basically kind of a poor attitude player, just not happy with this situation.
Well, Trayvon needs a new friend.
Yeah, not not very consistent. There was talk that was there a guy at well, you remember these things well. Tulane, did we look at a player named Ranshaw that was a safety?
Yes, we did. Yes, corner safety flex.
Okay, Ranshaw.
I actually liked him. Good player.
Okay, Ranshaw was a player that they drafted, and I was asking some folks about him, and they're like, listen, if Ranshaw doesn't break his foot, Darnell Savage might get cut. Ooh. So he made the team because of an injury. But it didn't seem like to me that this guy was, in the way he played, that there was like nickel situations, struggled to cover, wasn't on the field. There's a lot of things that people down that area were saying that.
So you're struggling to find positives here on the
I'm struggling to find some positives here.
And he was, I believe, a second-round pick of the Packers.
Yeah.
And the Packers, if you're good, they're not letting high picks leave.
They don't usually let picks go. They don't. So
it's fascinating, though, that when you get to overtime, Eberflus was still trusting Donovan Wilson in those two safety looks. So you got to wonder what their plan is this week. If it's not Darnell Savage, is it to go back to Donovan Wilson?
Okay, this is where, I mean, it's they're going to – I think what they should think about doing is because –
I mean, how many big plays was it? Was it 4 or 5 where Wilson just should have not let the ball go over his head?
I think there were at least three that were
3 touchdowns.
Yeah, exactly.
But there were some other big chunk plays.
Okay, I'm watching the Bears play. I'm watching them against the Vikings, and I'm watching them against the Lions. And this is what makes me nervous about playing the Bears offensively is Caleb Williams' ability to run. And I mean run in a way of avoid pressure and then take it around the corner, like
chunk it.
And then chunk it. Yeah. He's gonna make a lot of off-platform throws. They're gonna make you the way he holds the football, you have got to, if you're a secondary, you have got to stay with your guys. You've got to be able to run with your guys. And we'll see how much zone coverage that they play. It clearly was it wasn't good enough the other day. If you look at, and this is the problem that I have too with, if you don't play with the discipline on the edge and keep him within the pocket, he had 9 runs, quarterback scrambles, 6 first downs.
Oof. On the season?
On the season.
Okay.
2 games.
It's pretty impressive.
All of a sudden now, guy drops back and there's nothing there, and then you lose contain, and now he's taken off running. This is going to be a problem in this game. Dallas has got to play so disciplined because if you let him run, he could beat you. He could beat you with his legs the way. And here's now a willingness of him to run, and they've got some problems on the offensive line. And we said this about the Giants last week. I'm going to give you the guy. Braxton Jones, the left tackle. That is a problem for them. Whoever is playing right end for the Cowboys and whoever's rushing off that right side needs to take advantage of Braxton Jones. 2 sacks last week. He's given up 12 pressures for the year. Wow. This guy's got problems. He doesn't move very well. And when you don't move well, you struggle. And the Lions, good pass rushers. Vikings, good pass rushers. But they broke this guy down pretty well. Him and the right tackle, Darnell Wright, who they drafted in the first round in the 23 draft from Tennessee. Those guys are kind of a little bit some issues for them right now with the pressures. When you look at Wright, he's a little bit more of a slower-footed guy than Braxton over on the left side. But there's plays to be made on these tackles. If you're going to attack one of their interiors, Jonah Jackson, who they got a trade from with the Rams, he struggles with quickness. Okay, this is going to play into the hands of Solomon Thomas, Oso Digizua, guys like that. So keep an eye on. It's the left tackle first, the right tackle right second, and then Jonah Jackson, the right guard third, is how I'd break this down for tackling.
How discouraging was it that they couldn't get after the Giants' offensive
That's what scares me. That's what scares me right now is I felt like the Giants' offensive line was worse than what they're dealing with here right now with the Bears.
Right. Good opinion.
And so if that's the case, I'm giving you the guys you attack. Let's hope that somehow you make plays on these guys.
By the way, on Caleb Williams scrambling, right now only Mahomes, Hurts, and Daniels scramble more than Caleb Williams.
That's a bit terrifying with how well Hurts was able to.
Now, something you got to think about too is the Bears offense is one of the most penalized offenses in the league.
Yes.
So they start or they're in a lot of 3rd and 9s. So that's now you get them in a long yard situation. How are you going to play them? All right, let me just give you an example of some of the things that teams have done to Caleb Williams. And again, it's two teams. When they played zone coverage against him, he's about a 61% passer. He's thrown 1 interception, 1 touchdown. When they played him single high, like a cover 3, he's a 51% passer.
There you go.
So
they'll run that with Malik, but you need Malik
exactly.
Hooker
Is he still a young quarterback that just doesn't handle extra pressure well?
Well, that's the thing. You blitz him. He's 11 of 22 this year with you blitz him. He's only 50% throwing the football there. Mm-hmm. But 3 touchdowns, no interceptions.
Okay.
So
boomer busty.
A little boomer busty there at your quarterback. But this is where I think, like you say, the single high stuff seems to bother him the most. When you play him split safety or cover 2, he's a 67% passer.
Wow.
So, okay, Matt Eberflus, if all of a sudden we're watching the game and it looks like too deep, zone, too deep, to me, 2 games should tell you right there, single high is a problem for this guy. Like if you said zone is a problem for Hurts, single high is a problem for this guy.
Uh-huh.
Please don't play too deep in this game and allow him to have some success running the football or throwing the football. Now, he's got some guys to throw it to. Now, they use DJ Moore in the slot, but they haven't used DJ Moore in the slot like they used to, like with Fields used to use him. Mm-hmm. Like, they're throwing the ball more to Rome Odunze than they are throwing it to Moore.
Yeah.
Even though Moore's playing in the slot a lot more. Now, the matchup you would think with the Cowboys, let's see, is Stewart going to be matched up with Moore? Do they see that as like, whoa, we need to attack this guy, even though Stewart played pretty well for you last year?
I'm sure they're going to look at any one of these corners and feel like they can be had.
Yeah. I worry about that a little bit. But Rome Odunze has been the guy that's gotten the majority of the balls. And what's happened with the Bears, they're now more willing to throw the ball down the field. They hadn't. With Ben Johnson, the routes are deeper. There's more combinations. There's the tight ends are involved. They got the 12 personnel stuff that they do.
Yeah, tight ends.
The tight ends could be, but they haven't got the ball to the tight ends in the 2 games you watch.
Yeah.
Are you seeing a lot of the eye candy, like the Detroit Ben Johnson offense? It's just like, man, there's a lot going on here.
How about this? They've motioned. I knew you were going to ask this question.
He's ready. He's prepared.
Ready. They've motioned, under Ben Johnson, they've motioned 50% in games this year, the first 2 weeks. That's the 7th lowest in the NFL. When he was at Detroit, he was motioning 67% of the time.
Wow.
So he's not
penalties. I would
not
guess.
motioning as much with this. But how about this? 4 of their 5 touchdowns this season have come off motion.
There you go.
Right. That's so he wants to do it,
but he doesn't trust his guy.
But he doesn't trust his guy. So that's kind of where you're at right now. Like I say, the quarterback runs are a big thing, and him breaking the pocket and making things happen. Rome Odunze, I think you got to be aware of him with some of the vertical stuff, the longer routes down the field. They're more willing to do that than maybe like after watching the Giants game. Hey, let's try. Their routes are long. They have. That's why I think they've had a little trouble with protection, because it's taken so long for their routes to develop down the field.
Gotcha.
Where the Lions were really good at routes, the crossers, the down the field stuff, the combination stuff. But the Bears are struggling with that right now. So play this guy. I think you play him single high, and you're probably going to make him have to really struggle in this football game. But watch out him running the football if, in fact, you don't have contain.
Hell of a job, Brian.
Thank you.
Love it. Krusty will do the Bears defense for you tomorrow. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning at 340 as we broadcast live from Argyle Station. If you're anywhere within driving distance, swing on by before work, after work, maybe it's your day off. Chief's brother is here hanging out. There's Tolos everywhere. The Burger Man's outside there on the patio making you burgers, and a $25 gift card for all the new customers here at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits here. $85.95 US $377. All right. Daily football fix coming up, Old Chuck?
Yeah, let's do it. We got the rubbish and filthy, real or not, and the latest injury news. But I do want to talk to you about Prize Picks, and I love Prize Picks. They got a lot.
7 here in Argyle. We'll see you soon. We have 2.5 hours of sports still to come, and here's Wolchuk with your football fix.
All righty, man, Brian, you remember my guy Thomas the Tank, Thomas Perry, Middlebury Center, D3.
Yes.
Killed it at the Shrine Bowl.
Yes, you guys did. You and Vach did a great job doing the commentary on this. I think they're going to have you back.
I hope they do.
Yeah,
because that was fun, and it honestly helped with the draft because we ended up getting a lot of guys got drafted from the Shrine Bowl, and I think it's growing.
Lose the Bears. We've been working on the draft this week.
Yeah, I might start soon. So the Cowboys had Thomas the Tank in for a workout yesterday.
Yeah.
I was like, heck yes, sign him, please. He's Duke Manyweather's guy. I mean, you talk about leverage. He's a little bit undersized. He's got guard center flex, but a powerful dude. Unfortunately, they decided to go with Wesley French. And I shouldn't say unfortunately. Good for Wesley and the French family. 6'4", 307, certainly a bigger player, but he's got a connection with your line coach.
That's the deal. That's what I was hearing, the connection with the line coach.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I mean, just on surfaces, if you're choosing between a French and a Tank, it's not that hard of a choice if you ask me.
Give me Thomas the Tank.
I've heard of Frank the Tank.
Frank the Tank. And credit Frank the Tank. I think he's lost like 200 pounds. He's
Wow.
looking good. And if you want
Yeah.
a great video, just Google Frank the Tank cooks ribs. Worst job I've ever seen from an individual cooking ribs in my life.
Could it be any worse than, Dawson, you've seen this before, the guy that makes meals in the hotel bathroom?
Oh, yeah,
This
that
guy-
guy's incredible.
Oh, but
Homeless
like
guy.
his looked edible. Frank the Tank's was burnt to a crisp. We're
Oh, no,
talking-
he forgot. He blasted him.
Yeah,
He blasted.
He did it wrong.
He's lost, what, about 200 pounds?
I think so.
Yeah.
He's been walking every day.
Just walking.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But probably eating a lot less.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was darn near 500 pounds. He was a big boy. And we had Frank the Tank actually on nosebleed seats way
Yes.
back in the
Yes,
day.
we did.
We had
Yeah.
Frank the Tank on. He's a good dude. Frank's a sweet man.
We might have been his catapult into
I think so too.
media dominance.
Yeah, I think Portnoy heard that and was like, I got to get this guy at Barstool.
Yep.
But bleep those other guys that were interviewing him. They can kick rocks. Let's go to Filthy. And the big story this week has been the tush push. It was the big story all offseason. But now everybody's calling it out because it's an illegal play.
Yeah, we're actually going to have Dean Blandino on the pregame show on Sunday.
Yes.
So if you guys have any,
Tell him to go
But,
after himself.
but,
by the
didn't,
way.
but didn't he give up on the tush push? He doesn't want any questions on that, right?
Yeah, I think my question
you're
is
gonna
going
have
to
to ask
be
him.
the question is going to be like, can anything be done at this point, or do we have to wait now? Like it's here to stay for this season.
Well, here's the follow-up. If he doesn't want to talk about the tush push, say, Dean, that's fine. Would you rather talk about that or that Dez caught it?
Oh, he
Well,
admitted.
I
He
see where he
admitted.
goes.
He admitted that Dez caught it.
Yeah.
He admitted that.
Dean Blandino, I will never forgive him, ever. If I see him in a public setting,
You're going to flick that, Dean.
I'm going to absolutely slap the living crap out of Dean Blandino. Just kidding, Dean. I wouldn't do that
I'm
to
going
you.
to play this sound for
I'm
him.
a lover, not a fighter. Let's go to Jordan Mailata.
As we bring him on.
Yeah.
You know, we always play the play-by-play guy's touchdown call. Yeah.
That would be the
I would not put it past you to do that. Jordan Mailata was on the Eagles station, the WIP, WIP.
Sisters.
And we were, it was Ike Reese and company, the show that was down
The Ripper.
just down the hallway from us or down the row from
Drafted
us.
that
Super
man.
Bowl row. Oh, did you?
You know what?
You ended up being
real quick.
was awesome.
Real quick. That was that 98 draft. Ike Reese drafted him and never got to. We got let go before they came in.
Ooh,
I never
brutal.
got to. I went up and introduced myself.
Oh,
during
nice.
the Super Bowl.
Cool.
I went up to him. I said, "Hey, Ike, you don't know me," and he looked at me. He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Brian brought us. I was with the Eagles, and he looked at me. He goes, "You drafted me." And I said, "Yeah."
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. I go, "Yeah, we did." Myself, Mike Lombardi, our staff. He goes, "Man," and he stood up and he gave me like a hug.
Nice.
And but when once I said my name, but I had never ever met him, Jeremiah Trotter, any of those guys.
Really?
None of those guys.
So you were the pre-draft meetings like not as common then?
We did pre-draft meetings and all that, but when we went to me and Mike went to Florida for the next round of meetings, and we had not had practice yet.
Gotcha.
And so we got let go when they were doing bringing in the rookies. So I never ever got to meet any one of those guys that I used to have to go and I tried to introduce myself if I ever saw him somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy's like, man, yeah, you're the guy. All right. Yeah, I heard about it. And I'm like, yeah, that was me. You know.
That was me.
Yeah. So, but it was kind of cool, though, to Ike Reese, though. He played great for us. Pro Bowl player.
Well, he's visiting with Jordan Mailata, and I mean, he's got the great.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
voice.
take off
No,
track
you're
there.
good. That was a great story, and because he's from New Zealand, so I like listening to him talk. But he's getting ticked off about everybody going after the Eagles for the tush push.
When I see those things, and they fly across my timeline here and there. I do my best to stay off social media, but that kind of irks me a little bit. That pisses me off because we give so much to this game, and to kind of base off a short yardage play that is a football play, and say that we won the game off that, but not how our defense played, not how our special teams have played, putting us in those positions. I think it's bullcrap. Pardon my French. Hey, let me press this dump button.
No.
Bullcrap is fine.
Yeah,
that's bullcrap.
Yeah, that one's fine.
I think I was going to say a lot of other stuff, but I just think it's rubbish. It's absolute rubbish, man.
Rubbish.
It makes me
It's rubbish.
makes my blood boil just thinking about it.
It's rubbish. It's absolute rubbish. Yeah, and I do like the awareness there. Hey, let me hit the dump button. Jordan Mailata seems like an awesome guy, but how many times did they convert on the tush push, did you say yesterday, Eric? Was it 7?
Well, they ran it 7 times. I'm not sure exactly what their conversion rate was on it, but I'm sure it was
I'd say
dang
at least
near-
5 of 7 at
at
worst.
At least.
Can I throw a real quick stat about Caleb Williams out here real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
About how many times he's gotten his.
Is he
No.
pushed?
No.
He's
No,
rubbish?
no. 0 of 3 on quarterback sneaks this year.
Ooh.
He has yet to convert a quarterback sneak this year.
You got to be a hungry, strong, tough dog.
Again,
Not with painted nails.
he ain't that
guy wanted to draft.
Yeah, he ain't that guy.
Man, that's interesting. I wonder if we get into a 4th and short situation or a 3rd and 1, are they going to end up sneaking it? But
He's going to get stuck in Kenny Clark's navel.
Damn right he is. Nobody's doing it like the Eagles are, but I think the point is, Jordan, it's not to diminish what you're doing, win-loss record, and yeah, the defense played great, whatever, special teams played great. You are extending drives based on this play, and it certainly is aiding in your ability offensively to help you win games in short yardage situations, also to score the football, which is the most important thing. You can't win games in the NFL without scoring points.
Yeah,
It's
and people
a huge
forget
part.
that. Huge part of them winning. Nobody's trying to discount
Was
all
that-
of the other things that you're doing to win. It's the fact that
good take.
it
Yeah.
looks like they have timed up the cadence to where the guard is leaving a quarter second early almost every time.
Yes, false starts.
Yeah.
And offsides. You've got the center's head that is well beyond the football.
So much for the neutral zone, man.
Neutral
I
zone
guess,
infraction.
Guess it doesn't exist anymore.
On the center and the guards. Throw the penalty. Come on, Dean. What are we doing?
I mean, the entire play is built on the idea of getting lower, and
Yes.
you're not going to get lower unless you leave sooner. You got to snap a football, but you're starting at times with, I don't know, it mid-chest by the time the ball is truly out.
It's amazing how many players are in the neutral zone even before the snap happens.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
very annoying.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Well, I think they will vote it out after this year, and I love that the Chiefs game was the flashpoint after all the drama of last year, them getting the benefit of the doubt, to
Yeah.
have them
That's a good
get
point.
their butts handed to them and move to 0-2.
Well, they voted for it.
Yeah.
The
That's
Chiefs-
also
yeah,
true.
Yeah, they
So
voted for
they-
it.
But the
got what
volume's
they
getting
deserve.
too loud now, and the evidence is getting to the point, and you're going to have teams that maybe voted for, go ahead and keep it. They're going to feel victimized this year, especially because the Eagles are more vulnerable. This will be a more and bigger part of why they win.
Commandos are signing Preston Smith. They need help. They
He was a
lost
former commander.
Dietrich Weiss.
Yeah.
Yes, he was,
Circled
and then
back.
he ended up going to Green Bay. So they go ahead and make that addition. Packers, by the way, we knew about Jaden Reed. He did have the surgery on the collarbone. He also had a foot surgery. So there were 2 injuries
Ouch.
there.
The
But
fifth.
successful foot and clavicle surgeries for Jaden Reed. Good news on Khalil Mack, avoiding season-ending elbow injury. He's expected back in a few weeks, so the Chargers defense will not be without him. And Justin Fields officially ruled out with a concussion, so it will be Tyrod Taylor starting at quarterback for the Jets.
A lot of backup quarterbacks throwing it in here in
A
week
lot.
3.
Yeah, a lot of injuries. Now the
Run your quarterback, they say.
Cincinnati's still holding out hope that Joe Burrow could come back before the end of the season. We'll see. I mean, if they're still fighting for a position, maybe, but I don't know if Jake Browning's going to keep them alive. Aaron Jones, Vikings running back, He's going to IR for at least 4 weeks. So if you're a fantasy person, Jordan Mason expected to take the bulk of the carries there in Minnesota. They also signed Cam Akers, who I feel like for the last 3 years has been like on and off the Minnesota Vikings roster. He's kind of like their fallback option. We don't really want you, but if we have to have a back, we'll go ahead and just give you a call, and you can go ahead and take a couple snaps.
He's like their fantasy streamer guy.
Yeah, exactly.
They keep dropping and picking back up.
We got injuries. We need a plug and play. All right, Cam Akers, you're back on the team. Bills tomorrow, and nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
The Buffalo Bills.
Bills are going to be without 2 key defensive starters tomorrow night against the Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins #1. Ed Oliver.
And as in the #1 pick.
Yes. Matt Milano, linebacker, going to be out. Okay, those are 2 big losses, though, Eric. Do you feel better about the Dolphins?
I think the Bills could play with simply 9 defenders. They just don't replace the 2. They play with 9, and they still find a way to win the football game.
Okay. So we should all pick the Bills in Survivor this week.
Yes.
That should be the play.
Should be a no-brainer. Lock it in.
All right, ESPN's got Real or Not out. Here's your Cowboys. Real or not? You guys tell me. We kicked this around a little bit earlier, Gavin. The early surprise, 4 rushing touchdowns. The verdict, according to Todd Archer of ESPN, real. That might not sound impressive to some folks, but the Cowboys had just 6 rushing touchdowns last season. 6! Javonte Williams has 3. Most by a Cowboys runner in the first 2 games since Marion Baba in 2008. Miles Sanders has the other one. Clayton Adams is helping design a much better rushing attack. Last year, Arizona, 18 rushing touchdowns. Good red zone teams run the ball into the end zone. Right now, that's what the Cowboys are doing. Do we think they can sustain at least the rushing success in the red zone and getting those touchdown numbers up?
Yeah, I think so. The offensive line, the scheme is better. I just don't know if Javonte Williams is the answer for the entire season or multiple seasons. You know, I still think they're looking for their next star running back to take the schemes and the great line play and become an unstoppable force. But this, way better than last year.
Their tight end point of attack blocking has been really good down there. Running
Span
the
forward?
Span forward, absolutely.
Tearing them up.
Yeah.
And that's a huge improvement.
Yeah, when him and the tackles have been able to combo, they've done a nice job of kind of eliminating ends, getting the guy up on a linebacker, getting some push. You know, good for them. That's why they're running the ball better. They went from being a team that would be collisioned at the line of scrimmage or behind. Not anymore. They're one of the best teams running on the other side of the ball.
I'd like to conclude the daily football fix here with a little chicken soup for your Texas Longhorn soul. Arch Manning, the Athletic, has just compared his first 5 starts to the other Manning family's 5 starts. Uncle Eli, Peyton, Grandpa Arch.
Well, that's what it reminds me of, is like previous eras in college football where you had to sort of take your lumps on your way to being a good senior quarterback.
And this seems very on par for the Mannings. Peyton was benched in his 5th career start as a true freshman at Tennessee. Eli was really good to start at Ole Miss, then stunk in the back half of the season, losing 3 of 4, throwing 8 interceptions in his final 5 starts. Grandpa Archie threw 17 picks in his first season as the starting quarterback in 1968 at Ole Miss. So if you look at the numbers, just by the numbers, Arch more touchdowns, he's got less interceptions than Archie, and he's got way more rushing touchdowns. We know that. He's got 1 more than Archie, but Peyton and Eli had no rushing touchdowns in their first 5 games. The yards, I'm not really going to go ahead and compare because it's different eras. That's tough to do. They're throwing the football more now than they were, certainly when Archie was quarterbacking. But this is kind of par for the course for somebody with their last name Manning starting in college football. They have not really hit the ground running. I'm still just relax, R-E-L-A-X, Aaron Rodgers style on Arch Manning. It's this year. I'm not saying it's going to be great, but he's going to be overall fine for the future.
I'm with you on that.
Noted.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
And thank you to Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits here, Argyle Station, right off of 377 and Frenchtown Road. Frenchtown Salon Suites is upstairs. It's a booming salon. If you're in the area and you're looking for a place to come get all pretty, get a massage, stuff like that. I guess they're going to have live music coming up tonight from 5 to 8. And cocktails. Is going to be a party. I mean, it's the grand opening here at Argyle Station all the way until the end of our show and into the evening. Okay, where are we going next? next, Chief?
We got a college football hump day Darty. Speaking of Arch Manning, we have a QB expert breaking him down. We have a crying Dabo Sweeney and big-time shots fired next year in the nation.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. With
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
4-packs to the fair every hour. Real Estate Station is doing their giveaways, Argyle Cigar and Smoke. It's right here on the first floor in the corner behind the gas station and the car wash, basically at 8595 US 377 here in Argyle. Time for some college football. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in Dallas. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And here's the chief of some college football.
Yeah, we start, though, with a big-time shout-out to Mr. Ripple.
Oh, Ripple.
Legendary Tolo, Jason Ripple, just came in with the goodies. We got the Stogies from the tobacco shop right around the corner. Also giving out the Tolo discount, by the way.
Yes.
And he came bearing another gift. An all-time gift.
It is an all-time gift.
A gift that you can see on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube right now. The unveiling of the Texas Rangers Tito's hat.
That's unbelievable. That I'm trying to scour my brain for any sort of recollection of a better gift. That might be the GOAT.
This is an
collector's item.
This is a total collector's item. I'm like, dude, I cannot believe, one, how did you find this?
I know.
How did you find this?
He said he might have just built a good relationship with the cartel for that hat.
It wouldn't shock me.
A lot of blood, sweat, and tears.
These are tough hats to come by, but I am vowing to not take it off my head until the Rangers find their way into the postseason. Maybe this is the ultimate pivot point.
I love that.
This is the moment.
We go undefeated from here on out.
We go exactly. We run
Sports
the table.
contraband starts tonight.
It starts tonight.
Hell yes.
Starts right now.
All because of the Tatas.
All because of the Tito's hat. Look at that,
most
Broadus.
graphic and vulgar sports collectible since the Billy Ripken
How
card.
did someone just bring that in for you and say,
yes,
Jason.
Dude, Jason, the most legendary Tolo of all time. Who's taking some samples right now here at Fine Wine and Spirits in Arlington, enjoying himself a nice Wednesday afternoon. He brought in the Stogies and he brought in the Tito's hat. And now the Rangers are going. This is going to fuel something.
how many of these hats do you think were? They
Not many, dude. This
that's
is a
what I'm
tough
saying.
hat to
That's a
get.
one of one, right?
Couple hundred, maybe.
Yeah.
Before they were discontinued.
Yeah.
Quite controversial last year, right?
Yeah, earlier this year.
Very much so. Yeah. Got banned.
Earlier this year, for sure. So I can't even believe it. I am. I feel like Christmas morning right now. Just pulled out the best gift ever.
It's pretty bad.
Little stocking stuffer.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I guess I don't know what to get you now.
Let's go Rangers. All right, let's get into some college footballs, boys and girls. And we start with a good old-fashioned waving goodbye. For the final time, at least,
See you later.
as it stands right now.
Goodbye.
One last iron skillet to appreciate.
The last iron skillet?
Yeah.
TCU
TCU is TCU's gone soft on us.
Yeah.
Not sure what the deal is, but they're pulling the plug on it. 104 meetings. They're 35 miles apart, 103 years of history. And after this weekend, no more scheduled games between the Ponies and the Horny Frogs.
I hope this is just a matter of time and we can get this thing back, much like we did Texas A&M, because they need to play every year. And this is a huge game. I mean, SMU just blew a double-digit lead to Baylor last week.
Yeah.
You saw Sawyer Robertson bring them back in Dallas at SMU. So this is going to be a big one. SMU really, really needs this game, but so does TCU.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, both teams do, and it's just it's a shame that it's going to be going away, at least for the near future.
Yeah, it stinks.
And from everything I've read, TCU is to blame on this. So take that for what you will.
Must not want the smoke.
Guess not. Now, we do have Joel Klatt.
Is SMU discontinuing the pony up thing, though?
Yeah, I did read something
I saw
about that.
They're taking an L here as well.
Yeah.
Whoa, what do we do? What? No more pony up.
They're moving away
We're
from the
leaning
pony
more
up.
into Mustangs and away from ponying, which just seems
Well, they're
weird.
saying that ponies are little and soft and not.
I think it has something to
maybe.
do with the Pink Pony Club.
That's a terrible plan.
It's a ball sack, by the way.
Oh, is it?
It's
Okay.
a poor joke. Hopefully somebody out there gave me a pity laugh for that.
But we're no more pony
I
up.
was trying to figure why I was
Just
out of the
don't-
loop.
just don't
Like,
that,
man, I
Ross.
got to hear about this Pink Pony
It's
Club.
really-
Pony
You haven't heard the
up. That's no man. Pony
Tradition.
Up.
Yeah. You don't want to go away from something that powerful. That's
Gonna
branding.
Keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club.
I'm just
People bring
confused.
signs talking about ponying up.
That's so weird. Did I accidentally say in the middle of my Tito's rant Arlington instead of Argyle? My apologies.
We're in Argyle right now. You weren't listening.
I was just admiring the hat.
Bottom line is, we're going to get Rangers.
Go get Rangers.
Here in Aubrey.
All right.
I said Robert Flanoy instead of Ryan yesterday,
That's
so
true.
we're all taking L's.
Let's tee up Joel Klatt here, who has a nice little breakdown on
Joel Klatt. Dun, 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 dun. Joel Klatt.
Dun, 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 dun. What the hell's going on with Arch Manning?
Personally believe after watching Arch, he is too fast right now. He is pressing, and he is ahead of the offense. That's the way it looks. Maybe not on every single play, but certainly on several plays. So here's what I see. I see that Arch gets back there, and he has time to throw, and then before the picture can develop, you can tell his eyes are already shifting from the first place he's looking to the second place he's looking. So he's going from 1 to 2 before the picture ever materializes. He's ahead of the timing of the offense. Well, when that happens, typically you lose your balance, you lose your pocket presence, your eyes go down because you're anticipating that the clock is moving too fast. So your eyes go down, your pocket awareness crumbles, you miss open wide receivers, and when you do let go of the football, you're moving so fast in your own mind, you typically throw those balls short. Why? Because you jump at them. Your front foot gets out just a little bit too high, you jump at the throw, and the ball tends to nose down and be short. If you're looking at the bulk of the incompletions for Arch Manning so far, they are underthrown. A couple of them woefully, going back to that game against Ohio State, and then several more in the last couple of games. Even when he's just trying to throw a quick hitter on the outside, it's too far low and away. Everything is trending down and away from the wide receivers. Very few passes from Arch so far this year have been in rhythm, in balance, and in the frame of the wide receiver. That's what's going on right now.
Okay, so I think that's a pretty good breakdown there in terms
Absolutely.
of tangibly what you're seeing on the field. And we heard Danny Cannell talking about the mental side of it being more of the issue than physically, but the mental side of it is affecting him physically for sure. And I think it'll just be a matter of time, hopefully. I mean, hopefully he can kind of get out of this. But in terms of this season, like how quickly can you remedy that, especially with the tougher teams on the schedule that are about to start piling up on you? I don't know. I don't know at what point this can really be fixed other than him seeing some shots go in, so to speak, and start to get the confidence up a little bit and just more repetition, more experience. Hopefully, as the season goes on, even if Texas' season doesn't go the way that everybody was sort of anticipating it going, you can at least start to see the signs that, okay, things are slowing down for him, and he's a little bit calmer, playing with a little bit more confidence, and see that production start to go up, and then have a lot more confidence going into next season. But in terms of right now, I just don't know how you snap out of something like that.
No, I think it took Jack Leiter about a year. You know, it's going to take a lot of experience, probably downtime, reflection, coming back, maybe being an upperclassman, having some success will do all of that. But there's just an element to really fast and strong guys running at him that he probably didn't experience too much of in high school and hasn't experienced too much of. So I would say give it a year. If it's still a problem in a year, then it's probably never going to happen for him.
I think he needs to go win a big game. I think he's going to have to take his team to the swamp next week and find a way to get it done. Whether it's pretty, not pretty, however it is, he just needs to feel good about how he contributes to this win. You know, and I don't think it going against, you know, and no offense, Sam Houston, national championship program, you know, for their divisions and stuff, and UTEP and all these, no offense to them, but he needs to have some success where it's like, you know, it's that people are talking about the team success and him and not how he played. But I think he needs to be arisen. He might go the Florida field and it might be just crazy, but he just needs to go and win one of these games where he's the guy. And he makes a couple good throws. Maybe he makes a couple bad throws. Maybe he runs over somebody. But he needs to get back to just playing football again, because there's a lot of scrutiny on the way this guy dropped back and throws the football. And I hope it's not. I hope it's not a mental thing for him. You know, I hope it's just him being processing things so fast that his body's got to catch up. Just like Joel Klatt was talking about. Yeah. His mechanics are not good.
No, it's
now,
really bad.
I'm not going to sit there and act like I'm Joel Klatt and can break it down that way. But I've watched a bunch of quarterbacks play, and I've seen poor mechanics. That's poor mechanics right there. That's the number one
the
thing.
Sidearm delivery, and that's something he wasn't doing before.
That is now you could get some guys like you're gonna play this Caleb Williams, and he could throw the ball kind of moving all over the place. But I think that Arch Manning he needs to tighten up those things, those mechanics, because I don't see him as that kind of off-platform thrower.
I think getting beat up could help him too. Like the way that you're playing, maybe a little bit scared, maybe a little bit sped up. I think it's hard for that lesson to totally come home when you're surviving unscathed or when you're losing to just the number one team in the country. Like you suffer some bad losses, that'll really make you look in the mirror and say, I can't play like that anymore. Because even scared, I'm still getting beat back.
I think he realized after like the UTEP game when they were 40-point favorites and they only get up, they only 17. You know, he was very critical of himself. You know, his standards for what he believes. But, man, I think if he just goes and gets a big SEC win somewhere, that'll flush a lot of things for him. And he could go back to being a football player. Because we've seen him, like, as a backup, like, take the snap, run over people, make athletic plays. He's capable of doing those things. But he might be just, like Joel Klatt said, you're just thinking, not thinking too much, but just so sped up, like you said, Dawson, with the way he's playing. It's like he's processing so fast that it's kind of messing him up, that he's got too much. He's seeing too much, where some quarterbacks don't see it at all. He's seen it probably way too much.
Well, we'll get to crying Dabo Swinney a little bit later on in the program, but there it is, your college football hump day, Darty.
I love it. As we're broadcasting live at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits, you want to come by, get a free $25 gift card for every new Tolo that comes and becomes a new customer. They got a grand opening celebration here at Argyle Station 377 in Frenchtown. If you're in the area, please do come by, say hi. All right, we got Jared Sandler coming up next. We'll get a Rangers preview as they face a must-win game tonight in Houston. We're back here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Tree Club?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registration is 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Welcome back. We are live at Argyle's Fine Wine and Spirits, and salute to the Tolo who just walked in and said, bleep the tush push. As it's been a big topic of conversation here today. Salute to Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits for having us out. 85.95 US 377. The Burger Man Catering is outside making burgers. They're doing State Fair family 4-pack giveaways and $25 gift cards for all new Tolo customers. Let's talk with Sands here, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Rangers pregame's coming up at 6:30. How the heck are you, Jared?
What's up, guys? Just thinking about all the different ways you can apply the tush push in life outside of football.
Yeah, it could be a good thing in some ways, but definitely not when your division rival is wreaking havoc upon the entire NFL with it. Jared, has any part of you started looking forward to the offseason?
No, not yet. Not yet. I will say, though, I mean, we were trying to do the math yesterday, just looking at the Red Sox and the Astros and everything. I mean, the Rangers probably need to go. Like, if they go 8-2 the rest of the way, you feel really good about it. If they go 7-3, maybe they have a chance. But no matter whether it's 7 or 8 wins the rest of the way, I feel good about two things. One, anything less than 7, it would take a total collapse, like the type of collapse that would lead to someone from the Red Sox or Astros losing their job. Well,
I have no problem with that, Jared. Let's be honest, huh?
No, that'd be great. And that no matter how many wins the Rangers have, tonight is pretty significantly a must-win game. And here's the reason why. I mean, it's not just you gain a game on the Astros, but you also get the tiebreaker because at this point it might be tough to finish a game better than Houston, but it's still possible to draw even. And then also, let's say in a weird world, the Astros, Red Sox, and Rangers all finish with the same record. The Rangers win that because they have the tiebreaker over the Red Sox and the Astros. If there were split, if there were split levels of dominance there, if one team had the tiebreaker over one but not the other, and blah blah blah, that would end up not. If you go down the chain, that would end up not favoring the Rangers. But because the Rangers would have the tiebreaker over both of them, then it's end of conversation. So it's significant for a number of reasons. The Astros are not the only target for the Rangers. Technically the Red Sox are just as much a target. And, I mean, I guess you can't ignore the Guardians, who the Rangers will play to end the year. But, that's why getting the tiebreaker over the Astros might not make a difference, but it could. And so that's why this game, I think, is incredibly significant beyond just the ability to gain a game of ground against Houston.
Well, damn, I'm going to hand the ball to DeGrom tonight. Okay, that's what we're going to do. We're going to get a victory tonight. All right, everybody with me today? We're doing it.
You were saying something about Dan at first. I was like, who's Dan?
No,
Dan,
damn it,
Dan.
no. We're going to hand the ball to DeGrom, and he's going to pitch us the victory tonight. We're going to do this.
We're going to do this, Jared.
I'm in. Sign me up.
Okay.
You got Adolis Garcia in right field too, right? He's gonna hit you to victory.
Yeah, how about that?
He is. Yeah, he is, Jared.
Yeah, how about that?
I hope so, yeah.
Screw Christian Javier,
yeah,
Jared.
sorry,
Screw him.
Yes, agreed. You guys are on a roll. Keep on going.
Hey, listen, you know what we need you to do, Jared? We need you to go on one of your Houston rants is what we need right now.
Come on.
That's why he's so upset.
Take some calls.
You guys are like a brewery?
A liquor store that's
Fine
very,
wine
very
and
nice.
spirits in Argyle.
Yeah.
Nice. Have you enjoyed some of the wine and spirits or no? Not yet.
No, Jared, we're just fired up.
Jared, we want to win a damn game, all right? We've seen you kind of struggle through 150 some odd games, you know?
I'm feeling for you right now. Last night was kicking the balls.
Yeah, last night sucked. I thought they were going to come back and, they had the advantage in extras just in terms of, who was available in each team's bullpen. But, last night in some ways, guys, was sort of representative of the season. You dug a little bit too deep of a hole, perhaps. Hopefully, hopefully it's not ultimately representative. Hopefully the Rangers, can make a run and get into the playoffs. But if they don't, last night's game is a perfect example. You dig too deep of a hole, and as exciting and as fun as it is down the stretch run, you come up just short. That's how last night ended. Hopefully, that's not the same narrative for the season.
Hey, Jared, I'm a little embarrassed that you thought we were in spring training mode,
No, I'm
a little embarrassed.
Sure.
Yeah, I thought you were thinking that we were in spring training mode.
Passionate.
You thought maybe that we'd somehow started into the Tito's, and
you guys, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Then I give you guys credit. You guys just have a level of verve right now that I'm kind of jealous of. I need to get on y'all's level.
Hey, before I forget to ask you, Jared Sandler joins us on the D&M guest hotline. What's going on with National Giving Day, North Texas Giving Day? How can we help you reach 5K?
Nice. So go to @Sandlot Charity on Twitter, Instagram, or you can just check my social channels on Instagram, Twitter. There's a direct link. You can also search for the Sandlot Children's Charity North Texas Giving Day. It's an awesome initiative around North Texas and the North Texas charitable community to try and raise money and listen. I say this every time. I would love for people to think so highly of Sandlot and our mission to support kids with disabilities and adults with disabilities too, to give them opportunities to play sports and just live an active, healthy lifestyle. But there's so many great causes and initiatives out there. If that's not what speaks to you, I would just, if someone listening wants to just go on the North Texas Giving Day website and find an organization or a cause that is meaningful, that all makes a difference. So we'd certainly love, your dollars to go towards Sandlot and what we're trying to do. You go to our website and you can learn more about our initiatives and some of the big projects we have. But there are a lot of great organizations out there, and I just feel strongly that if people take some time to support a cause or an organization, then we'll be moving in the right direction as a community.
Yeah, I retweeted that for you for sure, sir.
Thanks, Broadus. You're the man, dude.
Jared, if they lose tonight, what happens? Is it possibly DeGrom's last start of the season? Would anything change?
That's a good question. I mean, I think that if it gets to the point where they're eliminated, then they might do things like that. But they're not. If they lose tonight, we can all sit here and say, man, that's a steep mountain. But I think until they've got the E next to their name that identifies elimination, I don't think that I don't think they would make any of those decisions. Once that were to happen, if that were to happen, I should say, then I think Jacob DeGrom right now, Gavin, is lined up to make another start, and then lined up to make a start in the last game of the year. If they're not playing for anything in Cleveland, for game 162, I'd imagine that, he might not make the start, and if he does, he'd maybe only just go a few innings.
The Red Sox struggling. I don't know what it is. Losers of 4 or 5 or something like that. Are they going to maybe lose a couple to the A's and the Rays? Like, how much is Boston the team to overcome if you could play decent here down these last 10?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the interesting thing is that the Rangers have two teams, they're kind of in pursuit of. I mean, I guess three if you consider Cleveland because they're ahead of them right now. But Houston's got a tough one, right? They got Seattle coming to town. Seattle is playing incredibly well. And then they take on Oakland or the Athletics in Sacramento. And the Athletics are not an easy team, right? The Rangers obviously had success against them here recently, but the Athletics hit the crap out of the ball. And, it's not like they're a layover team by any means or a lay-down team. So, I think both teams, present interesting opportunities, but at the end of the day, the Rangers just got to win games. The problem, the couple problems on the Red Sox side, they take on the Blue Jays and they take on the Tigers. I hope the Blue Jays are playing for something. I think the Blue Jays will still be playing for something then. I doubt the Tigers are going to be playing for much of anything at that point, so that maybe doesn't bode as well. But, at the end of the day, like I said earlier, I think the Rangers need to win 7 out of 10 or 8 out of 10 for it to even really be a conversation. But the fact that you've got, multiple pathways, potentially in, I guess, is more advantageous.
Thank you, Jared. Have a great night down there, and we'll see you at home soon. Talk to you Friday. There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. Rangers fans, we're live at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits here in Argyle. Love it if you could come on by. We have a couple of chances to win in the Ultimate Cowboys Fan Hang presented by Whataburger coming up. Is just about 90 minutes left in the show before we get to Rangers pregame. Eric, where are we going next?
Football's finest, a little nugget about this Bears offense and the Cowboys trade we should all be hoping for next in the nation.
in by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits. Argyle Station, new retail development here. Apparently they're looking to put in a sports bar just downtown or just across the parking lot downtown. We're here at 377 and Frenchtown. Frenchtown Salon and Suites is upstairs. They got live music coming in from 5 to 8, free massage. Usually going to be mixing cocktails, having themselves a party here. So if you're just getting off, please come say hi. We got 90 minutes of show remaining. And then Rangers pregame coming up at 6:30. Stay tuned for the Ultimate Fan Hang giveaway. We got 2 of those to execute here before the end of the show. Here's the Chief with some of the finest.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. All right, let's get into it here, and let's go ahead and start. Broadus had a great breakdown of this Bears offense during Krusty's Corner.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Now, one of the things that I came across here, and it really jumped out watching, because we all got to really watch the Bears in that opener, Monday night versus the Vikings, and it was pretty clear because you had the offense was kind of humming for the Bears in that first drive or two. Go down, get a touchdown. It's on the Vikings on that Vikings defense.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, okay, they came out with a bang.
Maybe Ben Johnson knows what he's doing.
Yeah, with those scripted plays.
Yeah.
How about this once again from our buddy Ian Harteets? First drive, when it comes to EPA per play, the Bears are second in the league offensively.
At 7.8 yards per play.
First drive of the game, man, they're cooking with gas.
Yeah.
After that, they become, on a EPA per play basis, 31st in the league.
Oh, jeez.
They just completely bottom out.
Wow.
And I don't know. I mean, I think that's kind of a quarterback thing. Hey, I'm very comfortable with the plan that we had going in. This is what we thought. We got 10, 15 plays. I'm feeling great about this. And then after that, all of a sudden, the game starts to take on a little bit of a different tenor. All of a sudden, it's kind of like what Schlereth was talking about with us yesterday, where all of a sudden the looks start changing, and you're looking around going, wait, what the heck are we? This isn't the way it worked when we were practicing it all week. This wasn't the way we came into the game. Everything was nice and rocking and rolling, and then boom, everything starts to change on him, and Caleb Williams becomes a different player.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is the defenses aren't sure what you're going to do, especially early in the season, and then they start reacting to you and playing games off of what you want to do, and now those successful plays are taken out. So, if I'm Chicago right now looking at the way that things are going once Caleb Williams has to improvise anything, I'm terrified. I'm thinking we're going to have to draft another damn quarterback. And their defense is atrocious, right?
Yeah, the defense has not been good. So overall, this is a football team that should be able to, they should be able to be had here pretty good, especially after that first drive. So that'll be interesting to see to start the game. Are the Bears doing what they've been doing, where they're kind of moving the ball nicely early on in the game,
Scripted
and
plays,
then
man.
it just
Dave scored opening drive touchdowns in their first 2 games.
Yeah, I'm sure Ben Johnson.
They were one of the worst in the league last year, and now they're one of the best.
Yeah,
as you mentioned.
It'll be how they respond after that. I mean, what corrections are you able to make?
But Caleb Williams, I saw Foots the King, one of our buddies on Twitter.
Foots is awesome.
Foots good.
He showed one of the graphics right now. Caleb Williams is the second least accurate quarterback in football, in front of only J.J. McCarthy. And he's been getting ridiculed quite a bit now. He's banged up, but so that's where the Bears' offense is right now. And running the football, they have not been good at that either. With DeAndre Swift.
Okay, let me throw something at you then. I love Foots. Caleb Williams has targeted an open receiver downfield on 14% of his total attempts this season. That's the 4th highest in the NFL. 3+ yards of separation plus 10+ yards. Williams has completed 6 of 9 attempts for 147 yards and an interception. Last season, Williams targeted open receivers downfield 9% of his total attempts, a mark on par with NFL average. But he completes just 55% of those attempts, which you say is the 3rd lowest in the NFL. So he's going to, if Dallas gets into a point where they're not covering guys, he's going to try. Whether he gets it to or not, they're going to try. This is the thing that I worry about, though. Once again, playing a lot of zone coverage. We saw what happened. Guys running free. Guys passing guys off. Lack of communication. Now you're on the road. Can you hear what's going on? I just worry until we see Dallas do something differently in the secondary. I think every team has to look at them as like block their front, throw the ball. Why run it? I mean, if we're not going to, and Swift, another thing, and I know Chief is going to bring it up. Swift, the running back, he is not getting, like, it's almost like the Cowboys. Like he is getting yards beyond the line of scrimmage, or getting beyond the line of scrimmage before getting hit.
Yeah.
But they're one of the worst teams in the league when it comes to having successful runs of 4+ yards per carry.
Yeah, their yards before contact are first in the league.
Yeah. But they're one of the worst. Like, am I right about that?
Yeah, they're 31st in EPA per rush and dead balls last in rushing success rate.
Yeah. Which is weird.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's a total indictment on your running back. Like DeAndre Swift, you're getting almost 2 yards per carry before contact, and then you can do nothing with it.
Yeah, if you're not an efficient running
and he's
team.
a liability as a pass blocker.
Yeah, he has. I mean, there's a
dead
reason
last in
why
yards
he's been
after
bouncing
contact.
Around.
Yeah.
So I mean, the
Cowboys 38, Bears 37.
And that's kind of what this script looks like with how these offenses
seriously, it's how do you know what Dallas is going to do on defense?
You don't.
You really don't.
You have no idea what they are.
Offensively, you kind of have an idea. Like, wow, they look like they're going to run the ball okay. The quarterback's playing at a high level. Boy, look, they got Pickens going. The offensive line, I mean, they give up some pressures, but they don't give up sacks. You kind of have an idea of the offense. You don't have an idea of this defense.
Well, unfortunately, I think you do. They're going to stay in the zone. They're going to stay with 2 safeties back, and they're going to use Donovan Wilson as a cover guy. I think, Zimmer wanted to play cover 2, obviously, but he didn't. He knew I can't put Wilson back here.
Yeah.
This has to be solved by the front office.
And he really liked Wilson.
Yeah,
I remember talking to Mike. We were out there out there at the Rudder Room.
Yeah.
Mike was standing there. I'm like,
he's a big Wilson fan, big Damone Clark fan.
He was like, he was talking about, I really like this Wilson guy. I'm like, Mike, you put him in coverage. He goes, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that, but I like his toughness,
But he also had no idea Bland played in the slot. I mean, that's kind of the thing with some of these coaches is I don't know that they really do the homework on like what these players are prior to them getting there.
Sure.
And so maybe now Flus is realizing, Donovan Wilson might not be the best suited for what I'm asking him to do here.
General manager's job. Hey, Matt, did you watch some tape of Wilson playing? He had 5 sacks last year. He's not coming from depth getting those sacks. He's around the line of scrimmage, It just bothers me. I'm sure Will said something. Like, we can't do that. You can't put that guy in those situations. I think he has.
Yeah, hopefully we see a little bit of a different plan here from Eberflus.
Well, it's not like
defense.
I'm begging.
No, well, it's fair.
I mean,
it was a tough watch last week, but we got to see. We just got to hope that they're not going to do the same thing in week 3 that they did in week 2.
Now, something a little far-fetched, but I think something we should monitor and maybe be pulling for is for the Bengals to go ahead and really sputter out without Joe Burrow and maybe, just maybe,
trade you Trey Hendrickson.
Go get you a little Trey Hendrickson.
Trey Hendrickson's phenomenal.
At $30 million?
Now, what are you going to want to pay him? Because you're talking about a guy 30-something. You're going to have to give him, a 4-year deal?
So you're paying him $17 million less than what you're going to pay Micah?
Yeah, I'd be willing to do it.
Oh, I know. It sounds reasonable.
I'd have the conversation.
Yeah, you have to decide in your mind, like, are we trading for him as a rental because he's just on a 1-year deal right now?
Yeah.
Or are you planning on trading for him and then maybe extending him? That would make a difference in what you're willing to trade for him.
Right.
Yeah. Well, so it's a little bit complicated, but man, that could be something special.
If I'm going to give Cincinnati a first, which is likely Green Bay's first, I'm going to try and do, then I have to be able to try and sign him.
Totally.
You got to let me try and negotiate with him.
Yes, if it's a 1, but if it's also a rental, I don't
if it's a rental, I'm not giving you a 1.
I don't think that they could get a 1, and I wonder if you traded him, let's say you gave him a 2, which I'm cool with because the Cowboys' second-round picks, very hit or miss. Do you get a comp pick if he goes and signs somewhere else?
Well, in 27 you would.
The following season. Yeah,
right.
But either way,
yeah.
You're looking at, could I get a 3 back for him? So I gave up a 2. I can get a 3 back.
And maybe he gets you 12 sacks, 13
maybe he ends up being a difference maker to where I could do something.
He'll be 31 December 5th. I think he's probably looking for 3 years and $100 million with probably 50 or 60 of it guaranteed. Would you be confident in an older edge? Not great against the run.
Green Bay's pick is probably going to be 27-28. I don't know. Wolchek, you tell me. We got a defensive end that we could get at 28 that is going to be on our board?
Not better than what Trey Hendrickson would be for 2 years.
Yeah. I think I
think this is going to be a good defensive
I think I had
line
Ezra
class.
Rocco. I think I had Ezra Rocco on my board at 44. In the stack.
Yeah.
So probably.
Well, I like the idea. If you're going to save all that money from not signing Micah, I need you to sign players from outside the building. Because right now it just seems like you couldn't afford all of these players and decided to let Micah go, but ultimately you were going to let some of your guys go. Like, there's got to be a payoff more than waiting to see what those draft picks turn into.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, that's exactly what this defense could use, somebody who can actually be an ace pass rusher for your defense. And we'll see how he plays over the course of the next month and a half, and where the Cowboys are. Because if things slide in the wrong direction either way, then you get to the trade deadline and you're like, no, we're not really buying anyways. But just something to consider here over the next 5-6 weeks.
Now you think about it, you're talking about Hendrickson as a rental, right?
Yeah.
Would you've signed Micah and given a 2 for Kenny Clark?
Oh, yes. I would have.
I don't know that Green Bay was willing to trade Kenny Clark. I think they only did it because they could get Micah Parsons. I don't think they had any intention of letting Kenny
But would you made that call?
Definitely would have made the call.
Made the call for sure.
Yeah.
Been a hell of a trade.
Yeah, I would have preferred that if you told me that, like, between the two scenarios. Yes, I would rather have done that. But yeah, the Trey Hendrickson thing will be something to monitor because the Bengals will be looking to we don't have to pay the rest of the salary for the year.
Yeah,
like
those
they're looking.
Well, then why don't we do that now?
Sure.
Well, hey, I think
the pick will probably be higher.
Why do you need it to be like? Why do you need to go another few weeks?
Well,
why don't we get him in here where we get the most value out of it?
I'm only doing this because the Bengals are still 2-0 at this moment, and maybe they realize that 2-0 is not
Fool's
going
gold.
to stand. Yeah,
And they're saying we can get Burrow back before the end of this. They're probably still not in the mindset yet. They're done.
Still, would I call now? Absolutely.
They might be in a situation too where they feel like that Chase, Henderson, those guys are going to help them win games.
I think they brought in Mike White. Mike White, who won some games a couple years ago with the Jets.
Yeah.
But I like it. Why not let it go? I mean, every game is $2 million. Why not let it go 5 more games, take $10 million off that hit, then pay him about $18 million for the rest of the season around midseason?
Well, I think the less amount of time you're also going to have him, I can try and give you a lesser pick.
Yeah, and the schedule's not that tough till what, week 8, week 9?
Yeah, back half of the schedule is where it's real challenging. So, Jay, let's go, baby.
I love it. All right, live here from Argyle. Let's keep this thing moving. So,
you guys are going to make me struggle with the Bears, and you're going to make me struggle with Carolina and with no pass rush.
I'm with you. If I'm the Cowboys, I would pick up the phone right now and see if they're down. I'm just guessing the Bengals are still like in a mode where we still have all the season in front of us.
See how Jadeveon Clowney looks, Brian, before we start. They just added somebody.
All right, let's go around the room. Dawson, what do you think Jay Clowney's going to look like?
Best edge on the team.
Wooly.
I think he's the best end on the team.
Chieftain.
Yeah, I mean, roughly, but does that say more about Jadeveon Clowney or the guys that you have on the team right now?
We kind of thought they had a really good group of edge guys, though, didn't we? I know I was saying, a little bit of a strength of the team
and
right now.
Maybe some of those guys will end up turning out to be what we thought they were. We got a lot of football left to play. That offense looked like crap the first half last week. We're singing their praises right now because they put up 30 points in the second half. Maybe we're overvaluing the offense a little bit too. Football's weird, and we like to kind of just jump in and make assumptions on this, that, all based on very small sample sizes. We got a lot still to go along here this year.
Dawson, 9-win team?
Yeah.
Chief?
Yeah, I'm thinking 8 or 9 win team.
Wooly?
Yeah, 9.
Okay. That's kind of what we thought going in, right?
I went 10.
Yeah. We kind of, okay. Just making sure where we're at.
I
don't think we're overrating anybody as far as.
No. I really have no idea what this team is. They could be terrible, but I'm going to choose to lean optimistic because that's the Cowboy homer in me.
I mean, you get Bland back, you get Overshone back, and Clowney plays well. I think this team could trend towards maybe 10 or 11 if you win a bunch of one-score games and get some turnovers. And then, add Trey Hendrickson at midseason. I still think the upside for this thing is massive, but we got to get evidence starting this week that Matt Eberflus knows what time it is when it comes to his personnel. As we broadcast live here from Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits, come on by. We got all the giveaways. Burger Man's out there. He's making burgers from Burger Man Catering. You got family 4-packs of fair tickets they're giving away. Frenchtown Salon and Suites having a party coming up 5 to 8. They're going to have live music and free massages. And it's Argyle Station here off 377 in Frenchtown Road. All righty. In addition to the finest is in the books. Is this the Dak that you want to see more of going forward? But here is your chance to attend the Ultimate Cowboys Fan Hang presented by our friends at Whataburger. You and a guest will enjoy game day inside the Star in the very seats where the team breaks down plays and talks strategy. You'll be joined by the cheerleaders. A former Cowboys player will be hanging out to talk football and give you an insider's perspective. Plus, you'll enjoy a delicious Whataburger lunch with some exclusive goodies to take home. Just be caller 10 right now at 877-881-1053. And we're back to hit the expressway here with you, the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you got it. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
to be a, what was it? Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. We are live at Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits, where all of our Tolos today are getting a free $25 gift card just for becoming a new customer here of Argyle Fine Wine and Spirits. And love it if you could come on by. There's burgers. There's all kinds of fun. There's a salon upstairs. It's got a big event coming up. Just started, actually, until 8 o'clock. They're going to have live music. So if you're anywhere near Argyle, this is the place to be. And congrats on an amazing new liquor store. And Argyle Cigar and Smoke right next door. So whatever you need. Okay, the Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. We're going to have Carmen Vitale, Fox Sports, previewing the Bears coming up after the G-Bag of the day. So you'll get her thoughts on, what kind of a challenge the Bears are going to present to the Cowboys here coming up in about 15 minutes, Brian.
She knows them Bears.
Right on. Shoddy had Matt Eberflus come into the offensive staff meeting to share info on the Bears today. Eberflus, the Bears head coach the past 3 seasons before he was fired after the Thanksgiving Day loss to the Lions, and Ben Johnson, now the Chicago head coach. What do you think? Can Eberflus spell some things out on how to get the best of their defense as well as their offense? I think Eberflus is quite an asset to have here.
I think he can absolutely talk about the personnel they have. You can absolutely talk about, with what defensively what they might do. I mean, the thing I think that would be the most important is been his ability to talk about, hey, where could these guys be attacked? It's up to about how your scheme is what your scheme is, but he could talk to you about, the various just the type of players. Listen, if you attack this guy, stand this guy, this guy's going to fold. He's not a very mentally tough guy. Those are the kinds of things. Or, hey, I wouldn't mess with this guy. He was one of the toughest guys we had. Those are the kinds of things I think he could absolutely help with right now.
Joseph Hoyt in the Morning News writing about Dak running the football. And the quote from Shoddy here kind of puts the blame on the previous decision makers. He says, once he received a bigger contract, we tried to be more selective with that. That was McCarthy on Prescott's running ability a couple of years back. He said, I'm not sure what direction they're going in the future here, but he's fully operational. So, the reason I bring this up is so many quarterbacks have been hurt. Jane Daniels, Justin Fields, J.J. McCarthy. There's one other, right? Like 1/8 of the NFL starting quarterbacks are out injured already. But, I mean, Dak has spent so much time in the offseason getting ready to run. The picture of how shredded he is, and I think he's still got enough of it. What is he, 80% of the runner that he was coming out of college? Maybe that's a little bit too high. Certainly not taking on tacklers like he did coming out of college. But, I mean, he can do some things. And I think if you're willing to do it, that's going to optimize your offense. But I just don't know if it's worth it with this team. I feel like there's so many questions to be had defensively, and maybe your running game is going to be outstanding, but I think your actual running backs, need to prove that they can be a force as well. I only want to implement my quarterback when I feel like we're really going to go for it, break their back and become the best, most unstoppable force in the game. So I would say all of this actually makes me a little bit more nervous than excited right now, guys. How about you?
He's ran to avoid pressure, broke out of that sack against Philly, ran, and then it was up the middle at the end in overtime, right? So I don't think that they're really like dialing up like we're calling running plays for Dak. I think it's going to be he's picking his spots. So I'm not overly worried about it. I think Dak's going to be smart with this. I think he's very aware.
You're saying no design runs for Dak.
Like if they call one every once in a while,
sure,
I'm okay with that to keep the defense off guard. Burrow got hurt throwing the football. Justin Fields, I didn't see the play that he had a concussion on. Now, he is a runner. It could have been a play running. McCarthy, I don't think his injury was running. So, he can get hurt just as easily throwing the ball as he would running it. But, yeah, I don't think that he is the guy that you're really dialing up a ton of design runs for anymore. He's just not that fast.
The hammy came on a running play last year, didn't it?
Yeah, I think that he set it up with that run, and then it was when he was throwing, he
was in the pocket, and he buckled.
But I think that it was... You could say it possibly was due to the run that he had.
I would look at it like, man, there's been a lot of injuries with this guy since the big injury, and I'd want to limit it as much as possible because he's just playing so awesome. And you never know what the toll of the injuries is going to do. By the time Tony Romo was done, it had compounded to a point where he couldn't handle much of anything without getting hurt again. But, yeah, Dak says he wants to run before they need him to. He wants to run before they ask him to. So maybe late in the game against the Giants was just a tease of what's to come. After missing Sunday's victory against the Saints because of the toe injury, Brock Purdy could return actually this week against the Arizona Cardinals. Last week, Kyle Shanahan called him a long shot, but today he struck a much more positive note when talking about Purdy as a limited participant in practice. But I don't think they need to be in a hurry. Like, Mac Jones is not bad as a backup. He's probably one of the best 5 or so backups that you have out there.
Shaney might have should have just trusted himself with Mac Jones way back when. I'm excited to see how this plays out for Mac Jones. Maybe he does end up having a resurrection to his career like Sam Darnold did. He's able to end up going off and getting paid somewhere else. But, yeah, I don't think you rush Purdy with the way Mac Jones played. Now, granted, it's against the Saints. I don't think the Saints are very good. But this is going to be interesting to find out how good Mac Jones can be.
Dallas Stars preseason is going to start this weekend, actually, against St. Louis. You fired up for this?
I'm ready to go.
6 o'clock Saturday.
See how Glenn Gulletson looks.
So they lost about 60 goals with Granlund, Marchment, and Dodonov. My favorite star is gone, and that's disappointing. I don't know how you're planning to stay on track with losing those 3 players. I guess they're banking on internal improvement, and they do have a good farm system, right? But I don't know. I feel like the streak of conference finals first has to be, that's probably the bigger question than will this team go real. I guess you're taking Edmonton's assistant with the idea that he knows his way through, but that's more of a personnel thing, isn't it?
It is, and he's been talking about, hey, can we just get a little bit more physical as a team? I think they're banking on the youth and improvement from Maverick Bork, Wyatt Johnston, Liam Bichel, who's a young player that just kind of got his first taste of playing a full NHL season. Not even a full season, but the majority of. So I think that's really it. And then Mikko Rantanen, getting him for a full season on the squad. So I don't think they're as good of a team as what they ended the season with last year. But we'll see what happens at the deadline. And I think it really is all about Jim Nill's banking on, you got a new coach, fresh voice, and then how does this? How does some of these young guys like Jason Robertson continue to evolve?
The Texas Rangers are firmly in. They need a miracle, and maybe that starts tonight. Pregame coming up now in under 1 hour. Jacob deGrom against Christian Javier in Houston. Now the Mariners, they're playing great, and that sucks. But at least they're giving us a little bit of a home run chase. Maybe the most fun thing about baseball, other than your team being in the playoffs. Mariners catcher Raleigh hit 55th home run of the season in his second inning against the Chiefs, and then 56 in the next inning. So the AL record is 62, set by Aaron Judge in 2022, and he needs, 6 bombs in, I think they only have 9 games remaining, 9 or 10 games remaining.
Sounds right.
That would have to be quite a finish there for Cal Raleigh, but pretty amazing whenever you're talking about somebody over the half-century mark. All right, it's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Let's go back into the Pimp Cup where Ross Lebinsky has your champ in the Challengers.
Hey, you know what time it is. G-Bag of the day. Earlier, I was disappointed in myself. I said, I didn't know what to say when I say hey, but I should have gone with the Ricky Bobby, I don't know what to do with my hands. But, per tradition, we start with the G-Bag of the Day winner, and we have a 2-time winner vying for 3-time, and Teddy Atlas in his Crawford versus Canelo post-fight reaction.
Bud Crawford came into Las Vegas, went up 2 weight classes to challenge Canelo Alvarez for the undisputed super middleweight championship, and he won it running away. Teddy, how impressed were you by his performance tonight?
Are you kidding me? A beautiful display. That's the sweet science. That's what it is. That's what we talk about when we talk about the sweet science. All night long, Crawford made Canelo a day late, $1 short. All night. Talking about the bigger man, the advantage of the bigger guy. How about the faster guy? How about the smarter guy? How about the quicker guy? How about the guy not only won on the outside, but even beat him at his own game on the inside? Please, Timmy, I don't want to say no more.
Look, you can't stop God's plan. I told everybody at home that would listen. Anybody that was out there, I told you. I've been in the ring with Bud Crawford. He's a phenomenal fighter. He was something different years ago. He's a lot better fighter now. What a damn performance he put on tonight. What a clinic. He beat Canelo in every avenue. Inside, we was talking about strength. He was stronger than Canelo. We talking about power. He took his power well. Canelo was very timid when he was approaching Crawford.
Damn right he was timid, because every time he meant to get in, he had the words like, the best thing I could do is not throw. Put my hands in my pocket.
Damn right he was timid. Would be one of the best audio drops you could find anywhere in radio, but I think it would be indecipherable, hearing a drop like that. But, Ross, anytime you go with a hey, being an 80s kid, Brian can testify to this as a 70s kid, that's a Fat Albert play right there.
That is a Fat Albert play.
And I
Absolutely.
kind of figured it was, but the last thing I want to do is do the voice and be, at the very least, problematic.
Yeah, it's best to steer clear of that.
Yeah,
especially in this environment with the Rowdy Tellez stuff that would happen.
Yeah.
A lot of different ways that can go wrong.
It could be smart.
Yeah.
But so this one, so apparently some guy had really bad road rage. And folks, if your road rage is to the point where you chase someone for 40 minutes, stop it. Get some help.
Look! Look, I'm hitting your Yeah.
Dang.
There you go,
Ooh.
Damn right he was timid.
Tough.
That's, yeah.
Is that on a motorcycle?
Just running dudes off the road like that?
I don't know. Might have been some stuff in the cab there rattling around.
Yeah, okay.
Hitting the dash. I had a potential road rage situation on my hands today. I just shook the guy off. I mean, he just veered right into my lane. There was an 18-wheeler on my right.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah, I had nowhere to go.
Yeah,
I had nowhere to go.
Oh, that's scary.
Luckily,
give me the bird.
Right before I think our side view mirrors hit, he realized it and ripped it back. And he was all panicking, like, sorry. I mean, I feel like nobody out there is actually trying to almost get in a collision with you. They just weren't paying attention.
Not paying attention, exactly.
Yeah, give them a little grace.
Some distraction. They were looking at their phone. Something fell. Daydreaming. But yeah, somebody just decided I wasn't going fast enough, I guess, sped past me, and I got the bird.
It is hilarious.
It's never a good feeling.
The rare occasion where you see the guys that actually get out of their car and fight. Like one of them's laying on the
You're
front
on
of the car.
Texas TV. They're just like fighting in the middle of the highway. Like, what are we doing, guys?
Dude. Yeah, happens every now and then. Ross, who else is challenging?
So I was driving in, and a lot of times, I'm here when y'all show starts, so I'm like already tuning in. but I came in right at the perfect time when yesterday Jacob had a bit of issues getting Krusty's Corner set up.
Thank you, Jacob. And for Lucius football fans, it's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king in the corner, Brian.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
I just thought that was so funny for a whole different host of reasons because, do you ever watch those SNL clips where cast members are breaking character, because they just can't keep it together because it's so funny? What really made it funny was Dawson trying to be the consummate professional and keep it going, but even he couldn't help it.
AC repair and replacement. Here's the king.
Just so funny.
I thought he was doing it on purpose. I was waiting for him to do it a couple of more times.
Man, and I just, the moment I heard it, I was just like, man, I've been there. You just get too trigger happy with it.
And speaking of that, Ross, I didn't want to jinx you, but it seems like you're well on your way to going 4.5 flawless for the first time, man.
Why would you do that, man?
Come on. Yeah.
See, we have an unspoken rule when it comes to Ranger games. You cannot say the words, this game is moving really quickly, because the moment you say that, that's when the game grinds to a halt.
I don't know. We got a guest coming up. This ought to be interesting.
There's nothing worse than that tying run in the top of the ninth for a baseball board op.
Oh, it is. It's real tough. But I got a real quick one. It's a minute long. If you think we can do it, awesome. If not, no worries.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to need y'all to put on your tinfoil hats here for a second as a U.S. representative from Tennessee believes that aliens are already among us.
What if these are entities that are here on this earth, that have been on this earth, that who knows how long, and that we think they're coming in from way out. Maybe they did millennia ago, but they're here and they're in these deep water areas, and that's why. I mean, like we say, we know more about the face of the moon than we do what's going on there, and we have a higher propensity of sightings around these 5 or 6, I believe, deep water areas. And so to me, it just it creates a question there. And then when we have naval personnel telling me that we have these sightings and that there's these underwater craft they're chasing that are doing hundreds of miles an hour, and the best we've got is something that does maybe just a little under 40 miles an hour. So I got a lot of questions about that stuff.
I got a lot of questions myself. I think he brings up some good points. It is crazy we can't get down there.
Yeah, it is.
All you would need is like a spaceship with a killer force field that could handle the pressure underwater. You can go hang out there. We'll never find you.
Never.
Who knows what could be down there? Some of those animals that come up, they get dredged up from the bottoms.
Bro, some crazy things.
Yeah, it is wild. They look like aliens, don't they? Some of those deep water fish. Or maybe
Old
they
dinos.
are.
Oh, they definitely do.
Is it our champ Teddy Atlas looking for 3 or 4? Is it Road Rager chasing for 40 minutes? Is it Jacob Ray a little trigger happy, or is it the alien expert? I'm gonna go with our champ Teddy Atlas. Wolchuk, how about you?
I think I'm gonna rock with the champ as well. Give me Teddy.
Give me new guy Jake. How about you, Ross?
Yeah, I'm gonna go new guy Jake.
Brad.
Let's go with Teddy.
By a score of 3-2, and still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Teddy Atlas here from the boxing coverage. Freaking legend. Total. Okay, we do have Cowboys-Bears coming up on Sunday afternoon here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Of course, Broadus and Chiafalo will have the pregame about 3 hours before, and Broadus and Wolchuk will take you into the night with your Dallas Cowboys postgame show, and decent chance to move to 2-1, although that Bears offense, Caleb Williams and his receivers, his tight ends, could give the Cowboys a little bit of a test. And joining us now to talk more about this matchup, Carmen Vitale, Fox Sports here in just a moment. I do feel like this is heading for what has to be a shootout. I don't feel like we're getting any reason to believe the Cowboys' defense is going to make many adjustments.
Got to prove us wrong on this one.
They continue to put Donovan Wilson out there in those 2 deep safety looks in overtime. It worked.
Yeah.
And then Jerry Jones told Sean and RJ yesterday he doesn't feel like they really need to change anything. You just need better discipline and guys doing their job and playing their roles. So we don't have any public signs of it. Maybe internally they're talking about blowing things up and trying to skin the cat a totally different way, and I think that'd be a welcome relief. But in the meantime, I'm expecting an offensive shootout on Sunday afternoon. Let's see what Carmen Vitale thinks from Fox Sports. And a good afternoon, Carmen. Thanks for joining us on the show.
Hi, guys. Good to hear from you.
It's good to talk to you here on the broadcast on your home of the Cowboys. Now, at 0-2, how are Bears fans feeling about this game? Is there any confidence left in them in Chicago?
Oh, the pendulum swings in every direction, right? They're off-season champs 3 years in a row. Everybody's really optimistic. They go get the highly touted head coach, and everything's going to be great right away. Meanwhile, I'm trying to preach patience to everybody. No one wants to hear it. So, yeah, everybody's kind of I think the whole city is a little deflated right now.
How are they feeling about the new coach?
So, honestly, Ben Johnson has laid the groundwork from day one of what he wants this team to be, what he wants the culture to be, and what struck me the most about, being with this team in the offseason, preseason, and now that we're into the regular season, the messaging has been consistent across the board, and it's that they want to be a physical team, and they have an incredible attention to detail, and they just have to want it more. And I think that the fact that the messaging is the same no matter who you talk to is a vast improvement over last year. I just think that, they have to trust the process a little bit. This stuff doesn't happen overnight. They overhauled so much on both sides of the ball under Ben Johnson that this is going to take some time to catch on, and I don't know if 3 weeks is quite enough time.
All right, so, Carm, what's going on with Jalen Johnson, their star corner, and the current status of that secondary? Because if this is going to be a shootout, I'm hoping CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens can get some positive matchups.
Yeah, so today Ben Johnson got to the podium at Hallis Hall, and he declined to say anything official about Jalen Johnson. But, the word is that he is out an indefinite amount of time. We should not expect him for this game against Dallas at the very least. Bears fans, I know, are hoping it's not season-ending, but that's not something that, the Cowboys are going to have to contend with. And now that Dak Prescott has more options, it's going to be a tough task for this Bears secondary that's down a couple players.
What is going on with this run game, Carmen?
That's a great question, honestly. Listen, you want DeAndre Swift to be that kind of three-down back for you, if he actually can be. I think you saw some good things in the season opener against Minnesota, and it kind of seemed like he heard you when all those doubts about if he could actually be on the field for all 3 downs and do all the different things and run between the tackles. And when the offensive line was opening up lanes for him and early on in that game, it looked really good. On top of that, you have the 7th-round rookie in Kyle Monungai that Ben Johnson has done nothing but praise throughout this entire preseason. He said that last week he needed to get him the ball a little bit more. That didn't quite work against Detroit's defense. I don't know that it'll work against the Cowboys' defense either, but between the running backs and even the tight ends, Ben Johnson talks about wanting to get those guys more involved as well. I think that that's what they're going to try to do, attack those short to intermediate areas of the field and try to kind of dink and dunk their way down the field against the Cowboys.
Hey, Carm, I kind of feel like that just watching your tape, that Ben Johnson's kind of helped Caleb Williams a little bit. I mean, the ball is, and you talk about the dink and dunk, but him, Romaduzzi, the ball going down the field, the routes down the field a little bit more. I know the protection's been sometimes a little crazy, but I kind of feel like that Ben Johnson's helped Caleb Williams a little bit through 3 games or 2 games here.
I agree, and I really think that there has been incremental progress. Is it a finished product? By no stretch of the imagination, but Ben Johnson overhauled a whole lot of stuff when it came to Caleb Williams in particular, and one of the things is his footwork. He really started from the ground up with him, and that's something Caleb Williams talked about how he's been really focusing on these last couple weeks and into this game against Dallas. And, I mean, that's what you want to see when it comes to these timing routes and kind of getting the offense into a rhythm. That is crucial to getting the ball out when the receivers are hitting their mark and exactly on time, and then getting into that rhythm that Ben Johnson then feels comfortable calling the game from. Because when these guys are in the script in the very beginning of the game, it looks great. It really, you can see the vision, you can see what it's supposed to look like. It's when they get out of the script and when, Caleb is creating in the backfield and he's not, for whatever reason, running the play as called. That's something that, throws Ben Johnson off his groove too. So I'm really hoping to see kind of more of Caleb Williams playing within that structure, playing within the offense that Ben Johnson has for him, and hoping that they can get into some sort of rhythm.
It's Carmen Vitale, Fox Sports here, previewing the Bears. Is this defense going to be 30 points per game bad all year? What do you make of this? I guess they're battling injuries already.
Yeah, they are. That's kind of what's happened now, especially in that secondary where you didn't have Kyler Gordon this last game. You didn't have Jalen Johnson. Also, even in the middle, you didn't have T.J. Edwards. Both Edwards and Gordon are week to week, so we don't know if we can expect them out there against Dallas. But really, I mean, when you have those injuries, especially to the second and third levels of the defense, you need to affect the quarterback with your front, and that's not something that the Bears have been able to do since that first half of the first game against the Minnesota Vikings, where they did get to J.J. McCarthy. What was encouraging about that is that all three of their sacks came on a four-man rush against J.J., and you want to be able to get home with four. Now, can you do it straight up with your defensive linemen across the, on the line of scrimmage? I don't know. Do you want to maybe pull some different things, get some different people involved in the pass rush for Dennis Allen? I think that's probably the best bet, especially when you do have those injuries to the backfield. You just really need to get to Dak Prescott if you are the Chicago Bears defensive line. You're an expensive defense at that, so you have the guys, you have the horses, theoretically, that should be able to do that. I'm really looking for that interior pressure, though, from guys like Grady Jarrett or Javon Dexter, because that's the shortest path to the quarterback. That's the quickest way to affect Dak Prescott and maybe force him into some of those decisions he doesn't want to make.
So how big is the Eberflus return storyline in Chicago? I know we have talked about that a little bit here. He's not exactly the favorite after Russell Wilson throws for 450 yards here, Carm. And I don't know if he really left Chicago on very good terms either.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a total disaster in the way that Matt Eberflus left. It was the first time the franchise had ever fired a coach in season. They let him, go out there and talk to reporters on the morning they fired him. It was not a good situation. The players had not been shy about telling us in the media that they were not happy with how they were being coached. So there's a little bit of that. I really don't know that it's going to be that much of a storyline, or at least that's what the guys said today. Now, do both of these sides want to kind of come in here and prove that they're doing better or they're in a better situation than they were prior? I think there's an element to that. Don't forget, I mean, Ben Johnson is very familiar with Matt Eberflus's defense from his time in Detroit. So between that and Caleb Williams knowing Matt Eberflus and kind of knowing his tendencies, that does go both ways. Matt Eberflus also knows Caleb Williams and maybe knows how to get to him a little bit more. So I'm very interested to kind of see the chess match that goes on between these guys because there's so much familiarity and context built up.
Hey, Carm, what's going on with DJ Moore? I mean, before, coming from Carolina, then going to the Bears, it seemed like, man, this seems like a really great opportunity for him, but playing out of the slot, but a lot less targets for him.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of mouths to feed in that receiver room. They drafted Luther Burden. They drafted Rome Odunze along with Caleb Williams. And then you have the tight ends as well, who we know that Ben Johnson wants to get involved a little bit more in the receiving game. I do think Olamide Zaccheaus has kind of been the surprise, or like the pleasant surprise, I suppose, to that receiver room, where he has kind of made these plays for Caleb Williams on third down in crucial situations, like in gotta-have-it situations. It's kind of been OZ that's been the one to kind of pick up some of that. It's interesting because we've also seen DJ Moore kind of come out of the backfield a lot more than we saw him use previously. So I was just at practice today watching him take handoff from Caleb Williams with the rest of the running backs, and that's something that I think that Ben Johnson wants to get going, and we've seen Rome Odunze do it. Ben Johnson actually told us last week that, everybody has to get their hands dirty in the run game because they don't have that feature back, that true three-down back that they want right now. So they're getting kind of creative with it. Now, does that mean less actual targets for DJ Moore? Yeah, it does, but it's a way to get him involved, and I think that Ben Johnson is acutely aware that he needs to.
Carmen, how about Caleb Williams, the long-term thing here? How's the leadership? Like, some of the videos that go viral on social made him look a little bit uncoachable over the offseason. Statistically, as a starter, I guess he looks like he's trending to be sufficient. What do you think of the next couple of years here with Caleb?
Yeah, I think that, for all the stuff that's come out, I don't know if you guys read the Ty Dunn article that came out where he talked to a bunch of people from Matt Eberflus's staff specifically about Caleb Williams and how he wasn't coachable, he wasn't putting in the work, this, that, the other. Now, do I think it's for a rookie to decide this? No, but I don't know that he had a whole lot of respect for that staff or just could see the train going off the tracks and he kind of quit on it. Now, I don't think that's the case with Ben Johnson. All Ben Johnson gets up there and tells us is he's putting in the work. He's trying to be the leader that this team needs. He talks about knowing that he needs to be that leader and lead by example. And, he has a really great kind of demeanor to him when he gets up to the podium. He's not too high or too low at any point. I really think that there is a respect level for Ben Johnson that maybe wasn't there with the previous regime that hopefully kind of gets Caleb Williams to take it seriously, trust the process. And now that the Bears are especially going through some adversity here, starting the season 0-2, you can't lose the locker room. And I don't see any hints that Ben Johnson has or that Caleb Williams has at all faltered in his trust of what Ben Johnson can do for him.
Are you going to pick the Bears to win this game?
No.
Terrific job, Carm.
People for them to go 0-4 before their bye week, and still, I don't. The Lions started 1-6 in Ben Johnson's first year as offensive coordinator. They finished winning 8 of 10.